Chapter 68. A man's uproarious laughter rang through the hall, disrupting everyone's train of thought. Tsunade still stood where she was, turning and giving an exasperated look to the Raikage who had thrown his head back to further mock her. Is something I said really so hilarious, eh? Laughter petering off into chuckles, A wipes a fake tear from his eye before nodding. Uzushio as a major village? Are you insane? It doesn't matter how much influence they have accumulated. Uzushio or whatever they decide to name themselves is simply too young of a village to even dream of sitting in the same space as our 5 great villages. Across from him Mei shrugs her shoulders, age really shouldn't be a factor at all. I thought we addressed that. Idly she nodded Gaara's way, who returned the gesture. Shakes his head as Tsunade retakes her seat. The QB container is an issue all into himself that needs to be handled as far as I'm concerned. Further, the Uzumaki have been wiped off the map once before. Obviously they can't defend themselves and much less a nation full of citizens. That it had taken the combined efforts of several nations to do so was left unsaid as to that didn't matter. If you couldn't defend yourself from your enemies, you didn't deserve your place in the world. Here Naruto clears his throat, leaning forward to tent his hands in front of his face as he rests his elbows on the tabletop. I'd like to mention, the Uzumaki are very good about learning from past mistakes and making certain corrections to behavior. Besides, here he levels cold eyes towards stealing from us hasn't ended well for anyone, has it? Frowning and considering the boy's words, goes quiet and Inoki picks up the conversation. Iwa will never recognize Uzushio anyway. So the debate is dead in the water. Gaara speaks up as Naruto relaxes back in his seat. Old men should consider the world they leave behind for others a bit more, not just their ambitions. Or failures. Watch your mouth, pup. Much like the Raikage, I wouldn't mind putting you in your place if necessary. Inoki wasn't used to these youngsters being so uppity. Even his currently missing granddaughter was a pain in his rear. Something was wrong with this new generation. Naruto snaps a finger to gain Inoki's attention, grin still on his face. How's your granddaughter, by the way? I did send her back alive and in one piece. Didn't even lodge a complaint with your daimyo either for her unprovoked attack. I really think that should earn at least a small amount of goodwill, shouldn't it? Naruto's grin stretched further, or is she not worth that? Grumbling as indeed the foolish girl had disobeyed his orders and caused him nothing but headaches because of it. And here was the biggest one, the Uzumaki could cause him nothing but grief if he went to the stone daimyo. Wherever Kuratsuchi was now, she better stay lost for the time being. Perhaps, I spoke hastily. Giggling, Mei offered Naruto a nod. You certainly have had an eventful few years, haven't you, Naruto-sama? Oh, you don't know the half of it. Clearing his throat, Mifune gains everyone's attention again. It seems that while Uzushio has in fact gained quite the reputation, which translates into influence and some power, they are still a young nation. Mifune turns to address Naruto. Do you have a rebuttal against this? Naruto nods, relaxed and smiling easily. Sure, we're young and I get that. But we have support from older nations. Spring, formerly Snow, at the top of that list. And we are in talks with 3 of the 5 nations at the moment. We'd like to make it 5 for 5, but old hatreds run deep, it seems. Naruto mentally smirked, lay the fault in diplomacy at the other's feet, not his own. Make it seem like they were the aggressors here. Plus, while yes we were nearly wiped out, the Uzumaki is an old clan. Our knowledge and name still carries a lot of weight even now. One day I'd like a real alliance between all of the nations, not this fake peace we have going at the moment. Mifune's eyes widen, the elder samurai stroking his beard as he thinks about that. No one has considered a true alliance between the villages, much less achieved such a feat. Grumbles, because it's folly, the dream of a delusional child. The villages have been at odds for years and for good reasons. Tsunade is the first to grumble at that, old and outdated reasons perhaps. Times change. Naruto agrees with her and nods her way. Exactly. Times are changing and the measure of power is changing as well. I know you've all seen it. Perhaps it's time for the ninja population to come together, to consider a different path. Mifune raises a hand to stall Naruto before he can begin a full-on speech. Please remember, young Uzumaki, the issue for the moment is the inclusion of the land of Yuzu as a major ninja nation. Turning to the rest of the Kage assembled, Mifune nods to each. Are there any further complaints against this that have merit? Mei and Gaara both shake their heads in the negative, while Tsunade crosses her arms under her bust. I sponsored the brat, of course I'm all for his nation joining ours. Seems to think on it as all eyes turn to him. At the least, he could publicly save some face. I will reiterate that Kumo does not recognize a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi as anything more than a tool. But, if the majority approves it, then Kumo will as well. All remaining eyes now turn to Inoki, who grumbles and shakes his head. He wanted to be stubborn about this, but realized that doing so would not help him. Plus, agreeing would give himself and a time to put together forces to march on Uzushio the first chance they got. Taking the shallow kunai wound now wouldn't be so bad. The boy has power and influence in circles well above his station. Just on that alone IWA can't truly deny what Yuzu is capable of. I relent and agree to include Uzushio among our number. It'd be the shortest inclusion in history if Inoki had his way. Mifune nods and turns to Naruto to address him directly. With all in agreement, I would like to welcome you, Uzukage and Uzushio, as the 6th major ninja nation. Naruto bows lightly to Mifune. I appreciate the cooperation, Mifune Dano and assembled Kage. All that coaching from Koyuki was starting to pay off. Even if explosions could have solved that faster, watching A and Inoki squirm was nice. However still has something to say, crossing his arms as he grumbles. You're young, you better be ready to put your Rio where your mouth is. This isn't a game. Naruto turns to address the Raikage again as Tsunade sighs and leans on a balled fist. You're welcome to try me if you'd like. I hear you're pretty fast. Above the assembled Kage and arranged on the observation balcony, the various guards and escorts join together in talks of their own while their leaders hashed out grievances and upcoming problems. Sasuke and Sakura are quick to greet Kakashi, coming together easily as a former teacher and student group. Sakura was already elbowing him in the ribs as he leaned against the railing. So, Shizune convince you to move yet? There's some really good beachfront in Wave you might like if you don't want to come to Yuzu proper. Sighing, Kakashi tried and failed to wave her off. Shizune and I have talked, and we're going to decide on what to do next slowly. Sakura ribs him some more, literal and metaphorically. Oh come on. You know you wanna. Just think, Shizune-senpai in a bikini, daily. That did get Kakashi's attention but he quickly shook his head. I shall not be tempted. Sasuke nodded to Kankuro as the Sand siblings came to join them. Give it up, Sakura's already decided you're coming, so you're gonna end up with us sooner or later. Temari sidles up next to the broody boy, grinning all the while. Well if the scarecrow isn't ready, you can always make room for me. I've been meaning to make a trip to Uzushio for a while now. One hand idly adjusting her battle fan, she kept an eye on the Kumo team. That blonde was giving her an odd look she didn't like. Kankuro sighs and leans against the railing next to her. I wish you'd read the room. The last thing anyone here is worried about is your love life. Just saying, I have a move to make is all. Closer than the others, Samui speaks up to the combined group of Konoha, Suna, and Yuzu ninja. It's odd, but with such powerful figures in their company, is Uzushio really the peaceful nation that it portrays itself as? Sasuke shrugs, turning his head to watch the woman quietly. So far Uzushio hasn't attacked anyone unprovoked. And any retaliation has been just that. Retribution after we had been attacked. On the other side of the Suna group, Akatsuchi of the IWA group holds up a finger, having a point of his own to make. Does that include the hidden sound as well? The Maelstrom, sorry, your Kage made it his personal mission to eradicate every sound base he could find for a few years. That does not sound like a peaceful leader. Ao had his arms crossed as he leaned against the back wall, trusting Chojuro to watch out for Mei while he subtly checked things with his Byakugan. In the Uzukage's defense, the hidden sound has attacked every other nation on the planet in some manner. They were a scourge that needed to be eliminated. That the Uzukage did so on his own was a feat worth recognition and praise. That Uzushio did so without the aid of the other villages will be seen as a mark in their favor. Not against. Darui has a hand to his chin, mind racing as he thinks about that. With that kind of power however, the question becomes who is really hunting the Jinchuriki? Is it some mystery faction that we all only know about in whispers? Or is it this apparently powerful nation that has risen to power faster than any other nation since Konoha? Something smells rotten here. All of the previous nations had collected the Biju, used them as weapons to keep the tentative balance between them. Some new nation on the scene and potentially collecting the Biju to tip the scales in their favor? All roads in Darui's mind kept going back to that one conclusion. Sakura's mind is racing as she thinks about the situation on her own, willing to put both Kumo and IWA in their place while Naruto did so below with their Kage. I think IWA and Kumo are worried mainly about retribution. Pausing as several conversations paused and silence descended on them, she looked up and focused mainly on the Kumo group. Historically it was the Uzumaki who provided sealing innovations that every nation on the planet now uses even to this day. All of the techniques that we use to seal away the Biju originate from them as well. So thinking that Uzushio has some nefarious plot to use the Biju is just easy projection from nations who themselves have done just that. Here Sakura grinned and winked at them, historically speaking of course. As one of the older ninja present, Kakashi coughed once and stood up a bit straighter. If Uzushio is hunting the Biju, I have a feeling that their leader certainly wouldn't be here, trying to bring a peaceful resolution to things. Think on it. They haven't expanded past their own borders. Alliances of course not counted. Nor have they resorted to heavy-handed tactics or strong arming to get other nations to comply with them. Chojuro hums at that, leaning over the rail and steadfastly watching his Kage attentively. I'm curious if that means Uzushio can be trusted or not in the end. He knew his Kage trusted them sure, and they were good on their word for helping Kiri when asked. Trust was hard won in their line of work though, and even now he still had doubts. Akatsuchi shakes his head. Their Kage is a Jinchuriki that holds the most powerful demon in existence, and he is the son of my village's greatest foe. Unfortunately, even if everything he says is true, my village simply will never accept him. The ninja might slowly come around though it was doubtful, but never the citizens. Darui nods his head as well. I have to agree. For Kumo's own reasons, trusting the Uzumaki has a null chance of happening. Sasuke and Sakura both mentally had the same thought, that Kumo liked to experiment on Uzumaki and most likely knew that said clan would raze them to the ground if given the chance. It's Temari however who joins her brother at the rail with a grin. Well, thankfully having major alliances between 3 of the remaining great villages does wonders for keeping the peace. She would love to see IWA continue to push at their borders from here on. Attention returning to the Kage below, Mifune has directed the conversation to the missing Biju and what needed to be done to address the situation. I has already turned to Naruto with gleaming eyes. I'm sure you have some thoughts on the matter. You've had some run-ins with Akatsuki. Have you heard anything related to how many Jinchuriki they have at the moment? Unless of course you want to admit that it's you who is collecting them instead. You are the strongest, it should be child's play to subdue the others. I didn't believe that for a second, but best to throw the idea out there and sow some doubt. Naruto chuckles and shakes his head. A full-on fight by any Jinchuriki can level landscapes and change maps. Does anyone really think I could keep such battles quiet if I was collecting them for myself? I knew of course that was impossible. Yujito herself was supposed to self-destruct with a specialized seal in the off chance she was going to be captured. Still, that didn't change that slinging some dirt was always worth it, perhaps, or perhaps you have other means to subdue them. Shrugging, it decides to leave it be for the moment. I suppose you're correct however, you wouldn't be able to keep such actions hidden from the entire world. Anoki however has other information to add to the discussion. I don't know, while one of Iwa's Jinchuriki has returned on recall orders, one more has gone missing and no teams sent have returned. Plus there's the Sanbai to consider as well. Mei nods and decides giving up some information wouldn't be all bad, considering Anoki did so first. Our own Jinchuriki, the Six Tails, has also gone missing recently. Tsunade chimes in with her own thoughts, ignoring the minor flinch from Mei at the mention of the Sanbai earlier. It does sound like someone is in fact collecting the Biju. But the question is, for what? The Biju themselves at their base level were massive chakra batteries which if harnessed properly could be used for just about anything conceivable. Naruto hums, keeping the fact that he knew Yujito, Fu, and the Sanbai were all with him at the moment. All that energy in one place might be a sign someone is building something. As an expert with seals, that list could be world-ending in its scope. He didn't want to consider what he could do with a Biju's worth of chakra inside of an explosive matrix. Gaara nods at that, mind traveling along the same path. What would someone need with all that energy? What could they accomplish? Gaara does turn to Naruto, breaking him out of his thoughts. You're the seal master. Do you have a theory? Naruto did have one. Pain had his own ambition that went with his name. A world that came together in a shared pain of loss and hardship. Akatsuki seems to want them. I'm still unsure why, but someone seems to be supporting the group from behind the scenes. Yes, Naruto knew IWA and Kumo might be up to something, but he didn't think it was solely them. Someone had to modify those ancient texts, and Akatsuki was gathering all of the Biju together for a reason. All that chakra? An ultimate illusion? The threads were starting to come together slowly. Mentally Anoki grunts and worries that the boy might know what he and A are up to, but decide that that's impossible. No, he was on the wrong track towards someone else. That sat fine with the old man. Of similar thought, A shakes his head slowly. No respectable village would consider ever working with such a group. It's blasphemy and against what we start for. A cough draws all of their attention. Seeming to grow from the wall sideways, everyone took in what looked like a giant Venus flytrap with both curiosity and confusion. Would someone truly be seeking to interrupt the great Kage here? Now? Foolish. Finishing coming out to his shoulders, the green halves of the plant body of Zetsu opened, revealing the half and half black and white face inside. Giggling, White Zetsu addresses the assembled group. That's an interesting thought coming from the Raikage of all people. Hypocritical to the max, that one. Within moments all of the assembled guards are down and joining their Kage. Seeing this, Zetsu holds up his hands, showing them to be empty. Be at peace, I'm only here as a messenger. Only to talk, to talk. Well, leader wants to talk to you meatbags. Useless I say. Tsunade stands again, frowning up at the yellow-eyed monstrosity, and why should we humor you or him? This is a closed session, you know. The likes of you aren't welcome. Shrugging, Zetsu frees a box from his robes before light emits from it and begins to take shape. Welcome or not, we have a duty to perform. That's right, useless meat, shut up and listen. Hologram coming to life, the assembled mass of people were treated to the sight of pain. He took his time to look between them all, eyes lingering on Naruto whose gaze hardens before pain turns finally to Inoki. His voice is loud and clear as he begins to speak. Interesting how quickly the villages forget their dirty pasts. Most of the great villages have called upon my group at one point or another. Each for their own reasons, to perform the jobs deemed too dirty for their own hands. You want to know why I am collecting the biju? I'll tell you. Here Pain spread his arms wide, face still carefully neutral. This piece the villages have built is fake, a thin sheet pulled thin over a mountain of corpses. Mei turns to look at the older Kage, seeing some form of shame or irritation on all of their faces. I need to be brought to speed. I was under the impression that we all considered Akatsuki as a terrorist organization. Pain nods, indeed we are. But is not one's terrorist another's freedom fighter? However, things have changed. Pain turns to stare at Naruto. Someone has been working, quietly at first, but now loudly. A different path, towards a true peace not based on proxy wars and clandestine operations behind national borders. No sacrifice of children for entertainment or prestige. Pain turns away from Naruto then, returning to the other Kage. I once believed in such a peace, but had deemed it impossible. So I had begun to collect the biju in order to build a grand weapon. Something to remind the world over the true terror of war and death. Slams a fist down on the table, rattling the large stone construction. So you admit to everything then? Why should we sit and listen to you then? Pain holds up a single hand, to which Naruto tenses slightly before reminding himself that this is just a hologram. For now, I wish to come before you to admit that Akatsuki is halting its operations for now. Because someone has challenged us on the basis that real peace is attainable, we shall sit back and watch. I believe you shall tear yourselves apart without my aid. But, if he is correct, then men like me will no longer be needed in this world. Naruto grunted but kept his eyes locked on the older Rinnegan user. So you're going to sit back on the hopes we self-destruct, huh? How benevolent of you. Pain locked eyes with him, noting Naruto's blue eyes with a frown. I told you once. This world may just show you that my path is the correct one. The only path. Peace is possible for us without bloodshed. Pain smiles. While IWA had asked us for a favor, we'll be putting that on hold for now as well. Spreading his arms out and seeing everyone but the Kage tense, Pain decides this would be much more enjoyable. Don't worry. I will happily crush your villages one by one if you choose to challenge me. Stands, chair sliding back with the force of his movement. Akatsuki is just a collection of failures. The might of the Kage would wipe your little group from existence easily. Mei doesn't like agreeing with the Raikage but does acknowledge that in this he isn't wrong. Why should we worry about you? Your threat seems very minimal to us. Pain shrugs, hands lowering slowly. You'll just have to continue on your current path to find out for yourselves. He turns once more to Naruto and bows with a smirk on his face. I with you luck, young Yuzukage. You're going to need it. Voice fading away as the hologram vanishes, Zetsu is left alone to giggle. Oh what fun, what fun. I'm sure you lot can figure it out what comes next. Beginning to sink into the wall, White Zetsu gives them all a jaunty wave. Black Zetsu isn't having it. You'll all burn one day. You can't help but murder one another after all. I look forward to it. Finishing sinking into the wall, the assembled group is left in silence. Silence that is ruined by Naruto turning to face Inoki head-on. So, you've got ties with Akatsuki then? Wanna explain? Crossing his arms, Inoki huffs and turns up his nose. I don't have anything to answer for. Especially to the likes of you and your accursed blood. Clearing his throat, Mifune tries to steer things away from what could become a conflict. With this admission from Akatsuki, we now know what has been happening to the Jinchuriki. This now raises the question, what happens next? If they are being honest. Tsunade's reply is near instant and she gains everyone's attention, and it's a big if. That means the largest issue is in fact what we can do to lower tensions among our nations. Zetsu, or half of him at least, is correct. We're likely to tear each other apart at this rate. Gaara agrees with that assessment as well. Suna has no grief involving the other nations. Having recently been used and betrayed by Sound, we've been endeavoring to reform ourselves. Especially for our misdeeds against Konoha. Mei sighs as she nods along. My own village's history is a long and bloody one. That takes time to wash clean, but it'll never fade. We won't run from who we used to be, but we join with Yuzu after all in order to show the world we wish to be better. Naruto nods to her, well, I certainly believe in you. Of course you do, brat, they're helping you. A's voice cuts through the moment and all eyes turn to him. Crossing his own arms, he considers what to say. Kumo will continue to keep to itself for now. We will not antagonize Uzushio, but we aren't welcoming you yet either. Prove yourselves and I may just change my mind. A's eye hardened as he looked at Naruto specifically. I need to see your grit as a man. You understand? Naruto is grinning as he leans forward to match A's gaze. I'll happily meet up with you so we can hash things out. Man to man. You've got no chance, boy, but you're welcome to waste the effort. A nods resolutely once as around them their guards all slowly return to the balcony and out of the way now that the intruders were gone. Anoki grumbles and adjusts himself on his cushion. This is all so pointless. Uzushio being one of us means nothing. Not until they prove that they actually want to work towards peace. Something they claim they desire. Anoki points a thumb towards Tsunade. Just like the Leaf Village, Uzushio could be an iron fist wrapped in silk. No different from the rest of us. Shrugging it off, Naruto could see that apparently he had rattled the old men. You're the one who seems set on provoking us. Keep it up, you'll find out what Uzushio is willing to do to protect themselves. Tsunade sighs as she turns to the boy who she had a feeling was 2 steps away from enacting violence. Careful Gaki, there's no reason to rile up that Tsuchikage. It's just old man bluster. The old man needs to lighten up some. I'm not gonna do anything to him. Naruto winks at her before relaxing back in his seat. Kids these days. You impertinent little snot. Back in my time we respected our act dash. Having rushed to his feet to shake his fist at Naruto, he was now holding his back while doubled over. Aya, curse these old bones. Giggling and shaking her head, May is all smiles as the mood relaxes a tad. Perhaps Lord Tsuchikage should take some advice and relax some. Being so energetic isn't good for you. Looking around the table, Mifune nods slowly. For now, it seems that things are on a good track. The issue of Uzushio is resolved, so now it's just a question of what goes on from here. Tsunade raises a hand, calmly standing once again as all eyes turn to her. I would love to see further and complete participation of all of the villages in the Chunin exam program. Perhaps even some information exchanges. Like that Pain bastard said, if we stick to what we've done up till now we're just going to tear each other apart. We should be working towards building trust between each other. Gaara agrees first. Suna has no complaints about this and would be happy to up our participation in the exams. What information would the villages be sharing with one another? May's question has everyone thinking. What was on the table here? Techniques? Training? A is still grumbling. Sounds like Konoha wants to skim information from the rest of us. What I want is for us to actually work towards moving things towards a more peaceful route. Tsunade sighed and shook her head. Think on it. As times become more peaceful, our economies have to change. Look at Uzushio. While their military is growing and a good portion of their economy is coming from missions much like ours. A larger portion is technological exports. Naruto holds up a finger with the largest shit-eating grin he could muster at the moment. Those trains weren't cheap to set up, but now every country linked with them can't live without M. Hot spring, frost, rice. Koyuki wanted to add the lands of fire and wind to the network soon as well if her eventual negotiations with the Fire Lord went well. Tsunade nods and continues, Konoha has medical tech and knowledge that we would have no issues sharing. Technology geared more towards civilian life, especially staples like farming. Everyone seems to think about that. Murmurs break out while Naruto snaps his fingers. I'm sure it would take some convincing, but Yuzu wouldn't mind a technological exchange. If Yuzu had to lose out a little to start foisting off creature comforts on the rest of the world, so be it. Who wanted to fight when a vacation was a few Rio and a day's travel away? Gaara grins as he turns to look at Naruto. Hopefully that means Suna might be able to purchase a few of those airships of yours. They are rather impressive. The idea of making travel between the Wind Country villages easier was too good to pass up. May has her own thoughts on the matter now that it has come up. Transportation improvements would be essential to an island nation like hers. Airships or just ships in general would be a boon for my people. It didn't help that most likely some of those ships would be built by the very clan she couldn't convince to stay within her borders. But Kiri and Yuzu were allies. That eased the sting a bit. Interest peaked, A sat a bit straighter. Airships, huh? Kumo could benefit from such tech. Not having to traverse up and down mountains to reach the village would be nice. Of course, theft of engineering plans was always on the table. Anoki grumbles, firmly against it all. New technology isn't necessary. It'll make you soft. Rolling her eyes, Tsunade sighs, what do you say, is this a suitable plan for now? Something temporary until we come up with some concrete ideas? Most eyes turned to A, knowing Inoki wasn't going to answer right away. The Raikage sat and thought about it for a moment, considering his own plans before nodding in agreement in the end. So long as each village can opt out of the information exchange if they so wish, I can agree to this. Naruto nods, that works for me. Mei hums, I hope no one opts out, this sounds like a good first step. Still all grumbles, but seeing no one changing their minds, Inoki finally relaxes back with a heavy sigh. Fine. Maintaining peace through the great nations is what is most important for now. Not that I consider Uzushio one of our number just yet. Inoki takes a moment to point a finger at a smiling Naruto. Be warned, son of the Flash. One wrong move from you or your people and IWA will be there to crush you. Oh, don't worry, old man, I've got AV3 with your name on it. Just try me. Tsunade again sighs heavily and turns to Mei, we really should send the men outside to beat the snot out of each other. She turns to address the so far quiet and very polite Kazekage, Gaara, don't you dare turn out like them. Meatheads don't make it far in life. Gaara nods with a grin as Naruto rages at Tsunade instead, I promise I won't start their bad habits. Mei shakes her head, watching the loud blonde banter with Tsunade, I don't know, it's rather exciting isn't it? Pausing to turn and wink at her, Naruto gives her a thumbs up, there's always something exciting with me around. If I was a dozen years younger I would you something you pup. Inoki's reply was near instant and had Naruto turning his way next. Waving him off, Naruto groans, if that's your mindset you should retire then. Put someone in change who'll fight me. You uppity brat. Why I act dash, interrupted in his ranting again, Inoki doubles over, Akatsuchi. Chuckling as the young man comes down to help his grandfather, Mifune turns to address the rest of the leaders, it seems that all relevant issues have been dealt with for now. Shall we call an end to this summit? Unless someone has something to add, of course. Naruto raises a hand, turning directly to the Raikage. I only have one question. Just one. A nods while raising an eyebrow at the kid. Why did it seem like his demeanor was suddenly very different? Make it quick, the journey home is long. Sure. Grin turning feral, Naruto keeps a firm gaze on the older and larger man, tell me. Orochimaru was operating in your country as well. I was hunting him because he had been experimenting on the remnants of my clan. But the base was already raided when my people got there. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the Uzumaki that were there, would you? A little lie, but not completely. Naruto had been hunting Orochimaru and his bases because he wanted to wipe him off the map. Finding and saving the Uzumaki was a nice and very serious bonus. He hadn't learned about the group until after he had found and started battle with Orochimaru after all. Shaking his head, I understood now. I know nothing of the sort. My operatives did find the base, but it was a burned-out husk when we arrived. We left it be. Must have just missed your own team. Naruto nods, must have been a bad rumor I heard then. My mistake. I withdraw my question. I'm going to gut him. Woohoo! Finally some real violence from you. Don't egg me on, it's really hard to keep this in. I know. Kurama sighed before knocking a fist on the simulated ground under him, like you said. Be patient. You'll have your chance. You scattered your clones, yes? Yeah, Inoki and A both have seals on them now. Mifune looked around and noticed that no one else seemed to want to bring anything up, so stood slowly to address all assembled. That will be the end of it then. This ends the Kage summit and the introduction of the 6th Great Kage. Mifune bows to all assembled before being escorted away by several of his samurai. This left the Kage to stand and make preparations to leave themselves, their respective guards returning to their sides quietly. A is the first to leave, strong strides forcing those with him to almost half-jog to keep up. Behind him Samui watches the Uzushio group quietly, something unspoken there as her eyes trail Naruto before she turns to leave with her team. Naruto catches her eye for a moment and wonders at what she wants. Behind her the red-head, Karui, stares him down with not quiet hostility, but not a friendly look either. Winking at her and getting a scoff in return, he could tell she was an Uzumaki of blood. But most likely just blood. There was no love there. Leaving, Karui grumbles and turns fully away from the Uzukage, he gives me the creeps. Is he really that powerful? Omoi nods, deep in thought. I think you worry too much. Perhaps he's interested in you. As if, I'd bite my own tongue off. She really, truly wanted nothing to do with the Uzumaki. Past or present. Omoi shakes his head, thoughts already racing, well, think about it. It would smooth political issues between our villages if he was. Maybe you'll get married off. But then you would have kids with a real Uzumaki. Which would thicken their blood and maybe gain some of their traits. Which would give Kumo our dreamed super soldiers, born from the union of you and Dash. He stopped in his rambling as Karui smacked him in the back of his head, hard. Fist clenched, Karui leaned in to whisper harshly to the overthinking man, "Keep it up, I'll get you in your sleep." Sighing and shaking her head, Samui wishes things could be simple just once. Knock it off, it's a long way back to Kumo after all. No reason to fight the whole way. Which they would if left alone. She knew that well enough. Having snuck her way next to the explosive blonde, Mei was poking a well-manicured finger into his chest while he chuckled nervously. "You know, you haven't visited me once in Kiri. A woman might think she was unwanted at this rate. I've been meaning to, but events have kept me busy is all. Nothing more." Naruto nodded quickly at the auburn-haired woman. Just his luck, he might have to take Hinata to task for egging the Mizukage-on. "How about I come visit after this? I feel like you aren't being very fair. You have time for everyone else except for little ol' me?" Naruto wanted to dispute that, because there was absolutely nothing that was little about this bombshell of a woman, but held his tongue. "How about I give you a ride?" Seeing her eyebrows skyrocket and hearing a gasp or two, Naruto raised his hands quickly and waved them back and forth. "On the airship, the airship? We can chat on the return trip and you can take a ship back to Kiri from Uzushio." "Oh, how very delightful. I'd love that." Mei snapped her fingers as Ao and Chojuro came up to her shoulders. "We will be joining the Uzushio party on our return trip." Ao sighed but nodded, "Yes Mizukage-sama." Tsunade butted her way in, Sakura having nabbed Kakashi and were already walking away with him. "And just where is my invite, Hagaki?" Rolling his eyes and turning to see Gaara and his siblings just behind Tsunade, Naruto waved a hand towards the hallway that would take them outside. "How about I just bring everyone back to Uzushio? We have enough to talk about after all." Naruto was grinning as he leaned to the side and saw Inoki being carried away. "How about it, old man? Wanna visit Uzushio? Leave me alone, you brat. Only way I'll trust being on the same vessel as you is if the world is on fire." Everyone in the Kiri, Yuzu, Suna and Konoha group watched the Iwagakure assembly leave, each in their own thoughts about the old man and his demeanor. Sasuke is next to Naruto, grunting and crossing his arms over his chest. "Think he's going to be a problem?" Naruto shrugs, "Most likely." Kakashi tried and failed to remove Sakura from his arm as she tried, again, to convince him to come to Uzushio with Shizune. "Considering the history between Iwa and your father, it's almost assured that he is going to be a problem." Naruto grins, "Well, I have something for A and Inoki both. I'm not worried at all." Sasuke sighed, knowing good and well that Naruto did in fact have something planned for both Elder Kage. "Please don't overdo it. No promises." Gaara chuckled, coming up to join them while his siblings flanked him. "I wouldn't mind a visit to Uzushio. We have the time. Plus I have something to talk about with you anyway." He could already feel Temari's stare on his back. Meddlesome woman. Tsunade starts to walk alongside Naruto as they make for the entrance. "So long as you drop us off in Konoha, I'm all good. We have no reason to go all the way to Uzushio." Naruto hummed in response, and Tsunade slung an arm over his shoulder. "I mean it, no kidnapping me. I've got enough going on back home." Another hum, and the hold became a headlock. "You brat, you can't take me to Uzushio just to screw with my counsel." Sakura sighed, looking back as Naruto didn't seem to fight at all as he slowly turned blue. "Sensei, he could answer if you didn't suffocate him." Blinking, Tsunade looked down to the young man bent over and stuffed under one of her arms and face first into her breast. "Can't be, he's not struggling at all." Naruto held up a thumbs up, and that sent up alarm bells in her head and she quickly let him go. "Maybe you did take after Jiraiya a little too much. I nearly died a warrior's death." Catching his breath, Naruto bounced away from Tsunade. "You ogre woman. I'm a Kage now, you can't manhandle me like that. You're a big boy, you can take it." Tsunade grinned and hooked a thumb towards Mei. He wanted to make her life hell, did he? Two could play at that. "I'm sure you wouldn't complain if Mei did it." Blushing, Mei put her hands to her cheeks, shaking her head back and forth. "Why, I could never. So scandalous. At least, in front of people. Now behind closed doors?" Naruto didn't miss a beat however. "Well of course, she's actually young and hot. You're the one under a gen dash." He just barely saw the fist rocketing towards his face, but was able to dance away. "Oh come on Bachan. Usually you would have laid me out by now. You've gotten slow." Chasing after the infuriating blonde, Tsunade held up a fist while tossing her hat to Guy. "Come back here you little ingrate. Take your lumps." Sasuke sighed as Gaara came up next to them. "These are our Kage, right?" Gaara chuckled. "Would it help if I used my sand to hold them? You really want to get in between that?" They both watched as Tsunade finally got a hold of Naruto, hurling him away to bounce off several pillars. "Really?" Gaara sighed. "Perhaps not. It was going to be an interesting ride back to Uzushio at the least." B. Toby considered his luck recently. getting dragged what felt like all over the elemental nations before finding a port town. Making way to Kiri to find the Sandbai only to get shipwrecked, and then being rescued because of a freak accident and now finally in the land of water. It had been a wild ride. However, the source of his bad luck, at least to him, just couldn't seem to leave him alone. Why do you follow Toby? Did you develop a crush on Toby? Kuratsuchi shook her head as they walked along on a dirt road, steadfastly following along behind the orange-masked man as he reminded her, again, that she was not leading this time. No way. You know, you said you would help me with my thing, so I'm helping you with your thing. Toby doesn't remember that. You must have imagined it. You should go away and figure yourself out. He was not in the mood to deal with any more bad luck from this woman. Who the hell started a fire just by sneezing? Who got lost inside a room with only one exit and no windows? But, you said it. I heard you. What kind of man are you? The horrible kind. Toby had no problem admitting that. He wanted to burn the world to the ground after all. Being seen as a nice guy wasn't high on his list of things he wanted lately. Besides, stick with me and something bad might happen to you. Crossing her arms again, Kuratsuchi smirked, so you really do want to do something dastardly with my womanly body. You've finally come clean. It was fun to poke at him, he was pretty easy to rile up. Said man grumbled as they came upon a large lake that emptied out into the sea. I do not, in fact, want to do a damn thing to you. Reaching out with his senses, Toby tried to locate the Sandbai's hiding spot. His information had pegged this specific island as the resting place of the reformed Biju. Kuratsuchi giggled as the man paused and seemed to be concentrating hard on something. So she let him be. Instead she looked around the area they found themselves in. Heavy with mists as the land's name suggested, she could appreciate the cool weather at least as the evening began to set in, the sun finally finished setting. Though she couldn't help but feel like the longer they stood there, the more frustrated Toby became. You having some trouble there? Are we lost? We aren't lost, I'm searching for something. Something that was not currently here. And no matter how far he stretched his senses, he couldn't pick up a trace of it. Was his information wrong? Well, what are you looking for anyway? Maybe I can help. Sighing, Toby waves a hand out to the sea. Unless you know the location of a giant multi-tailed turtle, I don't know how much help you will be. Kuratsuchi thought about that while Toby wandered off while huffing under his breath. From his description, something did tickle in the back of her mind and with a snap she raised her hand. Oh, like the thing I saw off the coast of one of the Uzushio Islands? Pausing and blinking behind his mask, Toby decided that there was no way her luck was that good. There was no way that his luck was that bad. This infuriating woman had seen the Sandbai? And hadn't said anything? Well, he hadn't exactly told her that he was hunting it after all, had he? You. What? Kuratsuchi nodded. Yeah. When we were on the boat after being rescued, I saw a huge dark shape in the water with 3 tails. Or maybe it was 3 heads. Now that I think about it Kuratsuchi paused as suddenly she could see very clearing a spinning red eye behind that mask. I know I joked about it, but I will kill you if you try anything. You clearing saw something with 3 tails? Watching Kuratsuchi nod, Toby sighed and turned to begin trudging back to Kiri without a word. Was it karma? Had he done something horrible in a past life to deserve this? No. He blamed Kakashi for this. Jogging to catch up, Kuratsuchi was more than a little curious. Everything okay there, buddy? Where are we going now? What are you hunting anyway? Doesn't matter, we're going to Uzushio. Oh yay! Does that mean you'll help me? Yes. Anything to be rid of you faster. Oh, don't say that, I think you're warming up to me. Kuratsuchi giggled as Toby continued to grumble under his breath. This guy really needed to lighten up more. But at least they were headed to Uzushio now. That Yuzukage better be prepared for the fight of his life. Lounging about on a couch on the observation deck of the airship, Naruto contemplates what he was going to do next as night has fallen. Sipping on a drink while his free hand stroked through Hinata's hair as she slept with her head in his lap, he wondered about how long it would take for the Raikage to return to his village. He had patience, but not that much after all. Across from him a surly-looking Tsunade dropped down on the couch on the other side of a messy low table he had been using earlier, a large bottle of sake placed down between them on the waiting table that currently held paperwork. Sighing, Naruto gave a bored look to the old woman. Really? Shaking her head and pouring herself a glass, Tsunade grins as she reached forward and refills his own. Not a word, it's been a long day and we have more to talk about. Oh? Like what? Things have been pretty calm between us, haven't they? Ino and Hinata still make regular monthly visits as well, don't they? Oh sure. Except the one person who needs to come and visit from time to time. You gallivant all over the world, saving princesses and destroying bad guys, but what about me? Left and forgotten, that's what. Taking a sip and relaxing back, Tsunade let herself relax with this young man. Please don't take after Jiraiya too much. Love him, but he's an idiot through and through. Oh ho, so you finally admit it, do you? Say a word and I'll skin you alive. I like my skin where it is, thank you. Good. Tsunade is back to grinning. Besides, someone has been stirring up the hornet's nest. The Hyuga have been bothering me non-stop ever since their branch family left. And now that Hanabi is missing? Ugh, tell me you don't know anything, pretty please? Woo, the Hyuga are missing an entire branch of their family, that is big news. Crazy. Naruto sipped his drink while Tsunade watched him quietly, her own drink paused at her lips. What? Tsunade grunted and turned away. If Hayashi ever finds out about the Hataru, and them being in Uzushio, he's going to raise hell. And you know what? You're dealing with him, not me. It's your turn. What are we, divorced parents? He's your problem, not mine. You screwed his eldest daughter on his desk and then left with a majority of his family. This is absolutely your problem. Even if it had been worth a few good laughs at first. It was now becoming a problem. Seriously though, do you know anything about Konohamaru and Hanabi? Nope, but I'll tell my ninja to keep an eye out for them. Naruto was grinning all the same. Those memories had been good ones. Hinata really did have a mean streak in her once she opened up a little. Plus, he could never look at cinnamon rolls the same way again. Shaking his head, Naruto saluted her with his drink, but fine, I'll deal with him if he ever finds out. Only fair I guess. Thanks, you little ingrate. They both turned to see a bored-looking Gaara descending the stairs from the upper levels. Naruto offered a wave while Tsunade saluted with her drink. Shouldn't you both be sleeping? Naruto points at him, shouldn't you? Shrugging and pulling a chair over, Gaara sits between the others and off to the side. Old habits are hard to break. I'm still so used to being up all the time. How's the seal doing anyway? Need it looked at? Naruto had been curious about it and was comforted to see Gaara shake his head. No. In fact, Shikaku and I have been talking. Not much. But, enough. Gaara shrugged again and easily accepted a full drink from Tsunade. We aren't friends. Barely allies even. But it is a start. Naruto nods. Well, good luck, just know that I'm around if you need me to kick the shit out of him. I'll keep that in mind. Oh ho, more meetings without me? I'm hurt. Mei wasn't far behind Gaara, coming to join the group as well even if it was getting late in the evening. She instead chose to join Naruto on his couch, sitting on the opposite side from Hinata. What am I missing this time? Tsunade hands her a glass with a grin. Not much yet. Just some griping and easy drinks. Feel free to complain all you want. Mei accepted the glass and leaned into Naruto. Less complaining, but I do have so many questions for Uzumaki-sama here. Shrugging, Naruto would not be embarrassed right now since he couldn't run away to begin with. Somehow I doubt that any of them are about the villages or Yuzu. Congratulations, as perceptive as ever. Rolling her eyes and watching the Mizukage almost drape herself over the boy, Tsunade grunted, I know it's well earned, but is there a woman alive that you've met and haven't charmed at this point? Because you're a regular little heartbreaker. Gaara looks to the Hokage, a smaller though rare grin on his face. Are you including yourself in that number, Tsunade? As Mei and Naruto chuckle, Tsunade fights down the blush that erupts on her face against her will. I don't know what you're talking about. Taking a drink, she ignores the island duo. Hush, will you? He's old enough to be my grandson. Mei can't help but continue to giggle. That isn't exactly a denial, Tsunade. Do remember I can break mountains in half if needed. Ah, so touchy. Relaxing back and just accepting Mei cuddling into his side, Naruto looks up into the metal deck above them. Mind trailing on his only real and constant concern, I wonder. Do you think a real peace is possible with the world as it is now? He can feel all eyes on him and continues along after taking another small drink. Iwa's making moves to do something in the near future. And Kumo? They've already attacked Uzushio once, even if it was through proxy with the Land of Sky. Is Kumo going to continue this proxy shit? Is IWA going to join in? Naruto sighed and shook his head. It's like they want a new war to start. He had no doubts about how well it would go for them, but of course, he couldn't be everywhere at once. They'd get lucky and then? Well, Kurama said, people respected what they feared. Tsunade had a bit more experience and shook her head at his concerns. Kumo at least knows they can't continue as they have been. Your village sent the Land of Sky packing with absolutely no losses on your end. That's a huge deal as the Land of Sky was formerly one of the most feared nations on the planet. No. Kumo won't try that again, none of the smaller nations even match up to Sky, much less you. Gaara nods with her conclusion, though his mind latches onto what was left. That means something smaller. More subtle then. Kumo is good at that. Mei is curious, looking down as she thought and ignoring the very solid muscles under her back. Something like a strike team then? Or a single actor? An assassin would fit. Naruto said aloud, free hand still stroking Hinata's hair. Not sure it'd be a problem for me though. Tsunade points at him with her glass. That's the point though, you won't be the target. This is Kumo, they'll hit at something precious to you to force you in line with what they want you to do. Here she looks pointedly at Hinata in his lap. It's well within what they have done in the past. Sighing, Naruto grumbles and thinks about a conversation he had with Pain high above the streets of Rain. I sure hope Pain isn't proven correct in all this. I want to build a more lasting peace without more violence. Without massive amounts of bloodshed. Thinking about it and eventually shrugging, he does concede one point. Though, Uzushio won't shy away from bloodshed. We will defend ourselves however we must. We were too close to utter destruction in the past. I won't let that happen again. Not on my watch. Suna will stand with you. Till the end. Gaara grins and raises a glass to Naruto, who nods and returns the salute. Thanks buddy. Mei nods from his side. Kiri will be there as well. Us islanders have to stick together. Sighing and watching the three bond a bit, Tsunade takes another drink and finishes off her glass. I sure hope you know what you're doing, Gaki. I have a small idea, yeah. They all nod and raise a glass, clinking them against each other and all wishing for more hopeful and peaceful days in the future. Mei however leans into him a bit more, offering him a sultry smile. So, who do I have to bother to attain one of those cute tattoos that your girls all have? Is there a story behind them? Blushing while equal parts cursing and praising his luck, he takes a drink to not have to answer right away. Gaara has no problem making it worse. Most men would kill to be in your shoes. Cackling and refilling her glass, Tsunade offers Naruto another toast. You better stock up on those energy drinks, boy. You're going to need it. Should she be a bit more worried that Mei was hunting the younger man? Maybe. Would it all be too hilarious to stop? Absolutely yes. Come find me if you think he's knocked you up, I'll give you a checkup for free. Oh, will you? That'd be delightful. Naruto went back to looking up into the deck above him. This was absolutely not his fault this time. Hinata was taking the blame for Mei. He just wanted to relax from now on. The very shapely body at his side reminded him that that wasn't going to be happening anytime soon. Where was a super-powered bad guy who didn't take hostages? Maybe if he was in combat all the time he could get some sleep? Mei was leaning to whisper in his ear, I wouldn't mind some shared time between myself, you, and this one here. She's fun. Never mind, his life was awesome and there was no need to change it. Oh make. If there was one thing Konohamaru could say he was good at, it was causing chaos. And while the hard-to-get-to storage room had been easy enough to set on fire, escaping without being seen had been a little harder. But, as he and Hanabi ran down a beach while the large ship burned in the background, they both couldn't help but laugh as a dozen pirates gave chase. Well, Konohamaru was laughing as they reached the dune separating the beach from the rest of the land they were on, now hitting a wooded area. Hanabi on the other hand ran along, hand still in his, while berating him about the entire situation. You utter idiot. You said you had a plan. This is not a plan. Sure it is, we're free and on land now aren't we? And on the run. Do you not see that we're being pursued? Hanabi turned back, just in time to see the pirate ship explode into a ball of fire and ash. What? Must have hit the powder room, whoops. Konohamaru kept running, dragging Hanabi along before grunting and pulling her forward. Sorry about this. What are you eep? Tossed in the air for a moment, Konohamaru suddenly had Hanabi in a princess carry, you brute. She pounded on his chest lightly, but not enough to make him stumble. They were on the run after all. You'll thank me later. Konohamaru wanted to fight, but even back on the ship he had noticed that he couldn't control his chakra very well. Maybe something in the food they had gotten? It would explain how they had gotten captured so easily. At least we're somewhere populated. I can see a house ahead. It was a nice little two-story home, very homey really. Hanabi wanted to scream about turning back and fighting, but even she noticed that she couldn't muster up her chakra like she should be able to. Chakra poison perhaps? Or the last dregs of a paralysis potion? Pirates hot on their heels, the pair are just making it to the door of the home before it is thrown open and a woman's shape appears in a box of yellow light. Sliding to a stop, even the pirates pause behind Konohamaru and Hanabi, though one draws a sword and edges closer. Tsunami could say that she was happily surprised, certainly not prepared to see two children running away from what looked like pirates. But, this was Uzushio. The land of the unexpected after all. Putting a smile on her face, she leans down to them, oh dear, do you need assistance? Seeing both nod quickly, she stands up straight to stare at the men behind them. You should leave now. It's your loss this time. The lead man grinning and held up his sword, shut it woman, Give us the kids before we carve you up as well. He had lost a lot of friends back on the ship. Most likely the captain was down as well. Now was the time to show strength and take the lead. On second thought, why don't you come along as well? You look delicious. Tilting her head, Tsunami's smile falls just a bit into a small frown. Oh dear, now you've done it. A single sharp whistle leaves her lips and instantly the clearing in front of her home is full of ninja. All of the pirates are down, disarmed and subdued easily. Tsunami watches the work be done before pointing towards the town. I'm sure they aren't important, but take them in for questioning all the same, will you? Hi Lady Tsunami. And then the ninja were gone, leaving Hanabi and Konohamaru alone with the obviously powerful woman. Tsunami turned back to smile at them. Now then, you're safe now. Tsunami eyed the girl in the boy's arms with a smile. I do think you can let your friend down now. Scrambling and blushing, both children shot away from each other as if on fire. Hanabi has the presence of mind to bow to the woman. Thank you for your assistance in this matter. It is appreciated. My, formal and polite. Tell me, what are your names? Konohamaru was grinning as he thumbed his chest. I'm Konohamaru, this is Hanabi. I can introduce myself, you irritating monkey. Oh yeah, princess? Wanna go back to why we were on a pirate ship in the first place? That was in the past. We're here now. Of all the dash. Tsunami interrupted them by giggling and standing up a bit straighter. Spirited children, weren't they? Okay then, Konohamaru, Hanabi. And why are you out and about alone like this? Hanabi nods. I was actually on a mission. I'm on my way to Yuzushio to find my sister and convince her idiot husband to return home. Oh dear, a young girl with a sister complex, was it? Ho ho, she probably felt like her sister's husband stole her away then. But Tsunami was not one to interfere with family matters. Okay, well, I either know or can get a hold of anyone in these parts. What are their names? Hinata Hyuga, and Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, well that made things a bit more complicated. Well, I can tell you that they are away for now on business but should return within the week. Why don't you come in? I'm sure you have some amazing stories to tell. Ushering them inside, she wondered if the Uzumakis were ready for this? Walking alone behind the thoughtful woman, Hanabi turned to Konohamaru with a peculiar look on her face that the young boy couldn't place right away. So, he decided to wing it. Something on my face? No you oaf. She wanted to berate him, she really and truly did. But Hanabi was nothing if not proper and polite. Konohamaru had done her a great service after all. Thank you. You aren't so bad after all, and you did get us free. Oh ho, so the princess can be nice. Don't make me regret it. Grinning and nodding, Konohamaru takes the win for what it is. Well, you aren't so bad yourself, Hanabi. You just need to relax a bit, go with the flow, you know? Hanabi frowned, that warm feeling coming back to her. Odd. I will, keep that in mind. Now the next part of her plan went into effect, finding her sister and bringing her home. So how far is Yuzushio from here? Tsunami smiled as she sat them down in her living room. Oh? I didn't say already? You're in Yuzushio. Wave District, specifically. Konohamaru grinned and gave Hanabi a wink. See, things worked out. All part of my plan. This was not part of your plan. Can you prove it? Seeing her go silent as the gears really started to turn in her head, Konohamaru's grin grew. See, all part of the plan. This was turning out to be a lot of fun in the end. He'd have to thank Nissan when he saw him. Though Naruto could make untold amounts of clones in order to make use of his time more efficiently, today still found him happily behind his desk and working through a stack of paperwork. This morning, while untangling himself from various bodies, the glare Tayuya had leveled his way had been rather epic. He did owe her after all, making her watch after the village multiple times on short notice. So today she got to be attended to by several clones for a personal spa day, while he got to work. She did make sure he promised to have an actual date night later on, which he was happy to oblige. So here he was in his office as the sun rose to bathe his city in light and warmth while his office was unusually crowded. Mei and Tsunade were lounging about off to the side, drinking and chatting away while Sakura and Sasuke acted the part of guards, though both decided to tease him from time to time. Tsunade cackled as Mei was telling a story about one of her own guards, Chojuro, who had recently walked in on her while she had been changing in an attempt to deliver a report. Tsunade had to take a minute to wipe a very real tear away from her eyes. My god, woman, you're going to give that boy a heart attack. Mei only smirked and twirled her hair between dexterous fingers. The boy means well, but he needs some confidence is all. Why, he may just reach Naruto-sama status one day. As the women laughed and joked around, Naruto read through a report detailing a dedication park that Tayuya had approved that apparently told of his heroic deeds over the last few years. Wonderful. You know, if you want to laze about my office, you could at least offer to help out. Naruto wasn't going to complain about the beautiful women hanging around his office, if they could at least keep it down. Mei of course knows his weakness, leaning back and batting her eyelashes at him with a smirk. Why, you'd put this delicate flower to work, Naruto-sama? She had to repress the shiver that worked down her spine as his eyes latched onto her. Say it isn't so? I thought I was worthy of pampering. Tsunade as well is pointing a finger at him while her other hand holds up a half-full glass of sake. I distinctly remember telling you that I needed to return to my village. You're the one that brought me all the way here, so be happy I'm not wrecking the place. Of course, he had shown her the rather nice little hideaway he was offering her, and it did have an amazing view. Not that she was being tempted, completely at least. This is your fault. It had been a lot of sake stored away in the end. Grumbling and knowing that yes, it was his fault, Naruto went back to work. Know-it-all women. Filing away the park paperwork and reminding himself to have a chat with Tayuya, he pulled free the next in line. Discourse in the land of vegetables? With their success in the land of demons, perhaps they could garner some goodwill here. He'd have to put a team together. Maybe send Koyuki and Cheyenne along after it was confirmed there was no danger present. Seeing Naruto actually focused, Sakura couldn't help but smirk from his left shoulder. You know, if you try to bug out again, Tayuya is going to skin you alive. Seeing her friend twitch at that had her cheering mentally. Sasuke agreed, nodding sagely though Naruto couldn't see him. Either that or she's going to approve even more monuments to you and your family. I really think you underestimate just how much your people love you. Which to Sasuke wasn't a bad thing. Sure, when he was a kid and the Konoha Council heaped praise on him for being an Uchiha, it was unfounded. But here Naruto had earned it with his own blood and sweat. He should bask in it a little. Naruto finally sighed and set that letter into a separate pile to be dealt with later. Maybe he should put a few teams together to address the continent housing the land of demons. The land of sky needed to be brought into the fold now that he had so completely stomped them, and there were several nations within that area's borders that needed assistance or saving. Naruto and Fu have been wanting to explore. Could be fun for them and it'll net Uzushio more allies. Naruto, Undertow Team 3 is here to deliver a report. Ino's voice spoke from his intercom, distracting him for the moment and earning a sigh from him. Sure, send them in. Naruto watched as the wetsuit-wearing team entered his office, sandals at least dry while the rest of their gear was stored away in backpacks. Naruto got the feeling they were literally fresh from a recent patrol. Anything new? Their leader, a shorter man with buzz-cut hair and a deep tan, shook his head. Nothing today, Lord Uzukage. As you ordered, we have adjusted our patrols to account for our newest visitor, though they seem to do nothing but sleep all day long. Handing over a scroll with their daily report, the team of 3 all saluted Naruto smartly. Any new orders, sir? Naruto waved them off as he set the report aside to read later. No, though maybe remind Isaribi to take a break herself today. Hearing the team chuckle as they turned to leave, Naruto just knew he'd have to go track down the shape-shifting woman himself. Either that or send Tayuya after her. I'm surrounded by workaholics. Sakura shifted her weight back and forth, hands on her hips. I know you aren't talking. I'm different, I'm the Kage. Tsunade leaned back to look at him from over a shoulder. Kage need breaks too, brat. I told you that. Naruto nods. You aren't wrong. I know that. The door opened again, and Naruto watched a smirking Ino sashaying her way inside. Oh? What's up, Inoheim? He really hoped the stack of paperwork in her arms wasn't all for him. Preening as she set down the entire stack on his desk, Ino made sure to lean over extra just for him. Oh, nothing, just some drop-offs to be filed away later. Lower-level stuff that didn't need to be completed by you. While Naruto had been away, the Foxden girls had been busy organizing and making sure only work Naruto needed to see made it to his desk. Every moment freed up meant more time for them after all. Also, the Chinoike sent a message that they would like a word with you sometime this week. Naruto nods, doing his best to keep eye contact with Ino's lovely jade eyes. Alright, maybe in a couple of days. I have a few projects to finish up. He still had been making untold amounts of clones early in the morning. He sure hoped the girls enjoyed the upcoming surprise. Ino nods while standing up straight and beginning to strut out of his office. I'll be sure to let En know. Waving a hand over her shoulder, she's soon gone and back at the secretary desk. Why do I feel like we interrupted something? Sakura couldn't help but feel like Ino had been of the mind to continue something else, not just an operations update. Naruto sighed and shook his head. Trust me, you never want to know what's going on in Ino's head. The woman was insatiable and Naruto knew exactly what she would have suggested if his office wasn't full of other people today. Not that he would have said no either. And that sent him on a rabbit hole of thoughts that made paperwork a distant memory. Watching his brother begin to giggle and zone out, Sasuke sighed as his ears caught the distant sounds of rumblings in the air. Looking over his shoulder, he spied an airship making its way towards the tower. Looks like the Suna team has finally returned. That perked Naruto up as the building began to vibrate. Koyuki and the others are home? Perfect. Already making plans to ditch his work to his clones, Naruto felt a soft hand on his shoulder and turned to see a sweetly smiling Sakura there waiting for him. You're gonna remind me that Tayuya will tie my balls in a knot, aren't you? That Sakura only nodded slowly, had Naruto sighing and sitting back down. I'm just excited to see the girls is all. They'll come to you, have some patience, Gaki. Tsunade tossed in her own thoughts before returning to her conversation with Mei. The Mizukage was just full of interesting tidbits. True to her words, after a few minutes of waiting and returning to his paperwork, Naruto was greeted by a happy group of Koyuki, Kotohime, and Karen. Unable to wait, Kotohime is the first to bound his way and drop herself into his lap, giggling and hugging him tightly around the shoulders while Koyuki stood with her arms crossed and Karen had her hands on her hips. Both women secretly wishing they had rushed ahead first. Kotohime was more focused on enjoying her cuddle time. It's good to be home. Naruto nods, kissing the woman lightly before focusing on the others. So I'm guessing things went well in Suna? Feeling a subtle weight leave his shoulders, Naruto was happy to see the rest of his girls home safe and sound. Yes, Suna was an ally, but anything could happen out on the road. Well, he supposed. Koyuki smiled and nodded, having taken a second to bow to Tsunade and Mei in greeting. Yes. Trade expansions with Suna went very well, but we also had a chance to smooth things out with a few other nations. Fang, Claw, mountains and rivers. I may be rushing, but if I can somehow get grass, waterfalls, and rain into talks, we may be able to expand our train network. Which back home she could already feel the engineers in spring celebrating. More allied nations meant more train connections and more work contracts. Sounds like you've been super busy then. But congratulations on a job well done. Naruto grins and hugs Kotohime tightly again, eliciting a laugh from her as he tickled her sides before releasing her. But you should take a break, relax and rest for a while before thinking about more trips. No overworking yourselves. Karen shrugged, we're only taking our cues from you. Shifting her weight from one hip to the other, she graciously let the other pregnant woman exchange places with Kotohime, Koyuki happily enjoying a quick cuddle with the Mizukage. For what it's worth, it's good to see you actually in one place. Naruto stares directly at Karen, who after a minute blushes and looks away. Yeah, I'm not the one who still overworks themselves, am I? Don't let me catch you in the basement for at least a couple of days. More like she'd do it just to get a rise out of him. The minx. Anything else new I need to worry about or should be updated on? Koyuki sighed from her perch in his lap, a thoughtful look on her face. Have you had a chance to talk with Temari yet? Seeing Naruto shake his head with wide eyes, Koyuki shook her own. They are here, correct? Naruto nods. Yeah, Gaara and his siblings are touring the city right now. Why? Letting the woman up, Naruto raised an eyebrow. What did you do? Nothing, that isn't your fault. Koyuki winked at him before standing with Kotohime and Karen. We just had an interesting conversation with Suna's council was all. Hearing Sakura snort behind him and Sasuke give a tired groan, Naruto decided to feign ignorance. It wasn't his fault, he had to remind himself. He didn't do anything. Right. Well, we're all glad you're home. Where's the airship headed next? Koyuki shrugged, back to Spring, and then regular trips between Spring, Yuzu, and Suna. Tsunade gains their attention, standing and stretching with an exaggerated motion before picking up her green jacket and tossing it on. Waving goodbye to Mei, she turns honey-colored eyes towards the pregnant duo. Welp, since I'm here, let's give you girls a checkup. I want to make sure my grandkids are doing well. Kotohime and Koyuki exchange quick glances, before the more brave Kotohime eyes up the Sannin. I'm sure we're fine, Tsunade-sama. Karen does a good job taking care of us. Tsunade easily slid both women under her arms, dragging them away as if they were children. Oh, I'm sure she does, but call it grandma's prerogative. Now come along. Hey Sakura, you two, get over here. Hopping to attention, Sakura is already following Tsunade out of the office. Yes ma'am. Naruto waved them off, a smirk on his face. Good luck. Watching Kotohime and Koyuki protest and yet still get dragged away, he wished them well all the same. Tsunade was the best at what she did after all. His eyes turned to Karen. What about you? Gonna go home and relax? Karen nods. Actually, I think I'm gonna head out, pick up some food. I've got some gossip for Iam after all. Here she grins at him. Wanna ditch work and have a date? I'd love to, but I'd rather not acquire a certain woman's wrath. Oh, did you piss off Tayuya again? Karen snorted as he nodded glumly and came around finally to share a soft kiss with him. Oh you. I'll bring you back something and we'll see about that pesky woman. Hey, bring me back some ramen would ya? And tell Iam Nachan I said hey. Naruto felt his heart soar as Karen nodded and winked at him. And I promise, we can hit the town later and have a proper date, okay? Seeing her smile brightly for him, she too was gone through the door after a moment. Sasuke smirks, relaxing a bit more with his own girlfriend long gone. You just can't help yourself, can you? I have no reason to, call me greedy. Having some space finally, Naruto made a pair of clones who took the previously left pile of paperwork to begin filing it away on his bookshelf. Seeing Mei watching him curiously, he focused on her for a moment. Have anything you want to do while you are here? Besides maybe a few days just exploring the city? No. I should be returning to my own village after all. Mei knew that her own work was most likely piling up, and they had a small backlog of missions. Unless you can spare some clones to take care of my own paperwork. Yeah, I don't think it'd work out quite as well. Naruto sighed as Mei gained a twinkle in her eyes and decided he didn't want to know what thoughts were going on in her head. Naruto, Riptide Team 1 has returned. With guests. Ino's voice again broke the silence of the office and Naruto raised an eyebrow at the slight worry in her voice. Interesting. Send M. Naruto watched as a worn-out Yugo and the Fuma girls entered his office, followed by a taller Bishonen-type man and a tired but anxious-looking blonde girl. The man was dressed in traditional blues noting from Kiri, while the girl was dressed in a mix of ninja attire that was purple and black. Watching his team come to attention, he noted idly Mei's eyes locking on the man. Standing quickly, Mei is soon off to the side of his desk, staring directly at Utakata. You, Utakata, you're alive? Where have you been? Oh, hello, Lord Mizukage, it's been a long journey. Obviously. I sent an Umbu team to inform you that leadership had changed and it was safe for you to return. When the team returned without you I was more than a little confused. What was so important that you would risk staying away from the village with the likes of Akatsuki out and about? Looking everything like a put-upon son, Utakata turned for some type of help from the Riptide team or Hataru. All of such however knew not to get involved with a Kage dressing down one of their ninja. I had a previous engagement. Is that so, something more important than a summons from your Kage? I'd love to hear that story. Mei turned to bow to Naruto. I need him for a moment, please don't mind us. Mei didn't wait, grabbing Utakata by the arm and dragging him off to the side towards Naruto's weapon wall, voice low to continue her questioning. Naruto offered a silent prayer to the man before turning back to his team. Looks like you all had some fun. What's the report? Yugo stands a bit straighter while taking the time to explain to Naruto everything that happened while they had been returning from their mission in Claw. From finding Hataru wandering the forest, to their tracking down of the Akatsuki hidden base and encountering Itachi. That got a rise out of Naruto, but Yugo continued on to explain Kin's plan to get away, and their frantic flight back to Uzushio with Utakata and Hataru's deal with them for Finder her sensei. At the end of it, Yugo bowed deeply to Naruto. I understand I may have overstepped my bounds, taking on a mission like this. I will submit myself for whatever punishment you deem necessary. Naruto quickly waved a hand and bid Yugo to raise his head. None of that. You did nothing that I wouldn't have done myself. You did the right thing, Yugo, I won't be punishing you for that. Naruto gave Kin an appraising eye however. The young woman had found a way to break out of an Uchiha Genjutsu and wasn't that something to note? Go ahead and head up to our home, get some rest, and then file a complete report tomorrow. Make note, Kin, in as much detail as you can, about Itachi's Genjutsu. You did well, congratulations. All three members of Riptide bowed deeply to their lord. Yes, Uzumaki-sama. And yet, they stayed behind as Naruto's gaze now turned to the fidgeting Hataru, who stood ramrod straight as his eyes locked onto her. Now then, what to do with you? Naruto eyed the blonde and wondered what he could do with yet another clan at his disposal. While he felt a certain way about a clan willing to use a sacrificial technique that could build a living bomb out of a person, he couldn't pass up more ninja. Are you sure you speak for your whole clan? Hataru was nervous. Even she had heard some of the rumors surrounding the Uzukage and his certain appetite. Yes sir. I can speak for them. While that wasn't entirely true, she was sure after everything that had happened she could convince the chief to see her side of things. We are a strong and proud clan, I'm sure we can fill whatever role you need. Naruto hums at that, thinking it over. Is that so? Mind already wondering if the clan would relocate here or not, which meant more work to find them suitable living space. Or maybe they could stay where they were, not like everyone needed to migrate to Uzushio at this point. What was their specialty anyway? Hataru wasn't privy to his thoughts, only instead watching the intense look on concentration settling on his face while he watched her. Wondering if the rumors were in fact true, and eventually beginning to worry about it and wanting to make sure her village would be treated fairly, Hataru sighed mentally and bowed deeply to him. Of course, if needed, I could serve the Uzukage directly in any capacity. Naruto was only half paying attention, nodding his head absent-mindedly. Aha! Coming back to his senses, he eyed the bowing girl before shrugging, won't be necessary. Instead, head out to my secretary Ino and have her set you up with a temporary living space while we get in contact with your clan. While you agreed with my team to become members of Yuzushio, I'd like to make sure that it is in fact something your clan wants. Naruto wasn't about to force anyone to join him after all. Hotaru stood up straight, a bit puzzled but nodding all the same. If that is what you wish, Uzumaki-sama. Maybe he wasn't some nefarious womanizer after all? Naruto nods and motions to the door. We'll put a team together in a few days and escort you back to your clan. Yuzushio is always willing to make new friends, and we'll settle things properly in negotiations. Naruto turned eyes towards Riptide and winked at them. Go get some rest, all of you. You've more than earned it. Yugo and the others turned to leave, letting Hotaru leave before them. As you wish, Naruto-sama. Yugo's voice still carried a hint of how tired he was, but he was smirking all the same. Naruto waved him off. I told you Yugo, it's Naruto. Ru-2. Of course, Naruto-sama. Kin giggled as Sasami leaned into her for support. I'm so tired Kin. Kin nods. Yeah, we've gotta step up our training. Sleep. Kin shook her head as they left, tray-eyeing. And then the door was closed. Ino's surprised face the last thing they saw as Hotaru began speaking with her in a hushed voice. Not worried about them now that he knew they were home, Naruto turned to Mei and Utakata, who looked seconds away from trying to jump out his window. Mei looked ready to throttle the Jinchuriki and Naruto felt like helping the guy out. So, hate to interrupt, but seeing as my team brought you in, what would you like to do from here on, Utakata, right? Seeing a safe haven, Utakata turns to Naruto quickly, though Mei continues to glare at his back. Honestly, with everything settled and apparently the news that Kirigakure has indeed settled our civil war, I'd like to return home. I'd like to see it for myself. Feeling eyes burning into the back of his head, Utakata began to sweat, and I'd like to check in on Hotaru, at least once or twice. The girl was responsible for saving him in the end. He owed her that much. Naruto's estimation of the other Jinchuriki goes up a bit. Well, Yuzu and Kiri are allies now, so you should be able to freely travel to see her from now on. Naruto wasn't going to stand in the way of a Jinchuriki finding love if that was what this was. Life was hard enough for them. I'm sure we can arrange some quick travel back to Kiri. Mei is standing next to Utakata in a blink, one arm wrapped around his own while she smiled sweetly at Naruto. If you don't mind, I'll escort this troublemaker home. Mei winked at Naruto. I will of course continue to offer you a free visit when time allows. Hopefully sometime soon, yes? Naruto can't help but nod, thankful to have a reprieve from the woman even if it was only because her focus had shifted to another poor soul. I'll come and visit soon. I'd love to see your home. Naruto eyed up Utakata and mentally saluted the man and his sacrifice. I'm sure getting your lost ninja home and settled is at the top of your to-do list right now. Mei nods quickly. I'm glad you understand, Naruto-sama. Here she turns to Utakata. Now then, shall we go? You have a lot to answer for after all. Utakata is soon dragged away. Mei focused on the single task of getting Utakata back in Kiri and hopefully far away from Akatsuki's clutches. I'll show you, the Mist Village has done a lot of self-reflection lately. You'll see voice fading as they left the office. Naruto was finally left alone with Sasuke, office much more peaceful after the last hour or so. Relaxing back into his very comfortable chair, Naruto gave thanks to the kami for the quiet. Sasuke can't help but poke at him. Looks like that Utakata just saved you a lot of headaches for now. Yup, even if I'll probably pay for it later. Oh yeah? Leaving a tired and worn out Jinchuriki with their Kage who apparently actually really cares about them wasn't a good idea. Sasuke chuckles as Naruto's shoulders slump a bit. He'll live. Oh, I'm not worried about that. I'm more worried about how much Mei is going to want to thank me later for my team helping him out and rescuing him. Yeah. You're on your own there. It's not my fault. You're the Kage Naruto, it's all your fault. Shit. I'll pray for you. I'll need it, thanks. Naruto returned to his work, mentally gearing himself back up while Kurama finally seemed to wake and yawn loudly in his mind. We still on for tonight? Yeah, you ready? I was born ready, little brother. Good. They had something fun to get to for once. Hinata was enjoying a short trip through the city and now in wave as she considered what had her out and about today. It was rare for her to be summoned by anyone other than Naruto or one of the other Fox Den girls these days. Sure, officially she didn't have much to do with the inner workings of Yuzushio, but unofficially she, like many of the other girls, had found interesting roles to play when they had the free time. Working as a secretary for Naruto was fun and something important to do, but her real calling came from her work dealing with relations between the various ninja clans within Yuzushio. Born from her original desire to see her own clan reformed and changing its ways, she now wanted to see all of the Yuzushio clans working together towards common goals. So now these days she was the one they called when there were minor conflicts of interests between clans, or when negotiations needed to be scheduled. It was fun and fulfilling work, and something that she had been happy to do. Niji and the Hataru clan certainly didn't complain, instead trying to get her to take on the role of clan head for them. Not that she would. No. She was still trying to get Niji to fully take that role. But today was different. Tsunami had sent a messenger along to find her. So here she was walking along the streets of Wave while she wondered if maybe a new clan had taken up residence in Wave while they all had been away. Either that or maybe Tsunami herself had something personal to bring up with the girl. That thought sent Hinata wondering, curious if maybe Tsunami was finally ready to move on. Maybe she was interested in Naruto as well? That'd be a surprise to be sure. Waving to a few passerby who recognized her, Hinata tried and failed to shake the thought. Tsunami did seem very at ease dealing with Naruto and adjusting to their group whenever she had time to visit. Plus she always had such wonderful tips for various, homemaking, tasks. Blushing and shaking her head to clear it of dirty thoughts, Hinata huffed and focused on her walk. Reaching Tsunami and Tezuna's home, Hinata knocks on the door and waited for a moment. Hearing footsteps, the door is open to reveal a brightly smiling Tsunami who steps back to allow Hinata entrance. Welcome Hinata, how are you? Doing well I hope. Tsunami gives her new wardrobe a glance, eyeing the braid her long hair was now in. I love the new look. Hinata nods as she comes in, waiting for Tsunami to close the door behind her. Thank you. I've found that being more open with myself and my feelings has been very liberating. Plus it helps that Naruto likes it. So I'm well. We just returned from the Kage summit. All good news there. Tsunami took the lead, leading Hinata deeper into her home with a smile and a wave. I hope this is just a friendly chat you have planned. You certainly didn't give me a lot of details. Tsunami still has a smile on her face as she bows lightly. Yes well, this situation was a bit personal and I wasn't sure how to bring it up through a missive. So I decided bringing you here personally was for the best. Well that certainly lined up with Hinata's thoughts. Well, you know a Tsunami, you're always welcome to speak your mind with whatever you need. We'll never judge you after all. Tsunami was instrumental in the formation of Yuzushio, so they more than owed her a great deal. If the woman needed some comfort, they were more than willing to give up Naruto for a few nights. Tsunami was thankful that the Uzumakis were so laid back, though mentally she was way off target on what Hinata was hinting at. Yes well, a few days ago we received some interesting visitors that I think you'll want to see for yourself. Coming into her living room, Tsunami stands aside as a perplexed Hinata turns to take in Hanabi and Konohamaru sitting on one of the couches. Eyes going wide, Hinata stands stock still as Hanabi smirks at her sister. Eyeing the older girl who apparently decided to ditch her modesty during her time in Yuzushio, Hanabi instead decided to focus on the speech she had prepared for when she met her sister. Hello dear sister, surprised to see me? Blinking owlishly for a moment as all of her thoughts were derailed, Hinata took a moment to mentally reboot. Hanabi? Was she under a genjutsu? How could her sister possibly be here? And without Hayashi? Why yes, it's me. I've come explain in great detail the error of your dash. Hanabi didn't get to finish as her sister was suddenly in front of her, dragging her to her feet and shaking her back and forth. Hinata, for all her calm and happy demeanor, suddenly remembered that the Hyuga were nothing but giant pains in the ass. What are you doing? You aren't supposed to be here and I know father wouldn't have given you the okay to leave home. Did you get an escort? Permission? You didn't did you? Hinata paused in her shaking, seeing Hanabi try and fail to form words as she had not prepared for an assertive Hinata to take control right away. You foolish girl. Do you have any idea how much trouble you could have caused? And look, you dragged Konohamaru into this. Where did you go? Do you know how dangerous things are for someone like you outside of the village? You risked your life and for what? What? I just know when father finds out he's going to try and force Konoha to lodge a complaint against Yuzushio for this. Hinata pauses again, Hanabi's eyes swirling as the older girl sighed finally, heart rate starting to come down to something more normal. If you wanted a visit I would have come to you, all you had to do was call. Send a message. Anything. You know Lady Tsunade communicates with Naruto and I. Laughing and having not stopped since Hinata started shaking the proud and lofty Hanabi, Konohamaru was clutching his stomach with real glee. Serves the princess right. I told you so. Hanabi took a second to shake herself from her sister's hands, repressing her urge to give Konohamaru the finger as she looked up into the firm but all worried eyes of her older sister. Had she really been so wrong about everything? No. Impossible. Your idiot husband is influencing you too much. Just look at yourself. That's why I came all this way to dash. Why was her sister suddenly looming over her with an aura of clear murderous intent surrounding her? Suddenly it was very hard to breathe. Think carefully on your next words, little sister. I love you, but speaking out of turn about my husband will require correction. Do you understand? Hinata missed her sister, yes, but she would not put up with anyone speaking ill of Naruto or her new family. Hanabi kept wide eyes on her suddenly very scary big sister. Maybe she had miscalculated her. I feel like I've made a mistake. Hinata nods, smiling pleasantly and sitting them both down on Tsunami's couch while said woman had snuck away to the kitchen to give them some privacy. Now then. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Hinata locked eyes with Hanabi. Tell me everything. Why are you here? Confronted with the fact that Hinata was not the weak-willed girl that she remembered before she left Konoha, Hanabi was suddenly very unsure of how to continue. Blushing and looking away, fidgeting with her hands, she was faced with the reality that nothing had gone the way she had hoped on this journey. Not even confronting her sister, which should have been the easiest part of all of this. Here sat a strong and confident woman who knew exactly who she was, and it was a bit humbling. Konohamaru eyed the suddenly shy Hanabi and stabbed right to the core of the problem, speaking up and knowing Hanabi might shank him later. Hanabi just missed you was all. The princess just doesn't know how to admit it. Unable to stop the growl that left her throat, Hanabi turned to Konohamaru who blurted out the words that were in her mind, the monkey should mind their own business. Her thoughts were derailed further when instead of another shaking fit, Hinata pulled her into a soft and very comfortable hug, nestling Hanabi's head in her ample bosom. Wah? Hinata sighed, emotions finally calmed down some as she really thought about things. Hanabi was safe and sound, and that was what was important. She could grill her more later she supposed. You foolish girl. Next time just call me. I missed you as well, little sister. She really had as well. While she still felt like punting her father into orbit, she had always wished that she had reconciled with her sister before she left. Now perhaps, was a chance to do just that. Holding Hanabi out at arm's length, Hinata held eye contact with the girl. Please promise me that next time you won't risk your life and you'll just call me instead? Nodding dumbly, Hanabi doesn't fight the hug that she's pulled back into. This was nice. Warm. Safe. Was this how mother would have held her? It sure felt like a mother's embrace. Deciding not to fight it and just accept it while her own arms snake around Hinata's midsection, Hanabi does promise herself to stomp Konohamaru into the dirt for getting involved later. But that was for later. She could admit to herself that she did miss her elder sister. After a few minutes Hanabi finally pulls away, blush still on her face as she clears her throat in an attempt to preserve what dignity she still had. Well, it's good to see you well, sister. Hanabi couldn't look her in the eye and instead focused on the grinning Konohamaru. Where is that oafish husband of yours? Chuckling and deciding that Hanabi needed a bit of a reality check, Hinata stood slowly and motioned for them to follow her. I think then, we should head to the mansion. Naruto is busy with work, but I'm sure he'll make an exception for you both. Both younger ninja blink at her tone, watching as she bowed deeply to Tsunami who waved her off with a smile. Konohamaru is the first to speak up. Why would Naruto and I-san be busy? Hinata however captures Hanabi's hand in her own, dragging the girl along with a smile on her face. Well, he is the Kage, he's usually very busy. You knew that, didn't you? Hinata was focused forward as they reached the door, bowing again to Tsunami while missing the surprised looks on Hanabi's and Konohamaru's faces. Well, today suddenly was very interesting. Hinata was just happy to have her sister safe and sound. Hopefully the drama wouldn't be too bad. So, who wants to explain how you made it here? Faced with the information that they were about to be in even more trouble, Konohamaru instantly pointed at Hanabi. She got us captured by pirates. Blinking, Hinata turned to her sister slowly. What? You dirty traitor. Better you than me, princess. Hinata stared at both of them for a moment, mind still not catching up properly. Pirates? You blew up their ship though. It was a good plan. Blowing up a pirate ship and escaping their angry crew is a good plan? It is when you live. Blinking again, Hinata snatched both children by their shoulders. Explain. Now. Hanabi shared a nervous look with Konohamaru. This is your fault, you dumb monkey. Says you, princess, you're the reason we're out here in the first place. Hopefully Naruto would be nicer when they finally found him. His wife was scary. It is late into the evening as he settles down into his office. From his window he takes a moment to watch his village begin to wind down as night falls. As his gaze rakes over them, his mind goes back to the summit and the now anointed Uzushio and the Uzukage. There was danger there, A's intuition telling him that that boy was going to be real trouble. Killer Bee's warning again echoed in his mind before the Raikage shook the thought away. He had allied with IWA specifically because of this. He would use Iwa's hatred of the boy to further Kumo's own cause. Above all else, he wanted to enrich Kumo and its people. Sure, he knew it was hypocritical at times, but in the end he did what was necessary to ensure his people's future. From the front office, Mabui came walking into his office. While the brown-skinned and silver-haired woman continued to dress as many would expect a secretary should, A had to remind many that she was more than capable of killing full-grown men. Tonight, however, as she sat down one last stack of folders for him to go through, she gave him a worried look. "Sire, you should call it a night. You don't have to catch up on your work all in one night." Mabui turned lightly to motion towards the door. "Everyone else has left for the night." A considers her for a moment, knowing that she meant well enough before shaking his head. "I won't be much longer. Go on and head home. I just have a bit more for tonight." A waved a hand to dismiss her. She was one of his most loyal ninja, and she deserved the rest. "Go home, get some rest. There's always more work tomorrow." Taking the dismissal, Mabui took a step back and bowed to her. "Kage, as you say, Lord Raikage." With a smart-about face, Mabui strode out of his office, closing the door behind her without another word. A considers the closed door, wondering if maybe he should send Darui or maybe Samui to go and do something nice for the woman. She usually ended up overworking herself. Maybe he should order her on a vacation or something. The girl works too hard, she deserves something nice. Muttering to himself, he only jumps a little when another voice chuckles in response to his voiced thoughts. "You know, hearing you actually give a shit about your people raises my opinion of you. Not much, but a little bit." Naruto was grinning, holding up 2 glasses and a large bottle of sake. "I'm not here to fight, unless you want to." Sitting down in one of the chairs before the other man's desk, Naruto fills up both glasses before taking one for himself, relaxing and waiting for A's reaction. "It's not poison, I'm here to talk, not kill you. Like you could." I put the question for how the boy was here at all on the back burner. The fact was that he was here and no alarms were going off. That was more than enough to actually pay attention. I must be dreaming. The lack of sleep finally catching up with me. Naruto shrugs, taking a sip of sake while leaning back, taking the chair he was in up onto 2 legs. "Doubt that. I keep reminding everyone that I can be sneaky when I want to be. I was out running Konoha Umbu before I even graduated from the academy." Using a bit of wind chakra to push the other glass towards A, Naruto nodded his way once. "Seriously, share a drink with me. Let's hash things out as peacefully as we can." Seeing A shake his head, hands tended together as he watched the blonde, Naruto sighed and took another sip. "Look, for both of our sakes, I'm going to make this as quick as possible. What makes you think I'm going to let you leave now that you're here?" I was careful not to make any sudden moves right away, though he was circulating a small amount of chakra through him in order to activate his lightning armor at a moment's notice. "I could kill you for this. Because I walked in here completely unnoticed. Nice village you have, by the way. This really would be a nightmare to try and siege if it came to war. Mountains are a bitch and a half." Here Naruto finally levels a cold glare A's way. "Of course, you're welcome to try and kill me if you like. I'm sure you'll have a bitch of a time doing just that." Naruto had no illusions of just how destructive their battle would be. But that wasn't why he was here. All options are on the table though. Of course they are. Naruto wasn't about to deny that. Kurama would be happy to help out with this one. "I recommend a raisin shuriken enema." "That's disgusting." "He deserves it." Both men stare each other down for a minute, before A sighs and picks up the other glass, taking a sip and refusing to compliment the taste. It was good, but the boy wouldn't get anything positive from him. "So get to your point, why are you here?" Naruto smirked and ticked off a box in his head. "Well, to be blunt, right now there are several transformed copies of me extracting the Uzumaki remnants from your holding pens." Naruto's glare returned, but he didn't comment on it further, happy enough to see the enraged look pass over A's face. "When I'm done, you'll vow to leave Uzushio and the Uzumaki clan alone. You do that, and I'll never again darken your doorstep without your invite, and I won't bring up this bullshit ever again." Naruto had figured out that A was a good leader to his people. He just didn't consider anyone outside of his village as equal to them. Too bad for him. Naruto was willing to do a lot for his own people and clan. A however had to fight down a growl that rose in his throat. "I'll do whatever I deem necessary for Kumo. This is an act of war as far as I'm concerned." "Yeah. I thought you'd think as much." Naruto finished off his drink and balanced the empty glass on a finger, taking his eyes off of the Raikage. "So then here's the real deal." Flipping the glass into the air, with a thought it froze in place. Naruto then turned Rinnegan eyes towards the Raikage, sage chakra also flowing through him while he settled an oppressive layer of killing intent on the larger man. "You keep this up, if Kumo marches on Uzushio or its allies, I'll be back." And I will erase Kumo from existence. Chuckling and putting down his own glass, A shakes his head, my, you're actually no different from myself or Inoki, are you? You're just as willing to spill blood as all of the previous Kage before you. So much for peace. Letting his chakra dissipate, Naruto shrugged, I don't want it to be this way. But you and Inoki are old blood who refuse to see that the world is changing around you. Naruto let the glass go mentally, catching it in a hand to admire his reflection in its surface. You only respond to visceral amounts of violence. And well, I'm capable of giving you as much of that as you want. A leans back in his own seat, arms crossing as he considers his options. You won't be allowed to get away with this, one way or another. It was too bad, but A was going to have to smack down Uzushio sooner than expected. Hopefully they could make use of the Kyuubi in a new container afterwards. Naruto pretends to think about it, head tilting this way and that before the glass is again balanced on a fingertip. That secretary of yours, Mabui was it? Sweet girl, easy on the eyes. Twitching, A can feel something dark settle in his chest. You dash. And the rest of your village. I wonder how they'll fare in the war you so desperately want. What about Team Samui? Your guard, Darui was it? What about them? Cold eyes looked at A through the empty glass that Naruto held up. You know what I'm known for. I'm not like the other villages. I won't be coming back to lay siege to your mountain fortress. All it'll take is me, alone and a single well-placed bomb. Naruto smirked finally as the Raikage began to tremble with barely held back rage. About the only one safe is Killer Bee. Where is he, by the way? You're hiding him away, aren't you? Standing and smashing a fist down into his desk, grit his teeth. I will personally grind you into a fine paste, you cocky brat. Hey relax. You started this after all. Naruto ticked off with his fingers as he watched the enraged Kage. Never mind kidnapping the Uzumaki, which is a death sentence all on its own, but then sending the Sky Village to attack my home? Oh, can't forget kidnapping Hinataheim when she was younger, or the various atrocities you perpetuated on the Uzumaki over the years. Oh, and largest of all, helping with Uzushio's original destruction. Can't forget that. Naruto turned all his fingers over and gave a the bird. You have a lot to answer for, old man. In a blink, A is above Naruto with his body wreathed in lightning with a fist cocked back for a final blow. In the next blink, A has crashed into the floor, shaking the very tower itself while Naruto is settling himself in the Raikage's very plush chair. Maybe he could get one like this? Man, you're jumpy. You really can't handle someone getting one over on you for once, can you? Buffing his nails as A stands and turns back to face him, Naruto grins all the more. You're fast, just not fast enough. Grunting and keeping his eyes locked on the blonde, you're just like your father. You're quick when it comes to running away. Pausing in thought, Naruto decides the time for playing around was long over. Setting his glass down next to the Raikage's own full one, Naruto stands slowly. Look, I came here to offer you a chance to end things here as peacefully as we could. I didn't want to see more bloodshed between our villages and I still don't. But from here on it's up to you. I'll respond accordingly to whatever you decide to do. Taking a deep sigh, Naruto turned sage-empowered Rinnegan eyes on A. I want peace. But I won't just roll over and die. You won't have a choice. Already in Naruto's personal space, A brings his fist crashing down into his chair where Naruto had been standing. Instantly back up and turning back to where Naruto had been originally, he doesn't miss the mass of chakra surrounding the boy. Just saying. This could have been peaceful. Chakra gathering in his palm, Naruto mentally called this meeting a dud. Shinra Tensei. The outpouring of chakra obliterates the office. The Raikage launched at speed to crash through a building before landing in the street to create a crater there. Alarms sound throughout the village and already I can see his ninja up in arms and swarming over the rooftops, several making for his office while a few were already alighting on the pavement around him. Unhurt for the moment but for his pride, the Raikage groaned as he stood. Shifty brat. Keep it up, and I'll be back. I'm not opposed to using overwhelming force and fear to get my way. Not anymore. Naruto's voice wafted through his ears, before A can pinpoint where the boy is. Several ninja were around him now, but the questions that were flying fell on deaf ears as the Raikage considered his enemy's words. So the boy wanted to play in the big leagues, did he? Fine by him. Darui is there, pushing through the crowd as several fires spring up around the village. Lord Raikage. Are we under attack? A grunts, coming to his feet and waving off the assembled ninja. See to any wounded and put out the fires, quickly. Several ninja give their compliance and race away, while he begins to walk back towards his office, Darui at his heels. Put a team together to repair my office. Darui frowns, considering what he knew and what he had seen on the way here. It was the Uzumaki, wasn't it, sir? There were already reports that the fires were located at the holding pens. No one outside of the village knew about those. Don't speculate, just do as I say for the moment. A's mind was already racing. The boy was able to sneak into his village unseen, steal away those captured Uzumaki and hand him a solid loss in a quick fight. None of that information boded well for future battles, but A refused to stand down before that whelp. Feeling Darui still there, having delegated tasks to another lower ninja, A gave him more orders. I want 2 teams put together, specialized in infiltration and extraction. Understood. Darui nodded quickly. It will be done. And then he was gone, leaving us standing in the street below his office, where he could just make out a giant smiling face painting in orange all over the tower. Snotty brat. I'll show you Kumo's real might. It was time to impress Killer B on his duty to the village. B. The sun was high, the waves crashed against the rocks of his personal training ground, and Naruto was all grins as his family and a few friends were all gathered together for his final surprise for a long while. Sakura and Sasuke stood on either side of him while all of the girls mingled and gathered before him. Behind them all Tsunade stood with deceptively calm hands on the shoulders of Hanabi and Konohamaru after having vowed to take the 2 home personally after all the trouble they had caused. Hadn't that been a surprise last night, but Hinata had been giddy all day because of their little visit and Naruto had been thankful for it. Now however, as the girls expressed their curiosity about why he summoned them all out here together, Naruto made enough clones for everyone before holding up a hand. Just you wait. I want to show you something really special. This had been a work in secret for a while now, after all, only sped up because of Sasuke and Sakura's arrival. Ino is next to Tayuya, grinning and bumping hips with the fiery girl. Think we're getting a surprise vacation? Ino easily hopped into her clone's arms, smirking at it. How about it, big guy? No can do, Ino. Tayuya hums at that. It's been a while. Think we'll go back to hot springs? Her own clone pulled her into a soft hug from behind, eliciting a purr from her lips. Karen shakes her head. No way. Maybe we're going on a major tour this time. He was muttering about the land of birds last night. Or it might have been vegetables. Or valleys. That continent had more than a few problems. Her own clone hugged her much as Tayuya's own did. Kotoheim hums at that, delighted to have her own younger sister with them even if Kin wouldn't stop fussing over her belly. I doubt Naruto would bring all of us outside of Uzushio right now, the worry wart. It was endearing really, if a little frustrating. Several clones joined up with the Riptide team as well as herself and Koyuki. Konohamaru grunted as a clone placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm in trouble, aren't I, Nisan? Like you wouldn't believe. You deserve it, Baka. Hanabi knew better than to mouth off to the powerful feeling clone that settled a hand on her shoulder as well. Certainly her sister would help her out later. Konohamaru grinned at the girl. You'll warm up to me eventually, Nabs. Nah, Nabs? It's Hanabi. Ha. Nah. Bye. Don't assume to be so familiar with me, monkey. See, there it is, there's my nickname. And maybe I'll start calling you Firecracker then. Squawking and caught off guard, Hanabi was left speechless for a moment. Eventually she took a deep breath to really wind up for a tirade before the clone with her flicked her on the forehead. What was that for you, oaf? A free hand came up to rub at the sore spot. Chill out, Firecracker, the show is about to start. Tsunade did her best to ignore the strong chest that hugged her from behind. What with her hands occupied at the moment, I'm going to bash both you brats into the floor if you don't quiet down. And possibly Naruto as well, this was his fault after all. Watching as the rest of the group was joined by a clone, Naruto raised a hand. You'll all just have to wait and see. And with a thought, they all flashed away. In the next breath the entire group was settled in a heavily wooded area, though they could still smell the sea air and hear waves in the distance. Curious as the clones all let their passengers go, Naruto waved them off and the clones rushed away to parts unknown. Naruto was in front of everyone still, grinning and holding his arms out wide. Welcome one and all, this is a very special place I'd like to introduce you to, so please, follow me. Ino notes as they walk several varieties of plants and flowers that lined their little path, which was carefully cobble-stoned. I know most of these are Land of Fire native. But taking a look at the thin but dark wood trees around them, those were certainly yuzu trees. Where are we? Next to her, Hinata is doing her best to refrain from using her Byakugan, not wanting to spoil Naruto's surprise. We haven't traveled far, I don't think. We must still be in Yuzu. Tayuya is on the other side of Hinata as they walk along, admiring all the greenery while casting glances at Team 7 who were bantering back and forth with easy laughter. We are. I don't know exactly which island, but I remember seeing a survey report that described a heavily forested island. Putting a hand to her temple as if to massage the answers out of her brain, Tayuya eventually gave it up. Whiskers has been keeping a secret. A surprise? Not a secret. Naruto called out as they continued to walk, while just behind him Naruto and Fu are almost bouncing in place. Naruto notices and wags a finger their way, and no flying off. This is a surprise for everyone in the family. You'll get to explore, don't worry. Fu puffed out her cheeks, spoil sport. Naruto laughed and hugged the girl to her side. I'm sure it'll be fine. Like he said, we'll get to explore later. Anoka raises a hand. Did you find something special out here? Karen nods her head along, like a private hot spring. That gets a few murmurs from the group. Chuckling, Naruto shook his head. It's just ahead, just be patient. Tayuya is still watching Team 7 while the rest of the group finally settles in and just enjoys the peaceful walk. She pokes Ino in the side to gain her attention. I have a feeling Sakura and Sasuke have some idea of what's up. They're too calm. Ino starts to pay attention to the group, eventually nodding with Tayuya's estimation of things. You're right. They're moving like they've been here before. Hinata hums at that. What could be out here that Naruto would show them first but not us? Hinata didn't think Naruto would have been doing anything dangerous out here, but even still, he was known to go overboard. The group breaks through the tree line, seeing that they were actually rather high up on a hill. This gave them a view of a high-walled district laid out before them, a large lake towards the rear of which, while at the main gate several of Naruto's clones could be seen running away. Here Naruto turned with Sakura and Sasuke, a wide smile still on his face. Everyone could easily see the Uchiha crest on one door of the main gate, but the Uzumaki crest on the other was a surprise. Sasuke coughed to gain everyone's attention. Welcome to the Uchiha district, moved here from Konoha by myself and Naruto. Well, mostly Naruto. Teamwork brother, teamwork. Anyway. Sasuke accepted Sakura's hand in his, enjoying the gentle squeeze from her as reassurance. Originally I had wanted to leave it all alone, as a monument to the lives lost of my clan. But, after some thinking and watching what Uzushio has become, I decided against that idea. The dead wouldn't want to see their homes crumble to dust after all. Instead, I'd rather see the Uchiha honored by the living, much as the Uzumaki fallen would. So, Sasuke turns to look out at the sprawling district, with a few additions on the far side of the lake, so myself and Naruto came up with an idea. We planned on joining the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans anyway, so why not start here? I have my family home, so why turn the rest of the district into a private clan compound for all of us? That set the entire group buzzing, and Sasuke nodded to Naruto, who motioned everyone forwards. Down the hill they went, entering the district through the wide open gates while following after the quiet Team 7. There was less banter here while everyone took in the refurbished homes and shops, empty for now, but in the future? Well, who knew? It was a few minutes before they moved through the main district, reaching the Uchiha clan home where Sasuke and Sakura peeled off from the group. We have some cleaning up to do ourselves, but we'll be along shortly. Sakura winked at Amaru. Don't worry, we won't be long. Naruto turned back to also wink at the girl. You're free to hang here first if you like. Amaru shook her head. No, I want to see it. They all could see the massive 3-storied home on the other side of the lake, and everyone had their own idea of what Naruto had planned. As they continued on, Amaru glanced back only once to see Sakura and Sasuke wave them away before disappearing into their home. Another few minutes of walking brought them to a truly massive home with a well-kept front yard nestled between two wings of the home. Behind such was a training ground and what looked like a natural hot spring. But as Naruto led them to the front doors, he paused to again turn and address them all. So I've loved the Uzumaki mansion, and don't get me wrong, I don't want to move out of it completely. But having an actual home for the Uzumaki clan felt really important to have. We're going to have kids on the way, and they should be able to have a safe and out-of-the-way place to be able to run around and grow. Not in the middle of that super busy city. So for us, and future generations, I built this home for all of us. Naruto looked up to the 3-story home built of deep red woods and dark supporting oak. Stone was used at the lower foundations, but everything was styled in a very Konoha way that everyone took notice of. Tayuya is the first to raise a hand. When did you have the time for this? She had been watching him, and he hadn't been running off to slack off. Sure, he had made a few clones here and there, but nothing that would allow this. It was Karen who snapped her fingers. This is what you've been making all those clones for. Seeing she had everyone's attention, she pointed a finger at the bashful Naruto. Late at night I'd catch him flashing away for a bit, and when he returned he would always be low on chakra like he just had a shitload of clones. Language. Everyone paused as Tayuya's voice echoed out near instantly. Seeing the raised eyebrows from everyone else, said woman slowly realized what she had said. I've been around the school teachers too much. Ino chuckled as Naruto stepped forward to slide open the front doors. To think she used to be the crass one. She wouldn't knock the Uzumaki girl for her transformation. Life was just strange like that sometimes. Journeying down the clean and fresh entrance hallway, Naruto leads them to a large main seating and gathering area. So, one last thing, but I decided to make a little trip the other night. Getting ahead of them, Naruto waiting for all of the group to gather at the hallway to be greeted by the Uzumaki remnants that he had saved from Kumo. The Raikage sends his regards, by the way. Eyes wide, Tayuya, Karen, Amaru, and Anoka especially are more than a little surprised by the 11 other Uzumaki clan members standing in a cluster behind a proud-looking Naruto. Mostly women of varying ages, though most look to be in their 20s or 30s, there was one young boy hiding behind one of the younger girls, and another elderly man leaning heavily against a fresh and brand new cane. Dressed in deep blue and red robes, they all to a one bowed deeply to the group. It is a matronly woman, red hair cut short and age lines running down her cheeks to step forward to come next to Naruto. Naruto-sama, again we would like to thank you profusely for saving us from that nightmare. Naruto waves her off, grin still unable to leave his face. Your family Kikyo. I'd burn hell to the ground to come and save you if needed. Naruto turns back to the group, seeing a few tears in the girl's eyes. I know I was reckless here, but at least now we can focus on us. Screw Kumo and IWA. Our family is finally whole, or at least, as whole as we can make it. Naruto turned to address the survivors directly. This is your home now, and I don't expect anything from any of you. Live how you want. Laze about, heal, find some new meaning to what you want to do, don't do anything. It doesn't matter, so long as you can find a new happiness here. Seeing as emotions were in fact running high, Tsunade sighed and stepped forward while holding up a hand. If you don't know me, I'm Tsunade, Hokage and also a leading medical specialist. If you'd like, I like to give all of you checkups while I'm here. Getting multiple agreements after a few furtive glances Naruto's way, Tsunade was led away by a Naruto clone with a few of the women to a room off to the side. Naruto himself watched the two groups come together, his girls easily reassuring the newly arrived Uzumaki along with fawning over the nervous boy who looked a few years younger than Konohamaru and Hanabi. That said, as Naruto distanced himself and let the groups mingle, he didn't miss the elderly man hobble his way slowly. You should rest, sir, you've been through a lot. Like you wouldn't believe, son. But it's a story that'll die with me. Heavy is my shame. Tired blue eyes held Naruto's own, and the man bowed to the Uzumaki clan head deeply. My lord, I have but one request. Naruto nods as some of the girls break off, beginning to explore the massive house while Konohamaru and Hanabi convince the younger boy to play out in the backyard. Sure thing, name it and I'll make it happen. Naruto turns to give the elder his full and undivided attention. Shame crossed the elder's face, before with a deep breath he pulled himself back together, a firm resolve there, as one ninja to another. I have but one last mission to complete, if you'll allow. Seeing Naruto nod slowly, his grip on his cane tightens. On my name, Shokiro of Dust, I'd like to pay vengeance upon Kumo. Shokiro. Naruto paused from immediately refusing the request. He knew that Kumo wouldn't let things go and he knew there was going to be violence one way or another. However, the thought of sacrificing anyone from his clan was unbearable. Even this elder who was well past his prime. The man was hunched, back bent not only under his own weight, but Naruto suspected a long life of shame and regrettable actions. When the time comes, I'll let you drop the hammer. That is all that I ask, Lord Uzumaki. The clan will go far under your care. Here Shokiro takes a step back, lowering himself to the floor to bow and place his forehead at Naruto's feet while around them the room went silent as everyone else watched on. I accept you, Naruto Uzumaki, as the clan's head and heir. Please, do us and our ancestors proud. Naruto watches as many of the others, including his own girls, bow deeply at the waist in their own show of support, making Naruto grunt but accept it all the same. Returning the bow, deeply at the waist, he mentally promised to make sure Kumo felt the hurt for what they did. On my honor, the Uzumaki clan will not fade into history. Never again will we allow the world to break us apart. Returning to his full height and helping Shokiro to his feet, Naruto held up a fist and cheered, but enough of the sad stuff. Tonight is a celebration. We're all together finally. Let's relax and have some real fun. Getting cheers from the others, Naruto hands Shokiro off to a clone to be helped off to a comfortable-looking lounge chair. Watching on, Naruto decides that for the first time in a long time, everything just felt right. Complete. He dared anyone to try and break them apart now. Naruto wanted to grumble about this particular responsibility, really he did. It wasn't his fault his luck was the way it was and yet, Tayuya and Ino had been rather contrite about informing him about Yujito's rather interesting criteria for releasing information on Kumo. So here he was, knocking on her door to a rather comfortable-looking apartment not all that far from the Uzumaki Tower. He needed to toss some of this luck Sasuke's way or hell even Kakashi's way. Anyone else but him at this point. Answering the door, Yujito pulled her blue robe tightly around her but was a bit surprised to see Naruto there cursing under his breath. Giggling at the sight and startling him out of his musings, she stood back and motioned him inside. "Lord Uzumaki, welcome to my home." Yujito watched him enter before closing the door and leading him further inside to her living room. Though she was still a bit low on furniture, there was no shortage of paintings and artwork that decorated the walls. "Sorry, I wasn't exactly expecting any visitors." She was getting comfortable in the city, but she had yet to make any close friends just yet. Opening up to people would take some time. Naruto nods, sitting down on a light green couch as Yujito set about making tea in her kitchen off to his left. "No worries, I should have called ahead." Naruto fidgeted, still unsure about all of this. "Somehow, I blame you. Can't help being awesome. Somehow I don't think that description fits. Good thing you aren't a thinker anyway. Asshole. Dunce." Kurama was quick to laugh as their connection dimmed to the background again. Naruto needed to focus. Naruto tapped his hand on the armrest of the couch, admiring some of the work Yujito had made before settling on a painting she had apparently been working on, a great tiger encircled around a small and frail girl. "Huh. You've got some real talent with art, Yujito. I bet you could go really far with this." "Thank you, but I'm unsure about, well, everything." Coming out of the kitchen and setting down her tray of tea on the low table in front of them, Yujito sat down next to the Yuzukage with a smile. "I've never lived a civilian life before. It's both stifling and freeing in its own ways. Every day isn't a life and death struggle now." Yujito nods quickly. "Yes, there is that." They lapsed into silence for a moment, Yujito wringing her hands together before sighing and reaching out to grasp one of Naruto's hands into her own. "I'll get right to this. I do not wish to force you to do anything you do not truly wish to do. Don't talk him out of this. Ride that super stud until our pelvis breaks." The Matatabi had her own thoughts on the matter, though Yujito did her best to ignore her for the moment. Naruto only chuckled, Kurama in his own head laughing up a storm. "Something tells me you've had to make a few concessions yourself." Seeing Yujito nod and focus on his hand, Naruto ran a thumb over her rough knuckles. "Look, I don't mind, mainly because the girls set this up, not me. It's not like you aren't beautiful after all, any guy would be lucky to have you. I just, don't want you to regret anything." Sighing again, Yujito shook her head. Whatever this is. I can say confidently that I do not love you, Lord Uzumaki. I'm not looking to be tied down, or love, or companionship. This is just my Biju wanting some fun and me making amends for doing something rather terrible to her." Naruto nods. "Yeah, I get that." Looking into his eyes finally, Yujito smirked for the first time in a long while. "Plus, I've heard you are rather good at what you do." Blushing and looking away, Naruto groans. "You've been talking to the girls then?" "A lady tsunami actually." Giggling as Naruto's groan increased, she couldn't help but feel warm inside. This was calming. Natural. Something a normal woman would get up to, not a Jinchuriki capable of destroying villages. Leaning back and letting her robe open just a bit, a blush began to form on her own face. "All that said, could we pretend, just for tonight?" Seeing Naruto's gaze lock onto her, Yujito thanked everything that the Matatabi was being silent. "Could you treat me like one of your wives, just for tonight?" Naruto decided that he was not going to complain anymore about tonight, because Naruto was a man and knew just how lucky he really was. "Just for tonight? I can do that, Yujito Haim." Feeling her face flush even more, she pulled him towards her slowly. "Could you say that again?" His eyes were a rather mesmerizing shade of blue. "Yujito Haim?" "Yes, again." She didn't mind his rough hand opening up her robe a bit more, it was rather warm at the moment. "Sure thing, Yujito Haim. As much as you like." It was going to be a long night. Naruto gave thanks that Uzushio was an island nation. The sun was high and warm, the sandy beach radiated more natural heat into his back, and the view of scantily clad women was always worth it. Chuckling as he laid back under an umbrella to relax fully, body automatically in sage mode in such a natural state, he gave further thanks that things were peaceful. On either side of him Tayuya and Koyuki were chatting together about plans for the city as well as diplomatic relations. In the distance they can see a good portion of the Foxden girls playing in the surf, while around them but giving them space are other beach goers from Yuzu. I think this is the first time in a long while I've seen you actually give in and be lazy." Tayuya poked Naruto in the side, barely getting a wiggle out of the glowing man. "It's weird. You girls are always harping about me taking it easy, so I've finally decided to do so." Naruto was low on stress at the moment. Kumo was emptied of Uzumaki slaves. Akatsuki's numbers were dwindling, and IWA most likely wouldn't try anything for a while. He had time to bask in the sun. Tayuya poked him again. "You say that, but I feel like you've got something up your sleeves, so to speak." Watching his well-defined chest rise and fall, Tayuya felt her chakra stir in response to his own sage chakra and smiled. I've got to learn how to do that. Spend a few months with the toads eating bugs and gruel. Naruto chuckled at the face Tayuya made, before they all turned to see a cheering Amaru. Fu and Naruto were competing against Sakura and Sasuke doing of all things, building a sand castle. Koyuki couldn't help but giggle, are they children on vacation? Tayuya grumbles, Fu certainly fits the part. Ignoring them for the moment, Naruto mentally taps Kurama awake, curious about what the ancient Biju thought about what they should attend to next. So big guy, think we're in the clear for a while? Momentarily yeah. Just remember, they'll be coming at you with something more subtle from here on. A knows not to fight you one-on-one. And Inoki was never going to anyway. Assassins, great. Either that, or a kidnapping attempt. I have something in mind for that. It had been a while since Naruto had gotten inventive with seals. Perhaps he should try something new. I've been thinking, with my Sage Chakra and Rinnegan abilities, I should be able to hunt for any more remaining Uzumaki, right? Yes, though I doubt you'll find more. You know how hard it was to find who you did. Plus, it's not like you can leave home now. Yeah, that's true. Naruto sniffed and shifted his back. He was rather sore at the moment. Hopefully with the news of Uzushio rebuilt and the Uzumaki clan returned, any more remaining members will make the journey here themselves. Either that or nefarious actors might capture them and attempt to use them against you. Point. Naruto could see that happening as well in this world. It was disgusting knowing that people were willing to heap such atrocities on one another, and for what? Power? Prestige? Honor? Humans. Such a disease. What's wrong, Naruto? Your thoughts have been off lately. Kurama was beginning to worry. Battle maniac he may be, Naruto was usually his moral center. That was beginning to change. Maybe you were right in the beginning. I'm the strongest or going to be. Why should I concern myself with the likes of Kumo or IWA? Taking a deep breath, chakra subtly linking with all of his family around him and forcing himself to center his mind, he gave thanks that they didn't notice the minor intrusion. Well, Ino was looking his way but seemed content to let it go. I just want things to end peacefully, is that so wrong? Of course not. Just remember you were the one who said ruling with fear was not the Uzumaki way. It's a quick way to be overthrown by your people. You aren't wrong. Thanks Kurama, for listening to me gripe. For my efforts, how about breaking that little kitty cat again? She was something scrumptious. And I'm leaving you, old pervert. Naruto opened his eyes and did his best to ignore Kurama's cackling. Dirty old pervert, he was as bad as Jiraiya. Koyuki had a hand threaded into his own, turning to look at him as his breathing changed. Back with us, love? Yeah, sorry about that. Glow fading around his body, Naruto sat up to watch the rest of the family. I miss anything? Shaking her head and squeezing his hand, Koyuki nodded ahead towards the waves where Ino and Hinata were playing around with Karen and Anoka. Just some fun. Turning to face him again, her features softened. What has you so concerned? Huh? Nothin' dash. Tayuya poked him again, her black one-piece twisting a bit as she turned to him. Don't, we all felt your chakra just a moment ago. We know something's up. Sighing and seeing Koyuki nod, Naruto gave up hiding it, just worried about the future is all. I wish this could be easy. Tayuya snorted, it could be whiskers, wipe out Kumo, smack IWA around and put them in their place and let the rest of the world know it's peace or your foot on their back. Of course, Tayuya knew they couldn't go full bore like that, but the thought was nice. Contrary to her thoughts, Naruto nodded slowly, it is a plan. Koyuki poked him this time, no. Bad Naruto. No taking over the world. But Tayuya's on board with it. Naruto wasn't whining, not at all. Koyuki sighed and poked him again, no. Giggling as Naruto exaggerated his pouting before pulling her into his lap with a squawk. Hey! Let's get you double pregnant. It doesn't work that way, you idiot. Laughing up a storm as he began to tickle her, Koyuki smacked him in the chest, let me go. Tayuya, help me. No way, you dissed my plan. Suffer. Tayuya smirked and waved to the others, giving an all-clear motion. Most likely they as well had been worried about Naruto for a moment when his chakra brushed against theirs. What an odd ability. Having been face down and napping this whole time, Cheyenne groaned and looked back at the flirting pair. Can we include uniting my homeland under Uzushio in that plan? Tayuya nods, sounds good to me. I think Naruto was planning on making a team out of you, Naruko, Fu, and Koyuki to handle things out there. Cheyenne hummed at that. Naruko was an interesting one, but as Naruto-sama's sister she certainly would be dependable. I do have to return home for a short while, so the least we can do is make it a productive trip. Looking over her shoulder and seeing Naruto ease up on Koyuki, Cheyenne grabbed his attention by wiggling her hips. "Oh Naruto-sama. I could use some suntan lotion on my back." She would forever be grateful for the daring little white two-piece Hinata and Ino had convinced her to buy. It was certainly doing the job. Letting Koyuki roll away to catch her breath, Naruto levered himself up to give Cheyenne just what she asked for. "Sure thing." Tayuya again snorted, "Push over." Watching Naruto for a moment, she instead tried to get her own thoughts back on track. "Hey, Naruto." Sensing something off in her tone, Naruto continued to oil up Cheyenne's back much to her delight, but he did turn an ear to the redhead. "What's up, Ta-chan? What are we going to do about Akatsuki? Do you really think they'll leave us alone?" No, I don't think they'll leave us alone." Naruto sighed as his thoughts fell into place slowly. Less depression this time. Pain is set on the thought that the elemental nations cannot exist without conflict. There's a chance he may not wait to see us even begin to come together in some way. Tayuya snorted. "You obliterating Kumo and IWA would certainly prove him right." Yeah, it would. And wasn't that a kick in the balls? Naruto was doing his best not to see the world in the same way Pain did. But try as he might, he was beginning to fail in that task if not for his family continuing to encourage him. In the end though, whether it is Pain, Anoki, or anyone that threatens or attacks us will be destroyed. I can't do anything less anymore. Naruto perked up as Hinata, Ino, Karen and Anoka were jogging their way. So much tantalizing skin. Tayuya has to sigh, her own mind racing with the knowledge that even with their best efforts, war might be on the horizon. So long as we have each other, that's enough, right? Koyuki leaned into her from her side, nodding quietly. Absolutely. Finishing up and moving back, Naruto admired his work and the puddle that Cheyenne had become. "You good there? Take me Naruto-sama." Maybe later." Naruto shook his head as Cheyenne drifted back to sleep, the warm sand probably doing most of the work there. He isn't given time to rest however as Ino tackles him around the middle. Dropped on his back, his chest is suddenly full of shapely blonde. "We do remember we are in public, yes?" Wiggling her hips once for the fun of it, Ino instead levels a mischievous grin towards her husband. "Well, I actually has a proposal for you." "No more. I think 10 is more than enough, thank you. My heart needs a break." Naruto accepted the smack to his chest easily. "Off the mark?" Blushing and laughing, Ino nodded. "Way off. Actually me, Hinata and Anoka are thinking about taking a few missions, if you don't mind." "Doesn't sound like a big ask. What are you thinking about getting up to?" Naruto watched as Ino's grin changed a bit and he turned eyes to a bashful-looking Hinata and a pointedly staring away from him Anoka. "Oh, this'll be good. Just some lower-level bounties. Nothing crazy. Honest." Ino could feel his body tense up under him. "Okay, so maybe one on the list is an S-class, but everyone else is A or below." "Ah yes, that makes it all better." Naruto tried hard not to grumble about it, but he could see and feel that the girls really wanted to go out and get their hands dirty, and he really couldn't fault them for that. "So long as all of you get the Hiration down so you can use it in an emergency, I won't complain too much." Ino cheered, throwing a fist in the air. "Easy peasy. Naruko has been training with us with it." "Has she now?" Naruto would have to step up his training with his little sister. "So where are these bounties?" That got Ino to stop dancing in place and even Hinata was fully looking away now while chuckling nervously. "Oh, I'm going to love this, aren't I? Land of Fire? Try again." "Okay, so border of Land of Fire. I feel like we're getting closer now." Ino huffed, crossing her arms under her bust. "Does the location even really matter?" Seeing Naruto raise his eyebrows at her, she bounces in place once. "Boob distraction?" Seeing his frown begin to deepen, she eventually cracks. "Okay, so they might be between fire and stone. There's the other shoe." Naruto sighs heavily, thinking about it for all of a second. "So long as you really do learn how to use the Hiration, I'll leave it alone. Do not trespass into IWA. I really will be forced to wipe them off the map." Ino cheered again. "Riptide Team 2 is back in action." Tayuya grumbled. "Sure wish I could get out to do a mission." Ino pointed a finger towards her. "You're the one who wanted to get knocked up. Blame yourself." "I blame the idiot." "Same thing." Ino gave a cheeky reply before running off with Tayuya hot on her heels, laughing the whole way. Left alone, Naruto sat up and accepted Hinata coming to sit at his side, leaning into his shoulder. "You'll be careful, right?" Naruto asked quickly as Anoka came to shimmy into his lap. Hinata nods. "Of course, darling. IWA won't even know we were there." She threaded a hand into his. "We'll come home safely, that's a promise. We don't break promises around here. On our word, we will come home." Naruto grinned and leaned over to kiss her softly. "Good. Turning away and missing Hinata turn nearly completely red, Naruto relaxed again. Sure, things weren't completely calm, but life was good. Real good. A few days later, and walking next to the ever-surprising blonde, Karen honestly wanted to be down in the basement levels of the tower for a more fun reason. No, they couldn't be headed to her workshop, and oh no, they couldn't be headed to mess with Heiden's talking head. No, today Naruto decided that he needed to do something with Kabuto. She didn't want to be anywhere near the snake, but she was also one of the few who knew the snake and could be objective about what to do with him. Naruto himself walked with his hands linked behind his back, long battle jacket on and clothes recently cleaned. His mind was as focused as it could be for the moment. Do I even want to ask what you recommend we do with him? We don't need him for anything, but having him locked up down here is getting rather old. Karen nods, adjusting her glasses as they walked down empty but well-lit corridors. Tayuya recommends killing him. Karen did as well, but kept that quiet. Naruto nods. If he deserved that, I would. But from the information we've gathered, he's had a rather shit time of it, hasn't he? Naruto thought back on it. Kabuto had been orphaned, raised by a woman running said orphanage, ended up getting scouted by Danzo of all people. From there it had gone from bad to worse. Being sent on missions earlier than most, but ending up having to kill the woman that raised him. From there he got passed around by Orochimaru, Danzo, and Sasori at one point. Never mind all the heinous actions he had eventually been a part of. Maybe he wouldn't have turned out so bad if someone had given him a real chance. Karen shrugged. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll never know because we can't change the past. Karen sighed as they found the final stairwell leading to the cell block. You sure you don't want to have a quickie in a storage closet back the way we came? She leaned into Naruto and gave him her best flirtatious look. Karen-chan needs her Uzumaki-sama. Getting a squeak out of the girl as he pulled her into his side, Naruto shook his head with a short laugh. Be good and you just might get what you're looking for later. Business first. Nodding with a smile, Karen did allow him to let her go. Just remember, screwed up by those monsters or not, Kabuto did still experiment on people and kill droves of them. Naruto nods as the light level dims, but they can hear very off-key singing from up ahead. Murder is the ninja's art. But I hear you. Just remember he did try to help us in his own way. If only to save his skin. Another point. Naruto sighed as the singing became more clear, a jaunty sailor's shanty that was only half remembered by Naruto's estimation. Did you really have to put Haiden right next to him? You said I couldn't torture him. Karen gave him an innocent smile as Naruto heaved another heavy sigh, plus I needed some sealing practice. I can only imagine what you did. Passing rows of empty cells, Naruto and Karen first come upon the talking head of Haiden. There wasn't much left of him, just a talking head sat upon a pedestal with intricate seals running up and down its length glowing in a mixture of greens and reds. Oi, shut up will you? Stopping his singing, Haiden turned enraged eyes towards the blonde. You whore son. Jashin will smite you and devour your soul soon. Just you wait and see. You and those harlots you surround yourself with. In fact, why don't you come in here? I'll gnaw your face off. Coward. Fight me. No balls. Rolling her eyes, Karen steps forward to give the captured Akatsuki member a hard look. Do I need to remind you who's keeping you alive right now? Shut it. Dog. Glasses glinting, the young woman grins at the look of intense fear that instantly forms on Haiden's face. Yes, mistress. Haiden's cell was suddenly very, very quiet. While Naruto turned an arched eyebrow towards his wife. Do I want to know? You can spank it out of me later? Sighing and decided that no, he didn't want to know. Well, right this second anyway. Turning to continue on, Naruto and Karen come to stand before a quiet but kneeling Kabuto. Been a while Kabuto. Can I just thank you for shutting him up? To Naruto, Kabuto looked comfortable for the most part, if heavily sealed and dressed in a brown prison jumpsuit. To what do I owe the honor? A visit from the Uzukage himself was not something I ever expected. Am I finally to be executed? The Uzumaki clan does not kill just because it is convenient. If I did kill you, it would be because you absolutely deserved it. Folding his hands together behind his back, Naruto sighed but looked down on the kneeling Kabuto. But, right now I don't think you do. You gave us information that helped in the recovery of Uzumaki clan members. If only for that, you deserve at least my thanks. So, thank you, Kabuto, for being good to your word. Kabuto chuckled but bowed his head all the same. I do that quite often. Tell the truth, that is. Karen stood off to the side though both men caught her mumbling about broken clocks. Naruto still was here for a reason and continued to eye Kabuto. Look, here's the deal. You are going to have your chakra sealed, but in exchange you will have some modicum of freedom. Naruto hooked a thumb over his shoulder towards the glasses-wearing redhead. You'll be under her supervision and are not to leave her side unless directed by her to someone else to watch you. Someone will be with you at all hours of the day. Got that? That is a most kind offer considering the circumstances. Kabuto eyed Naruto with some suspicion, wondering if this was yet another moment where he would be used and abused. What did I do to deserve this? Naruto sniffs and puts his hands on his hips. You got a shit deal. I thought I had it bad, but you've really had one shitty time after another. Unlike me, you had no one to help you out. So even though no one truly trusts you at the moment, I think you deserve at least one chance. Naruto's eyes harden here, wanting to get his point across, but only one. Fact is, you did do a lot of horrible shit, and I'm not going to blindly believe everyone is redeemable. You throw this chance away and not even hell will be far enough for you to escape my wrath. Shuffling on his knees and continuing to eye Naruto while the bun-haired Karen looked down on him with nothing but scorn, Kabuto weighed his options. Granted, staying in this cell with his only long-term company being a literal talking head didn't sound like a good way to spend the rest of his days. But was this a false path to freedom? Naruto didn't seem the type to betray him, but power changed everyone. Kabuto did want to be out of here, however, and whatever it took to make that happen was worth it. Bowing and placing his forehead on the floor, Kabuto decided to give this a chance. I accept your terms. Nodding once, Naruto relaxed just a tad. I know this is heavy-handed and not something I would normally do, but one day I'd like to see you leave. I've given a lot of people second chances and I haven't had many regrets yet. So hopefully, so long as the world continues to trend towards peace, one day you too will have your freedom. Kabuto finally cracks a grin. Then I hope the world does one day know peace. Kabuto doesn't see the clone Naruto has made, but he does feel the chop to his neck. He's unconscious before he hits the floor, while Naruto and Karen turn to each other. Welp, while the clone gets about setting up seals and the like, let me say this. Naruto brings Karen in for a tight hug where she settles in easily. If for any reason you don't want this responsibility, if he so much as breathes wrong, you tell me and I'll stuff him in a hole so deep he'll never see the light of day again. Honestly, really considering it, Karen had to remind herself that Orochimaru was well and truly dead. That Kabuto was not his former master and he had in fact helped them recover their family. Sighing, she as well needed to remember that Naruto had given the likes of her and Tayuya second chances, and look where they were now. Could she deny Kabuto a single chance? It will be hard, yeah, but like, I get where you're coming from. It's the right thing to do, giving him a chance to redeem himself. Karen turned kind eyes up to the smiling Naruto. You gave all of us a second chance. Most of Uzushio is full of ninja working on their own redemption. Why can't Kabuto get his own chance? Good. I want you on board if we do this. Just, maybe don't give him the Haiden treatment. Karen giggled as Naruto steered them away, back down the hallway from whence they came. No promises, but I will give him a fair chance. She'd be locking him in her workshop in the basement for now. He had a sharp mind and she did have a few projects where some extra eyes would be beneficial. She'd have to get Anoka up to speed on him first. But that was for later. So, about that quickie? Rolling his eyes, Naruto relented and picked the woman up in a bridal carry. You know what, you earned it. Where's that closet? Yay! Obito knew that his mind wasn't all there. Being crushed by a boulder, watching his team move on without him. Watching his first love be killed by someone he considered a brother and working towards a goal to enact his own worldview on the rest of the world. No, he knew he was broken. That said, he considered that relying on Kuratsuchi of all people for directions was a stupid idea even for him. The highest of all mistakes really. They had been able to charter a ship from Kiri to Yuzu easily enough, but then he had made his mistake, letting the woman lead the way once they had arrived. Now he stood, far away from the docks but somehow never meeting a single person since they had left the crowded area. Surrounded by warehouses and storage facilities, Obito had a moment of true clarity. This woman somehow had to be using time/space ninjutsu. It was the only way it all made sense. Proving his point, they left a rather clean alleyway to come out onto a busy street. Shops and restaurants populated the area aplenty and Obito couldn't get over the sudden increase in noise and smells. It was such a vibrant place, a tourist trap to be sure. But they found civilization at least as he reached forward and pulled a confused Kuratsuchi back behind him. I'm leading from now on. But, I know where I'm going. We circled the same warehouse 3 times in a row. I don't think you could find your way out of a closet. That only happened once. Kuratsuchi blushed as several passerby looked at her strangely, though her embarrassment increased as the masked man turned to look at her in complete silence. Just once. That doesn't make it better. Obito took note of several samurai walking the streets, some of which were eyeing them but saying nothing, nor were they approaching them. We need to move. Finally, at least Obito considered that they had made it to Yuzu and he could be rid of this walking catastrophe. Let her run off and get the stuffing beaten out of her by the Kage. He didn't know a thing about Naruto as the Uzukage, but even he knew enough that if the rest of the major villages were leaving Uzushio alone, that had to mean he had power. Shuddering as he remembered vividly what an angry Kushina could do, he didn't want to consider a child of hers as any less frightening. No, while he was after the Sanbai he would be doing his best to stay under the radar and avoid combat with the Uzumaki for now. Which meant leaving Kuratsuchi to her fate, something he was more than happy to do. Dressed in a more normal traveling cloak though still with his bright orange mask, Obito spotted what looked like a hotel and made his way towards it, idly snagging Kuratsuchi by the collar as she attempted to dive back into the alley. "We need somewhere to stay, yes? Wasn't there a hotel back this way?" Kuratsuchi pouted as the man physically turned her to see a tall and well-designed hotel not far from them. "Oh yeah, that's it. Focus, I said I would help you but I can't fix everything." "Oh dear, you've been lost for a while, I'm happy to see we found you." Startling the pair, a long black-haired woman dressed much like a housewife materialized between them, a happy smile on her face while holding a clipboard. "You failed to register when you stepped off your charter and we do have rules about that sort of thing." Kuratsuchi and Obito look at each other for a moment, having stopped on the sidewalk along with this strange woman. How had neither of them sensed her? Kuratsuchi however decided to argue, "We're not here to cater to whatever weird ideas you have abo-." Obito shoves her aside, coughing once into a fist. Toby is sorry for her. Toby tries to help but she's a little Toby made a motion at the side of his head to which the woman nodded slowly. "Yes, slow. Toby is Toby, from the land of rivers. She is Kuratsuchi, from Iwa." Toby watched as the woman jotted down their information with a bright smile before taking a single step back and bowing to them. "Please enjoy your stay and follow the rules." Here she stands and hands a pamphlet to Toby who takes it with raised eyebrows. "It's all rather simple, but you will be punished accordingly if you break the rules. Have fun, and please, don't wander off again." Bowing once more, Tsunami decided they were the oddest pair she had met recently before she melted back into the moving crowds. She needed to go check on Tazuna and make sure he wasn't corrupting Inari. Reading the pamphlet quickly, Toby ignores the suddenly curious Kuratsuchi who has her arms crossed. That woman was creepy. Who the hell could sneak up on them so easily? They were veteran ninja, that shouldn't be possible. Toby however goes back to walking, snagging his companion to keep her from wandering off. "For now you should lay low and figure out a surefire way to draw out the maelstrom. Best not get arrested before completing your mission." Kuratsuchi grinned and pumped a fist in the air. "That's easy." She could almost hear Toby's neck crack with how quickly he turned to face her. "Well, the maelstrom is the Kage of this place, right? And the Kage has to defend his home. So like, I was thinking. By the kami save me. As I was thinking." Kuratsuchi was satisfied by the grunt Toby let out when she elbowed him, "That if I cause enough ruckus, he would have to come to me, right? So I level a few buildings, maybe blow up a ship or two, and bing bang boom the maelstrom comes to stop me and I kick his ass in front of his people." Coming to a stop within spitting distance of the hotel, Toby sighed quietly to himself. What did Toby do to deserve this? Was this diving punishment? It felt like it. Question for you. Huh? Sure, but hurry up, I need to get to smashing things. How long had she been away from home anyway? Grandpa might be worried about her by now. Did you consider that you would be intercepted by a literal flood of ninja before the maelstrom is even notified about your rampage? Obito sighed while feeling the weight of having to explain a really simple concept to a child. Between ninja guards, those samurai, and whatever that woman was that snuck up on us, you would be ripped to shreds right away. Kuratsuchi hummed in thought, you might have a point. That woman still weirded her out. Okay well, if you're so smart, why don't you come up with a plan, bestie? We are not besties. Obito again had to snag Kuratsuchi by the wrist. The name of the game is subtle. Be subtle. Nodding quickly, Kuratsuchi grins brightly and reverses his hold, taking him by the wrist and dragging him into the hotel. Got it, be sneaky first, then blow things up. Gotcha gotcha. First things first, we need a place to stay. Kuratsuchi turned back to smile at him. You promised to help me, so no running away from this. Letting the woman drag him inside, Obito decided that so long as she could keep things quiet and peaceful he would stick around. It gave him time to scout and research the area. Hopefully he could find the sandby quickly. With luck, long before this crazy woman decided to blow something up. I did offer to help. That's right, bestie. Now let's get a room. We aren't besties. Sure we are. Kuratsuchi was already making plans in her head. She was here, in Uzushio. One step closer to finding the maelstrom and having her rematch. She wouldn't give him the chance to run away this time. B. Nestled comfortably within a tatami mat-laden sitting room, Naruto and Fu were sitting together sharing snacks at a low table, while across from them on the other side Koyuki and Cheyenne had a spread of mission folders all over the table space. In front of them the sliding doors of the room were wide open and they had a view of their new backyard, where a few of the rescued Uzumaki were tooling about with the garden as the sun was beginning to set, the sky illuminated in beautiful orange and red. Naruto was happy to crunch a rice cracker between her teeth. So bro gave us the go-ahead for this, right? Koyuki nods. Yup, we're going to tour the continent holding the land of demons. With hard work and some luck we're going to start building new allies in the area. Cheyenne sighs as she secretly wished she could spend more time with Naruto, but she realized that there was work to be done. A lot of work. My country will be little problem. Without the threat of the Morio, we can focus on other matters entirely. Like building relations with their neighbors. Naruto shrugs, eyes trailing over the yard and watching several birds that were flitting about the bushes. I can just spam clones and overrun the area. It'd take a few days, but I can raise all of our enemies to the ground. Rolling her eyes, Koyuki reaches across the table to flick Naruto in the forehead. No, bad kitty. I'm not a cat. Fu reached over and tugged at her ear. Bad kitty. I'm a bad kitty. Koyuki nodded as Fu seemed to have the girl under control. Our first objective is to bring the various daimyo on board with what we are trying to do. Creating legions of clones and running berserk would not be a good first impression. Fu raises a hand. So what are we trying to accomplish with this trip? More allies? Koyuki again nods with a smile. Yes and no. Naruto isn't wrong, the world is changing and Uzushio is doing its best to keep up with it. That said, it's starting to feel like the time of ninja being the sole power structure is starting to wane. Koyuki could see the confusion on Fu and Naruto's faces and pointed at Fu specifically. Why be worried about rampaging Biju if there are normal humans strong enough to destroy villages and cities all by themselves? Why be concerned about lower-level ninja when we're starting to see tools and sophisticated weapons capable of keeping up with them? More power is entering the hands of normal everyday people and that's shifting the balance of power. Naruto actually settles down to think about that. Technological advancement is beginning to outstrip ninja ability, is that it? Yup. Koyuki sighed and sits back for a moment. It'll still take some time yet, but the fact is that there is a new world on the horizon. We certainly don't know what that'll look like just yet. No one does, but we can try to guide it. Koyuki accepted a cracker from Fu as she slid a folder in front of herself and opened it. Cheyenne was thoughtful as well and chimed in with her own musings. Our job for now is to try and unite my continent. Preferably all under the Uzushio banner. Failing that, at least half of the nations will suffice if we can at the least garner non-aggression pacts with the remainder. We're looking for peace, not building a totalitarian regime. Why worry about anyone else who doesn't want to be a part of Uzushio's alliance? Fu was curious and wasn't seeing why they should worry about nations that most likely didn't have military forces to worry about in the first place. Koyuki shrugs, getting at least half of the nations to agree to not start conflicts with Yuzu-related nations would be a major win. Whether they alone have power or not, we shouldn't need to be reminded that a lot of smaller targets can still cause a lot of trouble. Plus, even if they aren't a part of Uzushio, we can still make them into trade partners and new points for education and the like. Cheyenne perks up with that. That is a good point and we want to be thorough. Educating the masses is a major step towards changing how a country operates. Standardizing education has already seen results. She had gone over some of that paperwork with Koyuki, the pregnant daimyo appreciating the extra hand. My country will certainly benefit from the new standards. Naruto shrugs and decides to put the heavy thinking away for now. I'm still okay with getting dirty and fighting our way through the country. I'll protect you both from any assholes who think they can get to you while you figure out the peace talks with other daimyo. Fu pulls Naruto into her lap with a bright smile. Oh, don't you worry so much. This'll be a combat-free trip, just you wait and see. Koyuki nods. That's the plan and I'd like to get started soon. Think you can Hiration us to the land of demons first thing tomorrow? Getting a thumbs up from Naruto, who was now completely distracted, Koyuki sighed and turned to Cheyenne. We should prepare as much as possible. Cheyenne stretched her arms above her head. Oh poo. I wanted more time alone with Naruto-sama. Didn't I see you leave a room with him and Hinata? No. Cheyenne saw the deadpan look on Koyuki's face and blushed heavily. She talked me into it. Koyuki sighed and reminded herself to grill Hinata for the details later. You really are taking your priestess duties seriously. It helps that they're so enjoyable. Maybe Cheyenne would be able to get a repeat before they left? Never hurt. B. Not far away from the quartet, Hinata, Ino, and Anoka were relaxing together within the outdoor bath of the Uzumaki estate. With Naruto setting up seal-based Hiraition transport rings, they could now easily move between the two homes much to their delight. Some of the Uzumaki survivors had joined them this evening. Still standoffish for most men outside of Naruto himself, the women had felt a bit bad as the Uzumaki leader had waved off from joining them this evening. He had claimed that he wanted to give them space to adjust and get used to being free and didn't seem to listen as the women tried and failed to convince him that they didn't mind his attendance. They appreciated his concern, but it was a bit frustrating. The only boy of the group that had been returned, Suda, was playing not far away with one of the other girls. The older woman they had met before, Kikyo, was trying her best to keep the boy from being too spoiled, but it was a hard endeavor when all of the girls kept lavishing him with attention. Still, she watched on quietly with a satisfied smile on her face, body relaxed in the hot waters. One of the rescued women had joined the group tonight. Sayuri had her vibrant red hair cut short into a bob, but she was very much a civilian. Body soft with no muscle tone to speak of, but she was having fun getting information from the girls. I'm sorry we couldn't convince Lord Naruto to join us. We really don't have a problem with him being here. He doesn't expect that from us after all. Ino shrugs, he's trying to be considerate is all. Give him a few days, he'll come around. Ino personally thought that the girls were pushing themselves and she thought Naruto did the right thing. There was a lot of trauma for these girls to unpack after all. Their treatment in Kumo was on another level of horrible. Besides, sometimes it's good to have just girl time. Floating over was a taller girl named Yuka with the same vibrant red hair as the others, though hers was done up in pigtails. Green eyes taking in the group with a grin, I don't know, we need to increase Uzumaki numbers one way or another. And Naruto-sama is certainly easy on the eyes. Chuckling, Anoka shook her head, we actually have a few members that are pregnant at the moment. 3 in fact. Anoka smiled as Yuka and Sayuri both brightened up at that news, while in the distance they could see Kikyo seem to sit up a bit straighter. Eyes wide, Sayuri is all smiles, how far along are they? Do we know if they're having boys or girls yet? Who's pregnant already? Hinata giggles as the excited girl bounces in place while she leans against Ino while shaking her head. Koyuki, Kotoheim and Tayuya are all pregnant. Sex of the children is unknown at the moment, but I think Kotoheim and Koyuki are both around 4 or 5 months along now, right? Hinata turned to Ino who nodded. Yeah, Tayuya is about 2 months along. Time really does fly when we have so much going on. Ino was happy for the girls, even if there was a bit of a betting pool going on about who would get knocked up next. Her money was on Hinata. No matter how careful the girl could be, accidents happened. Especially when they did it as much as Hinata did. The little rabbit. Hinata nudges the blonde with a grin, you're probably next, or Karen. Hinata's money was fully on Ino. Nah, I'm always careful. Not far from them all, a tired-looking Kikyo is picking up and dozing off Suda and is making for the exit. Yuka, Sayuri, we should be turning in soon. She was used to keeping track of her family. Old habits were hard to break. Sayuri sighed while Yuka stood and stretched. Man, I'm trying not to be envious, but the thought of little ones running around has me all tingly. Yuka grinned and winked at the girls, maybe one day, huh? Anoka waved as they left, maybe one day. Personally she wanted to be next, even if she had been keeping busy with work. Perhaps she could tie down Naruto for a day or two. But as the bath emptied out and they were left on their own, she turned to the others, so, our bounty mission. We have a plan yet? Hinata shook her head, Naruto wasn't wrong. Our target isn't that far from Iwa's border, so we need to be careful. All reports tell that they're keeping to a small out-of-the-way village. Ino shrugs as she's back to leaning against her friend, short of something going horribly wrong we really don't have much to worry about. Between the 3 of us there aren't many that can hold a candle to us anymore. It helped that they regularly sparred with Naruto of all people. Lasting any length of time against him put one solidly into A or S class right away. The monster. Don't get a big head about things, Ino. Hinata cautioned her while they all relaxed together. Things never ended well when they got complacent. You need to woman up. We'll be fine. I think we all know I'm plenty woman for any task. Maybe you should cut back on those cinnamon rolls, all that sugar isn't healthy. Says you. Anoka broke both girls from their friendly bickering, laughing as she watched them. You both are just as much in love with each other as you are with Lord Naruto. Looking at each other for a moment, Hinata and Ino finally shrugged together while Ino answers for them, you aren't wrong. Life has been fun this way. Hinata agrees, she's like a weird sister I never knew I needed. You sure weren't calling me sis the other night. That was for Naruto, unless we need a reminder of the kinds of things you can get up to. Wanna trade notes? Maybe. Anoka sighed and flicked water their way, how about we get back on topic? We have a lot of planning to do. Hinata mentally makes a note to revisit this but nods to Anoka's words all the same. You're correct, of course. We should endeavor to complete our mission quickly and return home. Ino agrees. With luck, taking down a few major bounties will increase Yuzu's reputation. Maybe by the time the next Chunin exams roll around we'll have a team or two to send and scare the pants off of the competition. Anoka nods, so long as nothing goes wrong. Yup, which nothing will go wrong with us on the job. Ino had full confidence in their group. They would be fine. They trained much too hard to let some asshole get the better of them. Plus, Naruto would scold them if something bad happened. Or worse, withhold sexy time. B. The Great Naruto Bridge. For many, a symbol of hope and new beginnings. An embrace by a leader willing to put his own life on the line to protect those that could not protect themselves. For others it was a great marker, the sign that one was entering a land of new opportunities. On this overcast day for Itachi, the crowded bridge reminded him that it had been a long time since he had been around crowds worth of people. While his goal to hunt down his brother was starting here, he considered how best to go about that. Naruto would know where Sasuke was, but how to get to Naruto quickly without wasting time. Itachi supposed that simple plans were the best, and Naruto was fanatical about his people. Walking along and wondering if Sasuke was here at all, Itachi grinned a bit with Tsunami made her way to his side, almost materializing from the crowd to match pace with him. Oh, hello again, back for another visit? Tsunami made a point to remember notable visitors, and by Naruto's word, Itachi was someone never to forget. Something like that. Is Naruto around? I need to see him. Tsunami hums at that, before shaking her head. Yuzukage-sama is very busy today, perhaps you can make lodging arrangements and I can set up an appointment? Tsunami turned to him, only to see bright red pinwheel eyes. No need, I think I have a faster way to get his attention. Hypnotizing the woman to force Naruto to come out would be simple. Or should be. Itachi frowns as a seal flares up on Tsunami's forehead and alarms sound all around them. In the next breath, Tsunami is gone and replaced by an angry-looking Naruto flanked by Sasuke and Sakura. Oh, you are here, little brother. Naruto reaches forward, grabbing the smug-looking Itachi by the front of his cloak. Bad move, asshole. With a thought, they are gone again, leaving the bridge behind. Caught flat-footed by a foot to the chest, Itachi is sent tumbling end over end before unceremoniously dropped on his ass. Kicking up dust and debris, Itachi is quick to make it back to his feet, observing the rocky terrain around them as Naruto and his team face off against him. Well, that was rude. Casually dusting himself off, he wondered if maybe he made a mistake. Naruto crossed his arms, chakra flaring. Don't touch my people. That kick had felt good. I only needed your attention, I meant her no harm. Which was the truth, Itachi wasn't one to kill needlessly. Now that you are here, we can talk. Well, you got my attention. Sage mode settling over him, Naruto grinned and bared sharpening canines. I hope you don't regret that. Having sat back and watched his older brother quietly, Sasuke finally stepped forward, holding a hand out in front of Naruto calmly. Can you hang back? Sasuke turned cool eyes to match Naruto's own. Please? Watching his friend and brother for a few moments, Naruto eventually nods and steps back with Sakura. Your call. This was Sasuke's business after all. If he wanted to go it alone, Naruto would let him. Sakura grunts at that, hands on her hips. This would go a lot faster if we just teamed up and beat the snot out of him together. Sakura didn't need to turn to see the look Naruto was sending her, so she instead gave him the finger without looking. Men and your code. So stupid. Naruto grinned at her. I'll remember that next time you and the girls shout something about girl code. Girl code is sacred and not to be trifled with. Says you. Yes, says me. Rolling his eyes as his teammates bicker, Sasuke turned to face Itachi fully. So, we finally get to see each other again. Sasuke tilted his head a bit. You look like shit. Itachi huffed, hands folded in his jacket sleeves. I wonder if you've improved at all since we last fought. Or has your weakness persisted? Sighing, Sasuke doesn't turn his eyes away from Itachi's. Coal black meeting coal black. I know, you know. Why you killed our family, why you spared me. Do we really need to continue this? Eyes going wide as chakra begins to circulate through his body, Itachi begins to grin widely. Nothing has changed. Uchiha blood is still on my hands. You know the only way that can be cleansed is through fire. Our fire. I must die. So either you put me down. Here Itachi's eyes again shift into the Sharingan, Sasuke doing the same, or I finish what I started. Sighing and wishing things could be different, Sasuke shakes his head slowly. I get it, you know. You've been holding in that guilt all this time, and the only one who can give you absolution is me. While I've always wanted to surpass you, killing you shouldn't be necessary. Sasuke had been thinking long and hard about some of the conversations he and Naruto had been having. About the idea that someone was manipulating the Uchiha and possible the world over. Seeing Itachi, he could believe it. Plus, rebuilding the clan would be a lot easier with two of us. It's a lot of work. Sakura couldn't help herself, pumping a fist into the air. You certainly weren't complaining the other night. Happily she high-fived a chuckling Naruto while Sasuke and Itachi gave her bored looks. Sasuke turned back to his soon-to-be opponent. Sorry, where was I? You were gloating about rebuilding the clan. I'm not gloating, I just need some help is all. Itachi chuckled, shaking his head. I'm starting to think you've been lacking in your training. I really will kill you, you know that right? Sasuke took a few seconds to just watch his brother before nodding again. I know you will. And while I had promised to do this together with Naruto, perhaps I do need to do this alone. Here Sasuke looked at Naruto from over his shoulder. Sorry bro, no fight for you today. Yeah, kick his ass so we can head back, I've got teasing to do. Naruto had his arms crossed while his jacket fluttered in the wind, Sakura leaning against him while she gave Sasuke a thumbs up. Don't get too reckless. I'll step in if you do and beat your ass instead. Chuckling, Sasuke turned back to focus fully on Itachi, though he directs his words to his girlfriend. How about when I win, I finally give in to your demands. That sets Sakura to flushing a deep crimson, while Naruto grins and pokes her in the cheek. I just heard something really interesting. What did you demand he do, huh? Wanna share with big bro Naruto? And never you mind. It's our business. Ours. Come on Sakura-chan, you know I'm gonna get it out of you. No. Shut up. Stay away. It was too late, Naruto already had an arm over her shoulders and began to grill her about it while Itachi and Sasuke started to circle each other. Itachi was looking around, but didn't see any landmarks that would place where they were. Curious. We're quite far from Uzushio. A bit dangerous, isn't that? Sasuke's mouth stretched into a grin as his eyes shifted into the Mangekyo. Beat me and I'll let you in on the secret. Seeing genuine surprise on Itachi's face, Sasuke's grin grew a bit more. Oh ho, I finally surprised you. How do you have those eyes? Oh don't worry. These are the least of the surprises that are in store for you. Sasuke was ready. It was time for a showdown with his brother. And wanted to jump around a bit, start set up for each of the girls' groups to have some chapter time while also seeing Uzushio progress. Itachi and Tobi being in the same area at the same time may or may not be a happy accident. Especially now that Naruto and Ko are away for this fight. Nothing can go wrong there, huh? Also, I haven't been getting any traffic data updates for my various fics, so I literally have no clue if my updates are well received or not. Hope that gets fixed soon. Welp till later. Omake. Tsunade knew without a doubt that returning to Konoha was going to be a shit show. Never mind that they had been gone longer than they meant to thanks to Naruto and his whims, they were also returning with the lost Hanabi and Konohamaru, both of which were destined for some real discipline from their families. Mentally she had to remind herself that it wasn't her problem anymore, and she somehow hoped her day would end soon. So here she sat in her office, an angry Hayashi ranting and raving as Tsunade sat behind her desk and listened. Hanabi looked ready to crawl in a hole from her seated position in front of her desk while Konohamaru looked bored out of his mind. Lucky brat. It's such a failure of our village's defenses that one of the most prominent clans that resides here could have their princess just waltz on out without anyone even knowing. Umbu didn't see her? The gate guards are absolutely useless. And you'd have me believe that the Uzumaki brat had nothing to do with this? He's the only one who could sneak in and out of the village like that and not be observed. He must have snuck her away for some plot. Perhaps to try and steal away yet another of my daughters. Tsunade sighs, starting to get bored of this. The kids made a mistake, Hayashi. But they're safe and home, isn't that what's important? What's important is that between our ninjas Umbu, Jonin, and hunters, none of them could track down a pair of children. Children. What does that say about our forces' readiness if literal children can outwit them? Hanabi looked up to Hayashi, holding up a hand slowly. Father, I'm the one who put together a plan to leave. You will stay quiet. I'm furious enough with you and you do well not to add on to it. Hayashi glared his daughter into submission, internally happy when she turned her eyes back to her lap. You better not have picked up any bad habits from your older sister or from that moron of an Uzumaki. Kami, no wonder Hanabi ran off without telling you. You really could benefit from removing that huge tree from your ass, old man. Konohamaru couldn't help himself from speaking up. The Hyuga head was just way too loud and obnoxious. At least he knew now where scary big sis got it from. Turning red as he turned to face the boy that dared to speak up, Hayashi prepared to launch into a tirade only to pause as the office door is opened and a bored-looking Asuma entered. Raising a hand to Tsunade, the Jonin sensei took in the red-faced Hayashi, the brow-beaten Hanabi and the quietly defiant Konohamaru and internally grinned. Yo! You! Hayashi pointed a finger towards the formerly chain-smoking man. Most likely this boy's poor upbringing and lack of respect is your doing, isn't it? I'm not surprised by anyone from your clan anymore. Shrugging, Asuma knew staying calm would only piss off Hayashi more, so he did so with an internal smile. Well, the kid obviously is doing something correct. He did protect and save Hanabi if the report was accurate. Which he knew it would be, considering Tsunade herself wrote it. Standing stock still as he had not read the report about their time away, instead coming straight to the office of the Hokage after he had been given notice that his daughter had returned. Wooden and stiff, he turned to his suddenly very frightened daughter. Is that true? Frozen under her father's stare, Hanabi is unable to answer him right away. Once again, Konohamaru has no problem opening his mouth. Hanabi didn't do anything wrong. She just mentioned that she missed her sister and I egged her on to leave. It's my fault, not hers. A complete and utter lie, but Konohamaru could take the old geezer's anger. Hanabi apparently couldn't. You want to yell at someone, yell at me, ya old goat. Hooking a thumb to his chest, Konohamaru missed the proud grin that etched itself on Asuma's face behind him. Hayashi however missed it, turning to Tsunade while pointing at the boy. Do you see what kind of influence this boy is? I want him punished as severely as he can be. Let him be treated as if he kidnapped her and toss him in a cell so deep we'll forget about him. Tuning out her father continuing to rant at the increasingly irritated-looking Hokage, Hanabi leaned towards Konohamaru to whisper to him, you don't need to take the blame. I can handle myself. Winking at her, Konohamaru shakes his head. It's the duty of a man to protect the princess. Don't worry about it, I got this. Flushing and confused, Hanabi again is struck by that odd warmth in her chest. Baka. Finally having enough, Tsunade was on her feet and dragging Hayashi by his shirt across her desk. That's it. You want to go, old man? I'm tossing you out the window. Joining her, Asuma is quick to hold her by the forearms. Lady Tsunade. You can't toss him out the window. I could if you let me go. This is insanity. Let me go, you monster woman. Hayashi was suddenly several inches off the ground. Perhaps I spoke out of turn? No shit, asshole. Rolling his eyes and standing, Konohamaru takes Hanabi by the hand and starts for the door, dodging out of the way as big sis Shizun rushes by them to help Asuma prevent Tsunade from murdering Hayashi. Come on, Naruto and I used to tell me that after a big mission he'd always go to Ichiraku's for a big meal to celebrate. Old man's ramen is really good and it'll have you feeling great in no time. Letting the boy pull her along, Hanabi tried and failed to fight down her blush. Okay. Konohamaru. She wouldn't fight it and let Konohamaru take her away from the craziness of that office. Back inside, Hayashi did see the children leave again. Most importantly, he saw his blushing daughter hand in hand with that boy. No. That baby stealer. Suddenly all his anger came rushing back. That little bastard. Unhand my daughter. Tsunade was now having to fight against Asuma and Shizun, and was slowly winning. You leave those kids alone, you miserable old man. She was going to toss him into the monument, she swore it. Shizun sighed as she held her mentor around the middle. Was it too soon to let her know she and Kakashi would be moving soon? 'Cause after this, she needed a vacation. Humanity was proud of many of its accomplishments throughout its history. Traversing the seas, heavier than air travel, figuring out how to smash lightning into a rock and force it to think. Computers, might as well be magic. It was some of the most simple innovations, however, that even after hundreds or thousands of years, humanity still went back to the basics when necessary. And in the beginning, there was fire. Fire to cook their food, to turn mud into clay, to boil their water and forge metal into tools and heat their homes in the winter. Fire, to beat back the cold and lonely nights humanity found itself in, under the star-filled sky. To Sasuke at this moment, as a blast of phoenix fire littered the space he weaved back and forth through, he was reminded that fire was at the core of the Uchiha clan's philosophy. And as he molded his own grand fireball, heightened more after years of hard work and practice, he released it in a fully white-shifted conflagration of light and heat. Itachi of course had already moved, easily avoiding the large and slower attack that arced away into the sky. Sasuke expected that in the end, his Sharingan matching his brother's, as they danced about each other with the full intent to kill one another. Because in the end they were both Uchiha, fire burned within their souls. They would either be cleansed by it or burnt away to ash. Itachi made space for himself, launching several kunai to keep Sasuke unbalanced while he considered his options. You have the Mangekyo, and yet, I see your lover and your best friend still alive. Curious. This confused the older ninja. The Mangekyo was only accessible after experiencing extreme emotions and trauma. Losing a loved one, watching your best friend die, killing your kin. Those were the only ways to obtain it. As he dived under another grand fireball, appreciating that indeed Sasuke had been training hard, He made a hasty shunshin that placed him just behind the boy, unless this is some trick. Sword out and blocking a kunai that had been aimed at his neck, Sasuke grunted before launching a front kick that sent Itachi sailing away over the rocky terrain. Distance made, Sasuke threw several shuriken before lightning began to flow over his sword. Just like our elders, you misunderstood the Uchiha texts. Rushing forward, Sasuke kept an eye on the dust cloud that Itachi has disappeared into. Which was a good thing as black Amaterasu fire erupted from its depths that melted his thrown weapons into useless slag. Aborting his attack and jumping high into the air, some quick molded chakra allowed for another hasty shunshin to carry him further as the ravenous black fire tried to follow him. Itachi was frowning, eye leaking blood as the dust cleared, and he eyed his little brother. Me? Misunderstood the texts? Laughable. Spotting Sasuke standing with a sword wreathed in lightning, Itachi made direct eye contact with his brother. It has to be a trick. He would trap his brother within the infinite world of his Tsukuyomi and interrogate him thoroughly. Feeling Itachi try to use the Tsukuyomi against him, Sasuke allowed a maddened grin to spread on his face as the genjutsu failed to take hold. Tell me, brother. Who subjected me to hours upon hours of mental torture? Dashing forward, he just missed Itachi's neck with the tip of his sword as his brother leaned away with Sharingan-enhanced reflexes. Who made me relive the slaughter of our clan? Another swing was this time deflected by a chakra-enhanced kunai, lightning arcing down into the ground to gouge out a furrow, but still Sasuke pressed on, watching as Itachi began to actually put some effort into this. And who now stands before me having been used as a puppet for conniving old men? I wasn't the weak one. Chakra flaring, Sasuke just missed Itachi again with a Chidori Nagashi, though several locks of hair were cut free. You blindly followed your orders. You never questioned what would happen afterward. A sheep before a hateful shepherd. Dodging and deflecting ever-increasing precision strikes, Itachi quickly realizing that his younger brother had certainly been training and improving. Deciding to up the stakes, Itachi's lungs began to fill with tightly molded chakra while Sasuke prepared the same hand seals as he. With a shout, both brothers released great fire dragons. The attacks were hot enough to scorch the very earth itself as they raced towards one another, one red and one white. They arced around each other before writhing their way into the sky where they detonated and shook the very air around them. Yet still, Itachi could tell Sasuke was not flagging, keeping up with him step for step. So be it. Diving deeper into the Mangekyo for something more esoteric. You want me to believe I was the weak one? That I was wrong? A few hand signs as Sasuke dashed to close the distance between them, and a back flip over a sword slash allowed him to trail a hand over the rocks. A rock wall soon grew between himself and his brother, giving him time to jump away and carve out more room between them as his chakra began to manifest. I think you are the one that's mistaken. I did what I had to. All for our home, for you, little brother. It was time to show Sasuke the peak of what it meant to be an Uchiha. An explosion rocked the area, Itachi's hastily built wall blown to bits by a wide-eyed Sasuke, black fire trailing away from his eyes. Mangekyo spinning, Sasuke had no issue seeing the ethereal chakra floating around Itachi. To what end, Itachi? The clan is functionally dead. The village never cared about you or our future, only what they could take from us. Matching Itachi, Sasuke began to build up his own chakra. If you wanted to protect me, to help me, why didn't you stay? Sasuke frowned at the chakra-formed bones that began to form around his brother, idly noticing the sky darkening above them. Why didn't you actually try to be my actual brother? The very fires of Amaterasu began to build up around him to copy Itachi, staying in step with the elder Uchiha. A twitch and Itachi paused. He could see it clearly in this moment. There was pure rage on Sasuke's face, hatred and more. Sasuke had known just who and what Itachi was. While some part of his little brother still wanted to save him, to help him, so too he was just as willing to kill him. This was the culmination of centuries of work, from their founders to now. The perfect Uchiha. No, little brother, I don't think I've done anything wrong at all. The bones of the Susanoo grew around him, the otherworldly skeleton building and growing flesh more rapidly with every second, the final ability of the Uchiha clan and the greatest. You hate me, rightfully so. But I did all of this, so that you would reach this apex. This height. Now no one can stop you. Itachi watched as Sasuke easily copied him, a deep blue Susanoo construct much the same as his own if not for the color, both Uchiha brothers rising while sheltered deep within the chests of their techniques. Now, you have one last duty to fulfill. Watching them both from on high, Naruto floated with Sakura on a platform made of earth, having retreated once larger and more deadly techniques started to fly. Rinnegan active and watching, Naruto remained silent while Sakura watches on anxiously. What is this? Sighing, Naruto shakes his head as Sakura leans over the edge of their rocky surface. Sasuke explained it to me once. Susanoo. Born from the abilities of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi to build the illusion, and Amaterasu to make it real. A technique not seen since Madara himself. Sakura's head snapped to Naruto near instantly. Madara? As in the founding of the modern-day Uchiha clan himself, Madara? The man who fought toe-to-toe with Hashirama, the first Hokage? That Madara? Watching Naruto nod slowly, Sakura turned back to watch the brothers face off, ignoring as it began to rain around them. Unreal. Naruto again nods, literally. Reach high enough with this, and even a single person can fight toe-to-toe with Kurama himself. And I don't mean like me with clever explosions and seals, I mean hand-to-hand and raw power. I would still kick his ass. Of course you would, great and powerful Kurama-sama. Was that sarcasm? That feels like sarcasm. Wouldn't dream of it. Stepping forward and sitting down next to Sakura while ignoring the stewing Kurama, Naruto gently placed a hand on her trembling shoulder. Except for one thing. Sakura frowns. What? What's wrong? Sasuke didn't unlock his Mangekyo the same way Itachi or anyone else before him did. He had something else spur it on. Sakura turned back to find Naruto smiling at her gently. What crazy shit did you two get up to without me knowing? Chuckling, Naruto shakes his head, patting her on the shoulder lightly. Wasn't me this time. It was you. Naruto winked at her and grinned as a confused look started to work its way on her face. He told me. Well, no real details really. But late one night alone with you, he had one single thought while you slept. Together, they both watched Sasuke settle within the chest of a great armored warrior that stood nearly 100 meters tall, armed with an odachi in a right arm and a shielded bow on its left. Horned Helmon and bright yellow eyes watching Itachi's own similarly armed but unarmored yellow Susanoo. There was a silent standoff before them and Naruto sighed as he continued. What was he willing to do, to protect the one person he loved more than anyone else? In a moment, Sasuke knew without a doubt that he was willing to burn the entire world to ash, if it meant seeing you live on. Naruto again winked at her with a more genuine smile even as her face was aflame in a blush. And in that moment his eyes shifted, power born not from hatred, but from a love so intense and deep that not even the kami could refute it. Naruto knew the feeling. He and Sasuke shared the same thought. That they would rend this world if it meant the salvation of those they loved. Sakura finally shook her head and sat back, taking in the man she loved as he faced off against his older brother. All that. This. Because of me. I mean, the power, yeah. Pretty sure they aren't fighting over you. Accepting the slap to his arm, Naruto grinned and continued, just think, you can say confidently that your man was willing to fight gods for you. Naruto chuckled as the brawler giggled but nodded along. Or, you can say you've got world-ending pus dash. Naruto easily let the incoming fist smash into his face and launch him into the air. Internally chuckling at the blushing Sakura already turning back to the fight. Asshole. She ignored that he was almost instantly back at her side, still grinning like a loon. Instead she focused on Sasuke and her own hopes for the future. Still internally she wished that this fight wasn't necessary at all. That there was some way for the brothers to reconcile. Sasuke stared his brother down, his own Susanoo slightly taller though they both knew Sasuke's own was much more advanced. We don't have to do this. We can stop. We can finally talk. Look at us. We're all that's left. Isn't that worth something? Sasuke took a step forward, and the Susanoo responded, you said so yourself didn't you? I've reached this peak now, so why does one of us have to die? Another step and the earth trembled. Do I really have to kill my older brother? The last of my blood? Itachi gave him a mad grin, nodding along, you know how this ends. Either you kill me, or I kill you. There is no in-between. Bringing his left arm up to display the Yata mirror, Itachi drew his sword of Totsuka from its sake jar. My sins cannot be forgiven. You must end the Uchiha? Itachi knew he had more blood on his hands than could ever be cleansed. Forgiveness for someone like him? Never. Sighing, Sasuke nodded and took another step. No. Seeing the puzzled look on Itachi's face, Sasuke shook his head. If you truly want for me to kill you, I can accept that. But the Uchiha won't end. I'll do my duty. Rebuild it into something better. Something that can stand in the light. This hatred, this disease that we hold within ourselves. I'll make sure that that ends with you. Brandishing his bow, Sasuke nodded to his brother. Let's finish this, big brother. Itachi nodded, let's. Already his arm and thus his Susanoo was moving forward, liquid form of the Totsuka surging in for the kill only to crash against Sasuke's raised defense, the bow on his left arm taking the damage for him. They sprung apart, Sasuke launching a bolt from his crossbow towards Itachi only for his form to vanish. Mildly surprised, Sasuke was already turning to lock blades with his brother with a sneer. Around them the earth trembled and broke. Boulders and dirt surged into the air from their footsteps, and landscape changing by their every movement. A Kawarimi, really? Just testing you. They broke apart again, as rain began to fall around them and Sasuke raised his sword to the heavens. Chakra heavy was an understatement for this technique, never mind what he was about to do. This needed to end, now. Fine then, test this. Lightning forming around his Susanu's sword, the heavens above answered with light and thunder. It was here that Itachi paid attention to the world around them, noticing that the once blue sky had darkened with a storm. He realized that all of the fire techniques so far had been a catalyst to changing the very weather, Sasuke planning it all for this very moment. Clever. As Sasuke slashed his sword forward, he watched as a dragon of real lightning answered his will. Raiten, Koryu no Shuin. Naruto and Sakura watched as a fully natural lightning bolt crashed down into Itachi faster than they could blink, easily piercing his Susanoo and striking him fully. Rubbing the spots from her eyes, Sakura could barely make out Itachi's body as it fell to the earth while his chakra construct broke apart. What the hell was that? Naruto sighed as he began to bring them down towards Itachi's fallen body, keeping some distance, but closer now in order to hear what was going on. You know how techniques that use natural elements are stronger than those that make the elements from chakra? Naruto watched as Sakura nodded and he continued, turning back to watch Sasuke dispel his own armored form to walk towards his brother. Sasuke had a feeling Itachi had a complete Susanoo at his disposal. So he needed something that could break it. Enter some brainstorming and here we are. Using fire techniques to alter the weather, a little lightning chakra to get the reaction going, and boom. Naruto pointed down as Sasuke stood over a panting and unseeing Itachi. You get one roasted Uchiha. Sighing, Sakura kicked her feet and worried about how this was going to end. He wanted to save him, you know? Sasuke didn't want this to end in a fight. To end in one of them dying. Getting no more than a hum from Naruto, she continued as they descended even further. Part of him wanted his brother back. He wanted to make sure the Uchiha had a better chance of not fading away. But now, matching Sakura's previous sigh with one of his own, Naruto set them down a dozen paces away from Sasuke and Itachi. Letting the platform of earth crumble away below them, Sakura and Naruto took their time walking up to the brothers. We can hope and dream all we want, but reality is often harsh and cruel. Sakura turned back to her brother-in-law, only just seeing something dark stir in those eyes of his, but it was gone in a blink as if she had imagined it. Rinnegan fading back to natural blue and sage chakra leaving him as well. What about you? What do you think? I think Sasuke did his best. And that's all we can comment on. Sasuke did his best to ignore the fatigue that had built up in his body as he stood over his older brother. To think, less than 3 years ago this was a man he had feared more than anyone else. More than anything. A boogeyman that haunted his dreams and even some waking hours. And now here, proof that like anyone else Itachi was still just a man. Sprawled out in a shallow crater, chest heaving erratically, Sasuke finally sighed tiredly, this is over. Itachi nodded along slowly, body cold and chakra all but gone. One last task. I know. Sasuke didn't flinch as Sakura came up to his right side while Naruto came to his left. For what it's worth, I really did want us to make peace with one another. Itachi again nods, paradoxical warmth suffusing him slowly as feeling left him. In another life, maybe. I could have returned, taken Konan as a bride maybe, been a good uncle to your brats. Yeah. I could have annoyed the shit out of you by constantly pestering you in silly contests. Maybe you could have been a Yuzu Jonin instead of returning to Konoha. Heh. Yuzunin huh? Itachi's unseeing eyes began to droop, blood leaking from his lips as the crater of his chest heaved. I think. I would have liked that. Or maybe I would have stolen your woman away. I'm the better looking of us, I think. He could not see his brother, but he could imagine the smirk that just crossed his face all the same. Snorting, Sasuke shook his head. In your dreams, big brother. He gently wrapped an arm around Sakura's waist, pulling her into him. I'll do our clan proud. I'll rebuild us into the clan we were meant to be. The family we should have been. Sakura nodded along. I'll do my part as well, I won't let him fall to darkness. A smile on his lips, Itachi allowed what chakra and life he had left to fade. I believe in you, little sister. Chest no longer moving, the 3 ninja remaining stood quietly over the fallen Uchiha as rain began to come down in a torrent. None of them moved, Sasuke allowing the rain to mask his tears, while Sakura's shoulders shook and her body was racked with sobs. Naruto wanted to turn away, his own mind going to a dark place as he considered Itachi's words. What was it, truly, that prevented Itachi from giving up this quest for atonement? Could he not see a world where he would have been better spent living to atone for his sins? Where he could have found forgiveness, acceptance, maybe even love? In the end, Naruto had to admit that not everyone could move on from the past. Itachi was one haunted by his sins, and in the end it was better for him to die than it was to live with what he had done. Will that be me, one day? You didn't slaughter your clan or droves of innocent people. No, just countless sound ninja, bandits, and gangs. Sprinkled in with a few despots and wannabe tyrants. Naruto tried to form his thoughts into something more coherent, trying to get this feeling in his chest understood. Will madness like this take hold of me one day? Will I force someone I love to kill me? Kurama sighed, knowing that something was deeply troubling his partner, but not having the time to truly talk to him. If only he could talk to Naruto's girls so they would weasel it out of him. You did all of such for the right reasons. You don't kill for sport, but to protect. You always give others a chance to redeem themselves. You are not a monster. Heh, I guess you're right, Kurama. Naruto watched as Sasuke turned dull eyes back to him. You need me, bro? Sasuke sighed, motioning with his head towards Itachi. I'm going to need his eyes. Think you can watch over us while Sakura does this? Naruto nodded resolutely. Nothing and no one will touch you, don't worry. Turning away to scan the horizon, he hoped what he was about to ask didn't set his brother off. Should we bring him home? Give him a proper burial? Pausing while he was in the middle of laying down, Sasuke stared down into the charred chest of Itachi. Slowly, after giving it some real thought, he nodded and continued to lay down. Yes. He deserves to rest. Just like the rest of the clan. Thunder shook the heavens above them as he continued rolling over and staring up into the dark sky. His vision was interrupted by a gently smiling Sakura. Thank you for being here for this. I love you, Sakura. Blushing and grateful that Naruto didn't get to teasing them, Sakura leaned down and kissed her loved ones. And I love you. I'll make this quick. She was getting rather good with these eye procedures by this point. Naruto stared out over the ruined and desolate landscape, mind already moving to his two largest concerns. Kumo and Iwa. Just what would he have to do with them soon? Worse, what would they force him to do? Yujito wondered at her life and how it had led to here. Loose and flowing blue tunic over fitting blue pants and sandals would place her as much a Uzushio native as any other, if not maybe for her bright blonde hair and dark piercing eyes. And yet, she was left alone. No one bothered her here. There was no ridicule, no missions to complete, no assassinations to carry out. Here, as she slurped away at some rather wonderful noodles, she could just be. And brightly smiling brown-haired Iam across the bar was already setting a new cup of tea down in front of her, and she gave a slight nod of thanks. You've taken to business for yourself quite well. Yujito's voice was strong and clear, even if her lower back still twinged from time to time. A wonderful soreness that. Happy kitty, at least the Matatabi was satiated for now. Iam nodded and served another patron at her bar, her shop nearly identical to her father's if not just a little larger. Ramen was fairly popular here. Yeah, I honestly have to thank Naruto and my dad for convincing me to do this. Working efficiently to both work a new set of noodles and taste test another batch of spicy broth, she hummed with some pleasure. It was a challenge at first, but now I have a whole groove going. Eyeing the former Kumo ninja, Iam took a moment to relax and wink at her. So, settling in all right? Making some friends? Tsunami had let slip the arrangement between Naruto and Yujito, and it had sent Iam into hysterics ever since. She'd need to tease her little brother the next time she saw him. Blushing and occupying herself with her tea, Yujito tried and failed to hide her embarrassment. So, you know? Yup. Giggling even while moving to supply another order, she gave a bright smile to a cleaned-up member of the Chinoite clan as she handed him a new bowl of the Naruto special. Don't worry, I won't tease you too much over it. She completely missed the man's embarrassment, or the not-so-gentle ribbing from his clan mate next to him. Groaning and putting down her cup, Yujito turned tired eyes to the other woman. I'm never going to hear the end of it, am I? I'll live a little. It's all in good fun. Laughing as Yujito slumped in her seat more, there was a bell chime as Iam's door opened to admit what looked like a couple down on their luck. Hiya there. Grab a seat and I'll be right with you. Obito decided that of all the ideas Kuratsuchi had had so far, this one wasn't the worst. Traveling from eateries to bars and shops, they had been gathering what information they could while disguising it as a vacation. Much better than her initial plan of blowing things up until the Yuzukage arrived. Thank you. His normal voice was still rather rough, but at least he was able to hide his face behind a more normal face mask. Sure, he looked like some beach bum in light gray shorts and a gray hoodie, but he'd rather not show off the ruin of his face. Kuratsuchi was having too much fun to care. Somewhat matching Toby in a gray and yellow version of her usual attire, though without her weapons and armor, she was having the time of her life forcing the man to pay for everything. Hey, a shopkeep, what do you recommend? Iam chuckled as she set about making another order. How about the Naruto special? Lots of protein, some good veggies, and enough spice to free up your sinuses for a week. Sold. One each for me and my man. Kuratsuchi couldn't help but cackle as she just knew Toby was glaring at her from behind his mask. Serves him right for doubting her. She was in mission mode now, and she did not fail. Shaking her head and offering Yujito a smile, I am set to work. I know you don't fully know yet what you want to do. But my advice? Try a little of everything. Go on a bender. Find a hobby. Get hyperfixated and see where it goes. Find love, or don't. String along a bunch of lovers. Learn what your heart likes and what it doesn't. Smile softening into something very genuine, I watched Yujito return it. You'll get the hang of it, we all do eventually. Finishing up the 2 new orders, was around the counter with a tray to carry the bowls and a pitcher of water. Yujito herself stared down into her own half-finished bowl of noodles. Made it sound so easy. You could always visit the stud. Yujito admitted that yes she could while her back again throbbed. You're hopeless. I'm in love. You're in heat, there's a difference. Oh there is, one you'll figure out eventually. Ignoring the long-haired blonde that was muttering to herself, Kuratsuchi beamed at the cheery woman who brought their food. So, we've been hearing all kinds of crazy stuff about the Yuzukage. Like he's 7 feet tall and shoots chakra from his eyes. Laying it on thick, the IWA ninja idly noted Toby's bowl was somehow already a quarter empty. When did he do that? Shaking her head as the rumors were getting more ridiculous by the day, started back to her bar. No, the height is all wrong. Not sure about the chakra from his eyes though, never know with him. Having been in Yuzu long enough by now, she knew better than to give out information to outsiders. And these 2 practically screamed outsider. But I did hear that he's actually a reincarnated prince. One of her patrons started laughing long and loud, his table joining him. Oh come on Miss there's no way that's true. Chuckled and shrugging it off, the restaurant owner was all smiles as she returned to her work. You have no way of proving me wrong though. Enjoying the laughter that rose up above the usual din of separate conversations she said about her work. The lunch rush would be starting soon after all. Kuratsuchi leaned over to Toby, getting as close as she could. Think she knows more than she's letting on. Toby shrugged. Toby thinks so, but Toby thinks everyone knows more than they're saying. They were outsiders, and obvious ones at that. The trick was gleaming real information from the fake rumors. Nodding and sitting back down to enjoy her food, Kuratsuchi is back to grinning. We have time. Why don't we hit the tower next? I hear there's a memorial there is recommended to visit at least once. Sure thing, I'll go where you want, so long as I lead. He learned his lesson. Never again. Meanie. Ignoring the bickering couple, Yujito finished off her bowl and motioned for another. Maybe you're right I'll do what you said, and follow my heart. See where it leads me. That's great. So what's the plan then? Well, blushing and looking away, Yujito eventually turned back with a more confident smirk on her face. I wouldn't mind a second round. She couldn't go out and fight anyone after all. Might as well settle for the next best thing. Be careful, you may just fall for him. Doubtful. Yujito tried not to take Ayam's knowing look too seriously. What could she know? Tayuya was not in the best of moods at the moment. Yes, she knew that Naruto had been pulled away by an emergency, but having to watch over the desk again was not on her list of things to do today. She had planned on lazing around the Uzumaki compound and getting to know the others. But, at least she had Tsunami to keep her company. So Anko and Irika have finally made the move, have they? Tsunami smiled as she relaxed back in her chair, ignoring the pair of Narutos off to the side continuing to do paperwork. Yes. Apparently Anko led the charge. I'm unsure if they will take up ninja assignments here however. Tayuya waved the thought away without hesitation. Knowing Naruto he'll have them signed up and ready to go within a few days. She knew good and well that was his plan when he finally got his sensei and his woman here finally. Poor sods, didn't know what they were getting into. Anything new for you? Like a boyfriend maybe? Or a girlfriend? I don't judge. Putting a hand to her cheek, Tsunami blushed a bit. No. I don't have the time for something like that. Caring for Inari and all of the people of Wave is more than enough for me. Tayuya wiggled her eyebrows. Sure. But I'm sure some nights get a bit lonely, don't they? Even leaders need to take breaks. Something they continually had to remind Naruto of. Smile turning into a smirk, Tsunami turned knowing eyes to Tayuya. You know, you aren't wrong. Say, can I borrow Naruto for a few days? Caught off guard and not missing the snort one of his clones made, she gave the older woman the stink eye. There's no way you're serious. I wonder. I'm pretty sure Naruto is into older women. Nope, go find your own boy toy. Half the city would trip over themselves to have you. Tayuya wasn't worried about Naruto bringing Tsunami into the fold. They all respected the woman heavily. Her and her father. Even still. They all knew there was something between Naruto and Tsunami. They'd rather not tempt fate there. I suppose. Teasing the younger girl was so much fun, especially after whatever it was that Itachi tried to do to her. She needed to have some fun. Do you suppose they'll be alright? So long as Naruto is there, nothing will happen to them. Itachi is probably in about a dozen pieces by now. Tayuya had no doubt that Naruto and Sasuke together would make short work of the Nuke Nin. Talented he was, yes, but against the two of them together? Nothing short of another Kage had a chance by her estimation. Maybe a few of them. Tayuya, Karen is here to see you. Amaru's voice piped up from the intercom, and Tayuya pressed the return button. Sure thing, let her in, I ain't busy. Tayuya looked up and prepared herself for another long speech about funding and future projects. The girl sure didn't know when to relax. Watching Karen walk into the room, Tayuya's mood soured as Karen's shadow followed along in black robes. Oh, right. I forgot you were with her. Karen sighed as the door closed behind her, Kabuto staying to her left and out of the way. We promised to give him a chance, Tachan. Grunting, Tayuya nodded, though she refused to make eye contact with the snake. Yeah. I remember. Doesn't mean I like him. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, Tayuya shook herself and smiled at her sister. So what's up, Karen? It's rare to see you up and out of the basement. Settling herself into a seat while Kabuto remained standing, Karen shrugged. Without Anoka here the lab gets kinda boring. Plus everyone has harped on me enough, so I'm making sure to take breaks often. Kabuto shrugged. She heard the alert and started to fret, so she decided if information was going to come in anywhere first, it would be here. Reaching back and smacking the man, Karen frowned. That was a secret. Grinning and wondering that maybe Kabuto wasn't all bad, Tayuya turned sly eyes towards Karen, so little Karen was worried. Maybe you are next in line to get knocked up. Karen paused, looking down at her currently very flat belly. Even still, the thoughts and fantasy took hold, and hands rubbed her stomach softly. I don't think I would mind if I was. Blinking owlishly, Tayuya exchanged a glance with Tsunami. Wait. You serious? I thought you wanted to wait. I did. Do. Well. Karen looked up and sighed at the look of concern on Tayuya's face. I don't know. I just. Knowing that most likely the entire clan is together and whole again, that we have a home to come back to, I've just been thinking is all. It wasn't like she was in a rush, of course. More like. If it happens, I don't think I'd mind all that much. Tsunami hummed while nodding. I understand the feeling. Sometimes things just feel right. She hadn't had the itch in a long while, for another child that is. What would it be like, to hold another small life in her arms? Tayuya couldn't refute that. I get it. Receiving a smile from Karen, Tayuya idly rubbed her own stomach. I really do. Giggling, Karen leaned back in her chair. To think you used to be such a tomboy. I almost wondered if you'd ever let a guy willingly touch you. Hush before I remind you why I'm still so scary. No thanks, Mama Tachan. I know better already. They all shared a laugh before Karen sighed and motioned back to the silent Kabuto. I know you probably don't want to hear it from me, but the guy is trying. Tayuya sighed and eyed the glasses-wearing man who was doing his best to seem uninterested in their conversation. I know. Doesn't mean my mind will change anytime soon. She as well as the others knew though that Naruto was willing to give him a chance. And if Naruto could do it, they could as well. But I'll try. Here she held Kabuto's gaze quietly. Don't make me regret it. Kabuto himself bowed his head. I will endeavor to make sure you don't. He didn't have to look to know that the two Naruto's clones had been watching him since he had entered the room, but at least now he knew the young Kage was a man of his word. There was nothing for him to fear here so long as he followed his rules. I did have a question, however. Raising an eyebrow, Tayuya motioned with a hand. Well, go on, what is it? Kabuto took a moment to really think about how he wanted to word this, before deciding it didn't matter. I know you still have the other Sound 4 members. Are you planning on using them for the future? Tayuya shook her head right away. Not unless we have good reason to. Not every bloodline needs to come back after all. She as well agreed with Naruto's and Karen's assessment of Sakan and Yukon. Plus, we won't experiment on people, we aren't like Orochimaru. Kabuto smiles and nods. I did not assume you were. Only, sometimes having many options is better than having none. Just a thought is all. Karen shrugged. I haven't shown you, but I'm searching for a way to utilize Kimimara's unique bloodline for Uzushio's greater benefit. I'll show you later. I think you could help me. Her medical tubes had seen some improvement after she had healed Isaribi and perfected her transformation. Oh, high praise from you, Karen. Flattery will get you nowhere, Kabuto. Karen idly watched a flock of birds fly by the window, distracted for a moment. Naruto better hurry back. Tayuya nodded. I agree. Let's give him an earful when he returns. Agreed. Karen could admit that without a doubt, Naruto alone was stronger than most. It was just that Itachi was a world-famous ninja, much like Sharingan Kakashi or the Densetsu no Sannin. It was hard to remember that Naruto probably had a dozen different ways he was going to eradicate the other ninja from this world. Which he better have done quickly and not let the older Uchiha get the drop on him. Killer Bee did not like this mission, nor did he like his specific orders. It didn't matter that they came directly from his brother, it was still shitty. Standing with his arms crossed and watching the main gate quietly, he ignored Team Samui getting ready just behind him. Samui, however, was much of the same mind, though she had less power to oppose her orders. So, what's the plan? She had heard the rumors. That Naruto himself had come and threatened the Raikage directly. The holding pens being torched had been his doing. Sniffing lightly, Killer Bee shrugged, it's just as my bro wants. We're two teams with two targets. You three are to capture any of the Uzumaki that the scout team can find and return to Kumo with them. Shaking himself, Bee hardened his gaze, all mirth gone, I track down the Uzukage and beat the snot out of him. Either to drag him back or to kill him. Whichever I can accomplish. Sighing and staring out over the mountains of their home, Samui shook her head, we're crossing a line here. One that we can't so easily jump back over. Doesn't matter. We have our orders. Apparently a team from IWA was doing much the same, the two villages united in this. Troubling. Their stew dash, cut off roughly by a burly finger over her lips, Samui shot Killer Bee a glare that would have wilted a lesser man. Only he shook his head at her quietly. I know how you feel. Really, I do. But it doesn't matter. We have our orders, so we carry them out. Starting to walk as he could tell the quiet pair behind them were ready to go, Bee truly did want to do anything else but this. We're proud Kumo ninja. We will not fail. Samui watched the larger man quietly for a time, making their way through the gate crowd so they could begin their trek down the mountain. This is going to push the nations into another war. Omoi was the first to grunt at her reasoning, knowing that she wasn't wrong. You would think that Lord Raikage would have taken that into account. Reminding herself that not everyone had her skepticism, Samui reached up to rub at her shoulder. You're right, of course. If the Raikage has decided on this course of action, then it must be with good reason. What reason that was she couldn't say, but it had to be there somewhere. Right? Bee knew better as the three younger ninja talked back and forth. Naruto had rattled a something fierce, and when faced with something unknown Bee knew that A wouldn't just sit idly and let it fester. No. The best time to put down Uzushio was a few years ago when the rumors started. But the second best time was now. They couldn't let the fledgling nation build any more power for itself. Bro has things figured out, we should trust him as our Kage. A mantra Killer Bee was having to remind himself of, daily. By the time we make it to the outer edges of Wave, our scouts should have infiltrated the city and put together some detailed maps and information for us. We'll meet up in the woods and formulate a plan with new information once we're there. Karui grunted, can't we just mass bomb the place and call it a day? We don't need that trash, do we? Even now she cared not for the Uzumaki nor the blood that ran through her veins. They were not her clan nor her people. Kumo was her home. Omoi spoke up next to her, Uzumaki blood offers too many benefits not to try and capture it for ourselves. And maybe, hopefully, this time we can get an Uzumaki a bit more fertile than the ones we had. Omoi had heard that the Uzumaki did something to themselves to make it hard for them to be forcefully bred. Most likely seal-related. But that was fine, hopefully they could snatch someone and not give them a chance to apply such a seal this time. Bee nods quietly, that's the gist of it. All of this is for the betterment of Kumo. Even if you can only find one Uzumaki, that's more than enough. Suddenly he could feel the years of his life settle of his shoulders. It wasn't a question of whether this was the correct path or not. Bee's job wasn't to think about heavy things like that. The Raikage did that. I thought you better than that. Gyuki's voice was quiet and thoughtful, enough to shake Bee loose from his own thoughts. I don't want to hear that from you right now. Oh ho, think you can brush me off now, do you? No. I'm sorry. I know this is not right. Family. A hard burden to ignore. Even still, a new war, all that suffering. Can't something be done to avoid that fate? This was no longer a time of kunai and tanto. Of short-range abilities and efficiency. Techniques and technology had increased what shinobi could accomplish, which meant even more could face destruction in the future. Bee takes time to think that over, secretly wishing for much the same. He didn't want to fight the kid before when they had found him in the land of hot water. And Bee had been against sending Yujito after him as well. Now this sounded like a suicide mission. I'd have to disobey, bro. This is bigger than your one village, you know that. I do. It was a thought that had been keeping Bee awake at night ever since Naruto had come to Kumo. Would he disobey the Raikage in order to protect what peace the world had? Doing so would probably force him to kill Team Samui however, depending on how loyal they were to the village. Not a pleasant thought and not one he had the energy to think about. I'll think on it. See that you do. Samui sighed and did her best to ignore Omoi and Karui beginning to go off on a tangent. We have at least a week of land travel to get through. Might as well relax while we can. Maybe if there was time she could finally get some answers about Yujito. She still couldn't believe the other ninja was dead. Not without proof. But if she was, maybe then she could close her heart to the task she had been given. War is coming, Tsunade, we can't ignore that fact anymore. Jiraiya sat on the windowsill not far from Tsunade, who herself was sitting in her chair deep in thought. Paperwork for the moment done and set aside, she did her resolute best to in fact, ignore him. It doesn't have to though. That's the depressing thought. Tsunade held firm that there had to be a better option here. Anoki and A were both known variables. One was a stubborn old goat who was happy to play isolationist while griping about the old days. While the other, while pig-headed and quick to anger, could be made to see the sensible side of things when pushed. One way or another she could probably either talk them down or exude some Konoha force in order to get them to back down. But united as they were, she doubted the usual tactics would work. They didn't just want the Uzumaki clan dead and Uzushio reduced to rubble, it was almost a visceral need for the two of them. And Naruto? He would raise both villages to the ground if even one Uzushio citizen fell. Jiraiya wasn't privy to her thoughts but had a feeling he didn't need to be. Word on the wind is that IWA and Kumo are both making moves. It's small right now. IWA has sent a scouting party to Wave and Uzushio, but I have to assume Kumo has done the same. He shrugged when Tsunade turned a hard face towards him. Scouting is normal, yeah, I know. But not in these numbers. Either they're vastly underestimating Naruto or they just don't care. Or worse, they're attempting to provoke a response out of the Gaki. Waking that particular dragon would have the world redrawing some maps. Sighing heavily and leaning back to stare up into the ceiling, Tsunade finally nods as a hand comes up to rub at her temple. Look into it more thoroughly. I want numbers, plans if possible, their objectives. Something and anything to pass along to Naruto. If you have opportunities to sabotage, do so. As bad as her headache was getting, even drinking didn't sound fun at the moment. Shame that. Okay, I'll get right on it. Turning a tired eye out onto the Konoha skyline, the Toad Sage shook his head slowly. Keep up your guard, just in case. Konoha is still strong but you never know. Kumo and IWA might start getting ideas. He wouldn't put it past the pair to attempt to rush on Konoha if they felt like Tsunade's attention was being drawn elsewhere. They wouldn't try anything with us, not so soon after the summit. Tsunade was sure about that. Those two were happy to return things to the old way and Uzushio was their target for now. They wanted to squash this new player quickly. If anything, we could probably stand to put a few roadblocks in their way. Maybe a hunter squad or two to root out scouts. Some Umbu to coincidentally make it to Wave at the same time perhaps? No, that might be too obvious. Turning back to his longest friend and teammate, Jiraiya waved a lazy hand towards her. Remember Haim, both Kumo and IWA have surprised us in the past. They could pull a fast one on us. He doubted they would attempt a full assault on Konoha, at least not right now with potentially Yuzu, Suna, and Kiri all allying to Konoha's side. Odder occurrences have happened in the past however, and he had to remind even himself that smaller villages had and still could be used as distractions. Uzushio fell to such measures and Konoha had been unable to help. Turning to argue the point, Tsunade is interrupted as Shizun opens the door and walks into the office. Well, I had assumed Kakashi had knocked you out for a few days yet. She hadn't said anything to Shizun calling off the day prior, nor her late start this morning. Good for the young woman, finally doing something for herself. Blushing and shaking her head as she carried a stack of papers and scrolls to Tsunade's desk, Shizun placed everything down and smiled. He is a dutiful boyfriend. Shaking herself, she motions down to the several-inch-tall stack of papers, duty and action reports. There have been a noticeable uptick in border incursions by IWA shinobi recently. I wanted to bring it to your attention. Tsunade does her best to ignore the knowing look Jiraiya was sending her. Her long history with the man let her know instantly that he was probably mouthing, "I told you so," over and over. The ass. Thank you, Shizun. I'll have revised patrol routes and missions for you to take down to processing before the day is over. Seeing her apprentice nod, Tsunade lets a grin stretch her face. So, am I going to lose you as well to Uzushio? Should I pack a bag? If Shizun did leave, Tsunade might just follow along after all. The real question was who would she hand off the hat to? Shikaku? Too lazy that one. She'd really have to think on it. Jiraiya was at attention while Shizun babbled for a moment, and then no, of course not Lady Tsunade. We just. Tsunade waved her off. You should live your life. You don't have to take care of me anymore. Go start a family or something with that hot man of yours. You deserve it. Watching Shizen gather herself for a moment before she bowed deeply to her, she smiled as her longest apprentice left her office quietly. Well, there goes the best apprentice and secretary I ever had. Oh, what about that Haruno girl? Sakura? She was never a secretary. Though she was a stellar pupil. She was a damned good physician. Give her a few more years and she very likely would be coming for Tsunade's title. Guess I really am going to have to up patrols. Better to be safe than sorry. Which meant a long afternoon for her. Yay. Jiraiya nods, good to hear. I guess I'll get started as well and go get you what information that I can. Standing and stretching, Jiraiya had the window open and was already turning to leave. Tsunade coughed once, turning back to her paperwork though she knew Jiraiya's eyes were on her. Don't do anything stupid, alright? Stay safe and make sure to come home. Why was it suddenly so hot? Was she blushing? She better not be. Blinking quietly for a moment, Jiraiya opened his mouth to tease the Hokage but decided against it. This was something new. Different. I'll return, don't you worry, Tsunade Heim. And then he was gone, flying over rooftops and making for the main gate. Top of the list of things on his mind, he worried about the upcoming conflict. Depending on the actions of IWA and Kumo, this would devolve into another Great World War and he honestly didn't see how any of the villages could survive another one. If they attacked Yuzu outright, Naruto would retaliate, dragging the remaining villages into it. Never mind all of the minor villages between them all. Was this the time? Was the prophecy coming to a head soon? He wasn't sure, but perhaps this was time to look deeper into things beyond just the villages scouting each other. Behind him and left alone Tsunade's side, eyes on a border report but mind somewhere else. Rather on someone else. What are you doing, Tsunade? Yet another question she could never seem to fully answer even after all this time. As they traveled from the land of demons to the land of vegetables was becoming a real test in patience for the pair of women. They would bear it of course, though with some grumbles. Naruto owed them both a major favor for this. Cheyenne and Koyuki were right at home in the plush coach, going over notes as they considered their plans once they arrived in the neighboring nation. Outside they could just make out the out-of-tune singing of Suzuki while Teruho drove the horse-drawn coach on. Koyuki was focused as she pointed down among their notes. Should we perhaps take the economic angle? Bring up the increased trade within the Uzushio Alliance's borders. Cheyenne shrugs, it's not a bad angle, of course, we might have other problems to attend to first before we can cement negotiations. She gently toyed with her braided hair, Hinata convincing her to join her in the hairstyle. It was much more manageable this way. That perks up Fu and Naruko's interests, the mint-haired girl sitting up straight from where she had started to doze against the taller Naruko. Is there something wrong within the land of vegetables? Conflict meant she'd have something to do that didn't equate to just watching ink dry. Maybe she could practice with her Biju techniques finally. Cheyenne nods. Well, as their name implies, the land of vegetables is a farming nation with a large economy and heavy exports. Troubling us at the moment is that my people received word that the vegetable daimyo was assassinated. There is a manhunt going on right now for his daughter. I believe her name is Haruna. Cheyenne vaguely remembers meeting the other woman once or twice when she was younger but no more than in passing. A gathering of the local lords and ladies to mingle and network. Not much for a child priestess at that sort of event. Naruko leans back into her seat with a frown on her face. How bad must things have been for anyone to want to assassinate a daimyo? Koyuki is shaking her head as she considers her notes. Remember, there are plenty of people who would want to remove a daimyo from power and for multiple reasons. Some might want the daimyo's power for themselves. A nation doesn't have to be in decline for someone to consider doing such. Spring and Uzushio Ninja had thwarted a few minor attempts on her life by now even. Such was a worry for a daimyo after all. Cheyenne picks up on that. There's also the chance someone wanted to destabilize the country for their own ends. Like for instance, watching the country implode and then picking up whatever is left. Land itself is very valuable. Some other nation could be behind this, but Cheyenne doubted such. This reeked of something poorly planned out. Maybe individual actors then? Or a botched job funded by an adversary maybe. Shrugging and eyeing the countryside as they rode on, Naruko wondered if they would get lucky and some bandits would make a play for them. Help her pass the time. All this thinking is your area of expertise, not mine. I'm just here to kick ass and spread terror into the hearts of evil men. Grinning and mentally imagining blowing up bandit camps, she wondered if Naruto would get mad at her for causing some light chaos around here. Women can be evil too, you know. Fu chimes in while Cheyenne and Koyuki both roll their eyes as Naruko sighs but nods. You know what I meant. I don't know, have to make sure with you. I'm not Naruto. Oh, I know you aren't Nachan. The accompanying leer from the mint-haired girl set Naruto chuckling and looking back out of the window. Fu could be such a brat when she wanted. Koyuki sighed and pointed at the pair. Keep your flirting to yourselves, we have a long journey ahead of us after all, and I'd like to finish it without entering major battles. So no jinxing us. Koyuki was pointing severely at Naruto, who began to whistle innocently. Just like Naruto, once the woman got going, she wouldn't be able to be stopped. Just saying we could use some excitement is all. But Naruto relented and relaxed, watching the scenery as Fu settled into her side to nap as she had been about to do previously. Idly wrapping an arm around the dusky-skinned girl, Naruto's grin softened into a softer smile as her fingers trailed along Fu's arm. Touch. Real textile sensations. Such a novelty. Honestly though, think we'll have any trouble with bandits? Cheyenne shook her head, not within my nation at least. Once we enter vegetable, it's anyone's guess. We don't know what the situation is over there just yet. That was the real worry for her at the moment. They were going into this blind, especially if there wasn't a ruling body to get into contact with just yet. They might have to continue on and wait for this situation to resolve itself first. Their journey continued with little fanfare and lots of naps from the Fu and Naruto pair. Morning turned to afternoon and a little past that as the sun began to dip but still remained high in the sky. Eventually the scenery changed, much more lush growth and large farms and plantations began to fill their view, and soon enough a border town in which they could stop and rest. Finally, within Vegetable's borders, the group decided some downtime out of the coach would be well received. As they stopped, Teruho was quick to see about the horses while Suzuki made to find food for the afternoon. This left Naruto and the others to explore the rustic town for a bit, promising to return to continue their journey within the hour. Hands in the pockets of her short black jacket while Fu wrapped an arm around her own, Naruto grunts at the noise and smells of what she was assuming was a trading town. Close to the border that it was, it made the most sense. It smells. She was grateful today for combat boots and black cargo pants. While not exactly cold, it was chilly enough to bother her. Cheyenne nods, it's lively. She had to remember that Naruto only recently acquired a real body. The young woman was still getting used to everything that entailed. Smells and temperature were apparently two areas she was having problems with. I wonder what sort of shops we can find here. Personally, she was excited. She had never had the chance to explore outside of her shrine. It made her a little giddy. Koyuki nods, taking in the hard-packed dirt roads, though wide and accommodating equal measure of foot traffic and work carts. It's a far cry from Uzushio or Spring. She didn't mean to gloat, but it was hard not to when she was so used to more industrialized areas. That could be a potential selling point as well. Industrializing the area and bringing them up to par with the rest of the alliance. Fu giggles as they walk, I like it, it's so alive. Much as Cheyenne was thinking, Fu didn't have many opportunities to explore other towns or nations. This was all new for her and just as culture-shocking as it was to mingle about within Uzushio. Naruto nods, yeah, guess so. Leading the way with Fu as Cheyenne and Koyuki follow along behind them, Naruto turns a violet eye back towards the pair. Should we grab a bite to eat, or rely on your servants for that? She honestly didn't care either way, but she was willing to help out more if Teruho was going to cook for them. Cheyenne shakes her head, perhaps a break for food would be good. We can see what the locals have to offer. Teruho and Suzuki deserved a break from time to time. Walking along the busy road as they were and ignoring many of the calls from farmer stands and vendors espousing their wares, it is Fu who is distracted first. Buy of all things, something shiny. You there. You look like you'd love something festive and unique. Why, my dear wife makes these necklaces that even young ladies from the capital stop and admire. A peddler was waving them over and Fu is the first to stop and drag a reluctant Naruto along. Koyuki and Cheyenne giggle but follow along quietly. Oh come on. We just said we don't have anything to do, right? Tugging and giggling as Naruto came to stand next to the peddlers on the side of the road, Fu was all smiles as she leaned down to look at the assortment of random jewelry and baubles laid out on a rather worn cloth. Some of the jewelry was really pretty. Naruto sighed, we actually were talking about food, not pretty rocks. What use did she have for random jewelry anyway? It'd most likely be destroyed in the first battle they entered anyway. Explosions and fire were not forgiving to fragile things. Fu rolled her eyes as Cheyenne and Koyuki stood off to her left to idle peruse the selection for themselves. Oh come now, sometimes you just have to have something cute and shiny for absolutely no reason. The leader of the little group, an older man with wide eyes and thick brown hair, was all smiles. Listen to the mint girl, she has good sense. Hand flashing out from within worn brown robes, Naruto notes hard and calloused hands. This man was a worker, maybe a farmer down on his luck? As the vendor tried to entice Fu and by extension Naruto into buying well-made but unnecessarily expensive trinkets, it is Cheyenne who locks eyes with a quiet and severe-looking man at the back. Leaning against a cart with what looked like more of their supplies or wares to be sold, they stared at each other for a moment before something much like recognition enters his eyes. Blinking and wondering if somehow she had been recognized as the Land of Demons priestess, she's a little confused as instead the young man turns away, busying himself with unloading the cart. Huh? Next to her Koyuki nudges her, something wrong? Shaking her head and turning back as Fu purchases a knotted necklace of what looks like pearls and jade beads, Cheyenne sighed, no, just. I thought I recognized that boy was all. Naruto's ears perked up. Was that danger she was smelling? Taking 2 steps to cross behind Koyuki and Cheyenne, her voice is nearly a whisper, someone dangerous? Her eyes were already scanning the crowds around them while her senses stretched out cautiously. Having her own chakra to mold and use was still such a novelty to get used to. Cheyenne shakes her head again, I don't think so. More like, a passing face. Someone I've maybe met once, but then never saw again. Humming, Naruto shrugs as Fu bounces back to her feet, if you say so. Happy with the money changing hands, the vendor turns back to his group, Shun. Need another jade necklace. Watching the boy come back around the cart, Cheyenne's feeling of familiarity returns. How would she have met some random peddler in the land of vegetables? She hadn't been around the normal populace ever before. But still, this Shun looked familiar. Naruto shrugs and motions for them to continue. Come on, I'm starving, let's find some food and get back to the carriage, we still have a long way to go. Naruto didn't miss that this Shun guy was doing everything he could to avoid Cheyenne's gaze. Suspicious. Fu nodded and bounced back to her side, I'm thinking something sweet. Let's go find some melon. Or peaches. Think anyone here has baked any pies? She easily let Naruto lead her away, the group making their way back onto the path they were once on. Getting lost back into the crowd before eventually turning down another road and following their noses, Naruto has a moment to quietly make a clone and quickly transform it into a smaller bug form. Follow him. Watching the bug flit off, Naruto turned back to see the others all watching her with mixed looks. Just in case. Koyuki shook her head, you're too paranoid. Just like Naruto. At the least, she wasn't blowing anything up randomly so there were no complaints. Yet, Naruto shrugged, pulling Fu tighter into her side, paranoia keeps us alive. Naruto was a firm believer in gut feelings. If Cheyenne felt like she recognized that guy, then best to keep an eye on him. Never hurt to be safe just in case. You know, I can't really put my finger on it, but there's always just something about traveling through a land of fire forest that's just exhilarating. Ino was all grins as she, Hinata and Anoka traveled by tree towards their destination. They were currently on the hunt for a bounty from Kumo, a runaway who apparently murdered his team before running. The smartass was even making their job easy, leaving a trail of sightings and bodies in his wake. She certainly wasn't going to complain. Hinata can't help but nod, braided hair trailing behind her while her black jacket flared out behind her, the megafauna might be part of that. Nowhere else was there a chance you might run into giant tigers or bears. Land of Fire it might be, but Land of Giant Animals would be a close second for a name. Just behind Ino and Hinata, Anoka is deep in thought as she wonders over the information they have been able to gather. It's odd though. Why would a missing Nin from Kumo run to of all places IWA? Though the others hadn't turned back to her, she could tell she had their attention. Of course officially the 2 villages aren't under an alliance, but it's pretty close. If IWA catches wind of this guy, they're just going to capture him and send him back to Kumo. Lady Tsunade had let slip that something was going on behind the scenes with the 2 villages. Was this connected? Or was the rumored alliance between them more fragile than Yuzushio suspected? Shrugging and bouncing from one tree branch to another, Ino didn't give the worry much thought. Most missing Nin aren't the smartest of the bunch. I mean, who really thinks they're getting away from their village after killing their squad mates? Never mind all the rest of the trouble he was causing. He was going to make himself a problem for multiple villages at this rate. The timing is a bit concerning. Hinata chimed in, her own mind beginning to tackle the problem. Any Kumo ninja should know how things stand between themselves and IWA. Why risk it with so many smaller nations between them? This is a newer bounty. He's listed as an A rank and the information available is substantial. Which in itself is slightly odd. Now that she was really applying her mind to it, she could see the caution Anoka was having. Ino angled herself to end up next to Hinata, face thoughtful, think this is a trap? Hinata nods slowly, possible, but the question is for who and why. It wouldn't make much sense if it was meant for them. This was a bounty from one of the public books, anyone could have taken this one, not just them. Anoka nods, think of the timeline. pausing in her speech as they all have to divert around a larger-than-normal tree, skirting its large trunk, before they met up again on the other side so she could continue. The summit was announced, Yuzushio goes public, and this bounty drops. Considering our luck, I don't believe in coincidences. Seeing both younger women turn to her, she finally shrugs. That kind of planning wouldn't be just to capture some random ninja, there's a goal behind it. Ino snaps her finger. Think about the location. Somewhere between grass and waterfall. Any chance this trap might be targeting their ninja? Taki were known for their isolationist ways and also their vaulted hero water. Some might be willing to go to such lengths for a chance to have that. Hinata nods at the idea, completely possible, which would mean we could be walking into a trap not meant for us. Something that Naruto would never let them live down, ever. Never mind that he would never let them out of his sight for the rest of his life if something happened. Thinking on it, of the major villages Suna wouldn't have taken this bounty, having enough issues keeping up with internal missions of their own now that trade and supplies have increased. Konoha as well wouldn't have, wanting to keep the peace as much as possible. IWA obviously doesn't care if this ninja is running rampant near their borders, and Kumo wouldn't send a full team this far away from their home, especially though the land of fire. Especially so soon after the summit. Catching on to what Hinata was thinking, Ino completes her thought. That leaves us. Yuzushio, that is. Unless some random ninja decides to try and get lucky. Or a smaller village looking to make a name for themselves. Not likely but not impossible either. Anoka finally shakes herself free of depressing thoughts and levels firm looks on Ino and Hinata. If this is likely a trap, why continue on with it? It would be easy enough to turn around and return home. Take a different bounty even if they really wanted to. It wasn't like this one was important. Hinata pointed to the headband on her forehead. Most likely if it is a trap for Yuzushio, they might have assumed Naruto would come after it with such a high rank. They wouldn't be expecting a full team that knows they're springing a trap. Ino has a grin back on her face. Best way to avoid a trap is to know that it's there. It's reckless. Anoka sighs as Ino and Hinata grin at her, waiting for what they know she's going to say. She both loves and hates that she won't disappoint them. Obviously we're going to continue on, if for nothing else so we can make a fool out of whoever thinks they're going to get one over on us. Anoka taps her pouch on her lower back where a few special scrolls sat in waiting, unless of course we're being paranoid and there is no trap. Ino shook her head, pounding a fist into a flat palm as her blood sang at the chance for a fight. No, this has to be a trap, don't jinx it. After this is over I'm holing up with Naruto for a week. Anoka had her priorities after all. She still wanted to catch up to the lucky three back home. Hinata has a small smile on her face as she considers her own desires. That doesn't sound like such a bad idea. As if you don't sneak around whenever you can on a regular basis. Ino smirked as Hinata flicked a leaf her way. You're one to talk. Is there a surface Naruto hasn't bent you over back home? The kitchen table maybe? Ino looked up and really thought about it. No, wait, there was that time with Tayuya after everyone else went to bed. You degenerate. Anoka rolled her eyes. Can we not do this today? We can measure who gets more Naruto time later. Mentally she was sure that she and Karen had them both beat. Karen's basement lab truly gave them a world of options. And Naruto was rather good at trap making, so handy with rope. Ino just shakes her head as creepy giggles leave Anoka's mouth. Her own perversions aside, it would be nice to relax for a long while. Take up some work at home and stay put. She had been rather negligent about her personal garden and now the Uzumaki estate needed her own personal touch. Plus she had been meaning to survey some of their citizens recently to get a feel for how they felt about things lately. The longer she thought about it, the more she knew she'd never be bored staying home. You are rather driven, think you might want to settle down a bit and run a division or two? Hinata could see her fellow wife taking on more leadership roles back home much as Tayuya had. The blonde was the leader type and was very good with people. Most likely the Yamanaka blood in her at work. I wouldn't mind it. Something to keep me busy between helping with the kids and eventually having my own. Things are changing and maybe one day we won't have to take missions like this anymore. Ino was one to plan out, think about the future. She wanted just as much as the others for their lives to remain peaceful. Happy. You're certainly thinking far ahead. Hinata's voice isn't mocking, but sincere as they hop along. Maybe I should consider the same. While the Hyuga princess could fight, that didn't mean she necessarily wanted to. She would be just as happy at home with Naruto all day, every day. Surrounded by kids, in her love's arms. Safe. Warm. It sounded like bliss. Anoka coughs into a hand to regain their focus. I think we all have been thinking about our futures and children more recently. Probably in no small part because of the others. We really should make some personal concrete plans now that the city is stable and secure. Plus they could establish an order to things. Best not to have kids all at once after all. As the forest thins out a bit and giving them the hint that they were approaching the border of the Land of Fire, Ino takes the lead as Hinata settles just to her right while Anoka comes just to her left. After this mission then, we will sit Naruto down and we'll all really get to planning things out. No sense in us all having kids at the same time after all. Could be fun though. Hinata giggled at Ino's disgruntled look sent her way. Fun and sensible are two different things. We're Uzumaki, do we really do anything sensible? Anoka and Ino looked at each other before looking back to the serene Hinata, Ino sighing and rubbing her temples. Do we count Naruto not having cracked the world in half as our most sensible thing? No, because he could probably do so at any time. Hinata's cheeky reply had Ino nearly tripping and falling to the forest floor below them. That's not a comforting thought. It's Naruto. We should always be a little worried about what he is getting up to. She still couldn't forget that little time bubble seal he had made. So terrifying he could be, the man they loved. It was another clear and beautiful day in Uzushio and Naruto was taking his time to enjoy it while he could. Having dropped off a tired Sasuke with Sakura to watch over him back home, Naruto now walked along Uzushio streets as he meandered his way back towards the tower. This at least would give him time to immerse himself with the people, feel the general vibe and wonder if maybe there were concerns he might be overlooking. Emotional sensing was probably much more useful than any destructive skill he had in the long run. Don't forget to actually talk to people. I would never. Naruto grunted as he considered what he would get up to next. Itachi was down, Kumo was still a worry but he most likely had some time to deal with them. That left Iwa. Should he pay Inoki a visit like he did A? Knowing that old man, Naruto wouldn't be leaving without some serious collateral damage. Well, Iwa would be taking a lot of damage and that certainly would be damaging to his own quest for peace. Doesn't sound like such a bad deal, does it? Kurama had little love for the people of stone. Neither did Naruto in the end, but useless violence was still useless. Nah, it doesn't, but for now we can let them be. We have other concerns to get to. Kurama's chuckles filled his mind, thinking too hard is going to give you ulcers. All of my wives are going to give me ulcers. Lost in thought as he had been, he pauses as he finds himself before the Uzumaki monument. Staring down into the golden inscription there, he smiles and offers a prayer to the fallen. Life had been good since leaving Konoha and by this point he honestly could not ask for more. The city was thriving, his family was whole, and the future while troublesome looked bright. You could probably do with some extra sleep. That would take an act of the kami by this point. Sleep is a luxury I seem to be in short supply of lately. Shaking himself and offering a few quiet greetings to other citizens who themselves were offering silent prayers to the monument, he continued his way into the tower proper. The hustle and bustle of the reception level never failed to put a smile on his face, more proof that they were doing something correct here. Tayuya is probably more than a little pissed off, and I need to check on Tsunami and make sure she's okay. You do that. Call me when something fun happens. Feeling the great Biju go back to napping, Naruto idly completed a hiraishin and found himself deposited in his office. Blinking and taking in the fuming redhead behind his desk while Karen giggled and Kabuto stood off to the side silently, he's blindsided by the mass of well-formed woman that spears him around the middle. Wha? Why were his arms full of mature woman? Oh my dear hero. Tsunami was laying his on thick, hugging Naruto tightly around the middle while she could hear Tayuya's teeth grinding behind her. Teasing was always worth the effort. Tayuya could feel a vein pulsing in her forehead. Welcome back, I'm guessing you and the others took care of Itachi? Somehow Naruto just knew he was going to get in trouble for this. Great. Yeah, Sasuke took care of his brother. Letting Tsunami up, his view was suddenly pulled down to see her smiling face. You aren't hurt, are you? Not at all. Say, can I borrow you for a day or two? Here Tsunami was all grins as she leaned in and needled a finger into his chest. I was so frightened when Itachi tried to do whatever it was to me. I just need some help relaxing and calming down. Big doe eyes locked onto his. You don't mind helping me, do you? Warning klaxons blaring in his mind, he did his best to ignore the ranting Tayuya yelling about old hussies who need to find their own men. Thankfully Karen was holding her co-wife down via chakra chains. IOL. Here Naruto took a steadying breath before nodding resolutely. Anything for you, Tsunami. Bringing his arms around to hug the older woman tightly, he sighed as he could feel her giggle into his chest. You're going to get me killed. He knew without a doubt she was just teasing, but it was still going to set him in the doghouse one way or another. Pulling away with a smile, Tsunami shakes her head as a clone pops into existence next to her. Oh no, we wouldn't want that. Leaning into the clone easily, the older woman and overseer of Wave smirked. Don't worry. I'm not stealing you away, I really do just want you to visit. Inari misses you. Naruto nods, I promise, I'll come swing by. You better. And then she was gone, whisked away by a smirking clone. Naruto really hoped that clone didn't get him in any trouble. Turning to a calmer Tayuya and a smirking Karen, Naruto starts for his chair as Tayuya begins to stand. What did I miss while I was gone? Easily dropping into the warm chair, he just as quickly pulls a surprised Tayuya back into his lap. Anything major? She molded easily into his chest, arms folding over his own as he held her around her middle. Tayuya shakes her head and warmth fills her. Was he always this warm? Nothing much. A few teams came in to drop off reports and Karen came up cause she was worried. Karen rolled her eyes as Naruto's gaze swept to her. Wow, is everyone going to out me today? Squeezing Tayuya lightly, Naruto finally let her up. Good to hear, go get some rest and take it easy. Standing and stretching her back, Tayuya turned hostile eyes towards him. That'd be a lot easier if you weren't taking every chance you could get to run off and play hero. But Tachan, it's part of why you love me. Seeing the fiery red head blush and refuse to answer him, Naruto scored himself another mental point. Don't worry, how about tonight we dash, pausing mid-sentence, something vaguely familiar brushed against his senses. Huh? Instantly on edge, Tayuya and Karen both focused on the young Kage. Karen is already making to stand. Trouble? They certainly hadn't felt anything, and the alarms weren't going off nor were any messages from the border team coming in. No, just, Homing in on the feeling, Naruto let a grin build on his face as he got a feel for the chakra that he could recognize that was not native to Uzushio. Not a threat I think, but something interesting. Sending out his chakra and senses in full, Kurama hummed awake. Smells like a fight brewing. I'm up. Might disappoint you buddy. Naruto could tell whoever this was, wasn't far from here. He knew who this was. Turning back to the girls while standing, he makes a clone to man the desk. Go and relax, this is something minor. Tayuya huffed and crossed her arms. You promise? Absolutely. Looks like Inoki's granddaughter decided to come and visit. Seeing both of the girls' wide-eyed blinks, Naruto waves them off. It'll be fine. I just want to make sure she isn't here to cause any trouble. If she was, it might just be perfect for him. Easy leverage to make sure Inoki didn't get any funny ideas. Don't underestimate the craftiness of old men. You would know, wouldn't you? Damn straight. Naruto paused as Karen came up to lightly hold his hand, turning to look down on her. I promise, it's no threat. Karen nods along. I believe you. Just. When you're done, come find me. I want to have a talk, okay? Watching Naruto consider her for a moment with some nervousness in her heart, she smiles as he nods with a large grin. Will do Karen. I'll be back in a flash. And then he was gone, leaving Karen with Tayuya and Kabuto. Tayuya easily brushed past Kabuto. Should I change my bet and place it on you instead? Karen scoffed and turned to follow the muscled woman out of the office to leave the Naruto clones to their work. Nope. I think it'll be Hinata. Damn woman did it everywhere. Kakashi used to think of himself as a bit of a loner, fairly antisocial and a penchant for getting lost nearly on command. That said, and recent life changes aside, things had really turned around for him ever since he had taken his team. He had reconnected with some friends, made a couple new ones, and even found love. But today, as apparently news about he and Shizun seriously considering moving away made the rounds among the ninja population, he regretfully was reminded of one long-term friend that he had neglected as of late. Of course, he could have used a different reminder. As opposed to a full-grown man crying into his flak jacket in the middle of the street. Kakashi could say that he respected Guy tremendously, maybe even loved him in a brotherly way. But getting tears and snot all over his clothes was not how he expected to spend his afternoon. Kakashi, how could you leave? After all this time, so unyouthful of you. Guy had no eyes for the crowd that was beginning to form around them, instead fully distraught that one of his longest friends was apparently leaving the village, and without him at that. The heartbreak. Guy, look, it's not you. Honest. I have another path I have to take is all. Trying and failing to break Guy's grip on his jacket, Kakashi sighed and leveled a bored look to the groveling man at his feet. You'll still see me and we aren't leaving just yet. But, you're still leaving aren't you? You aren't denying it. You're leaving me behind. Bawling as if his favorite pet just died, Guy wondered if he could transfer to Uzushio much like Kakashi had. No one understood him like Kakashi did. They shared a bond of youth like no others in this village. Guy, really, honest, it's not that serious. It's not you, it's. Why did this feel like a breakup? Kakashi sighed as he could already hear some mutterings from the crowd around them. That wasn't good. Look, I'll come back and visit often. We're still tied on challenges, aren't we? Guy was up in an instant, face clean and teeth gleaming in the sun. That's perfect. Why, since this may very well be our last challenge, let's make it a memorable one. Guy put a hand to his chin, eyes closed as he thought about it long and hard. What could we do? Interrupting them and the crowd around them, the street is parted by a screaming and running group of Konohamaru, Udon, Moegi, and a laughing and cheering Hanabi in Konohamaru's arms. Caught flat-footed and blinking owlishly, Kakashi and Guy watch the kids race away before they are pushed back by an angry Hayashi who was dragging a tired-looking Asuma along. Come back here, you ingrate, and unhand my daughter. Kiss my ass, old man. Run, Konohamaru. Don't stop. Asuma was only struggling because Hayashi decided to remind him that he was as well a proficient practitioner of Juken. He sure hoped he regained use of his legs soon. Watching the group race away and turn a corner, Kakashi and Guy turned back to each other slowly. Kakashi was already beginning to grin. Bet I can save Konohamaru and Hanabi before you subdue Hayashi. You're on. Curiosity piqued and mind clear, Naruto was walking down one of the main streets of a city branch arm towards where he could feel Kuratsuchi's chakra. From the direction he had a feeling that she might be around the foodie district, which suited him all right. He was pretty hungry. Even still, his concern wasn't so much how she had gotten here, but why she was here. Did she come to start some trouble? Come to apologize? Or maybe something else? Kurama grumbled and started to doze back off. This is boring. If there isn't some screaming or blood, I'm going back to sleep. With the brat's luck, she probably wanted to jump his bones. Naruto nodded as he weaved through the crowd. You do that, big buddy. I'll let you know if there's anything interesting going on. See that you do. Walking along and enjoying the warm sun and peaceful atmosphere as he was, he almost missed it when he gained a pair of followers who melted out of the crowd and joined him. Looking back, Naruto gave Neji and En disgruntled looks. Should I even ask why you're both here already? They were getting faster. En was grinning as his dark square glasses glinted in the sun. Lady Tayuya keyed us on the radio. Her orders were, end quote, don't let him go overboard, end quote. En was always happy to keep the Uzumaki women happy. It was an easy ticket to making sure he got fun missions later. Neji nodded along. She mentioned something about some woman from Stone? Naruto sighs but nods. Yeah. Kuratsuchi, granddaughter of Inoki. Currently the Tsuchikage and one crotchety bastard. Naruto let things fall into silence for a few moments as the group made their way and the citizens parted around them with some happy greetings back and forth. If Naruto was out with guard, most assumed he must be on official business and made a point not to hinder him. Neji shrugged and folded his arms into his tunic sleeves. Should we be on alert for anything? Shaking his head, Naruto didn't consider Kuratsuchi a threat at all. Nah. This is nothing, just want to make sure she's not here to cause trouble. Naruto turned a bright eye towards the other teen. Say, I've been meaning to ask, what's with you and that subordinate of yours? Kana, right? Finally getting around to appreciating the female half of society? Or are you holding out for your former teammate? What was her name again? Naruto hadn't paid as much attention to the rest of the Konoha rookies as he probably should have since he left. He'd have to fix that. Maybe have a get-together to celebrate once he handled business. Oh, maybe make Fu's wish come true and have a get-together with all of the Jinchuriki that he could find. Gaara would have fun with that. Neji was already letting his shoulders slump. Do you mean Tenten? No, she had more interest in Lee anyway. She was a good friend, nothing more. Here he paused as he considered the more outgoing and usually upbeat Hataru clan member on his team. She certainly did have her good points. Faults as well. So many faults. Kana is a good person and means well. I'm not really sure if she's really interested in me or if it's just her teasing me. En ribbed the younger man with a grin. That wasn't a denial of your own feelings though. Come on, tell us, you got the hots for her or not? She is my clan mate and a valued member of my team. Right now my focus is on my clan and Yuzushio. I have a duty to uphold. Naruto rolled his eyes. That's probably the closest we're going to get to Neji admitting he has feelings for someone. Here he lazily waved a hand over his shoulder. Just remember, Neji, a man's duty is to build a legacy. That includes something to leave behind. Ah, they were close. Was she at Iam's? That sure seemed to be the case as they continued down the sidewalk past other wide-windowed restaurants. The smells around them certainly had his stomach rumbling now. I will consider that. Neji quietly decided that he would as well since the advice was coming from Naruto. He wouldn't be making any decisions anytime soon, what with tensions with the other villages so high at the moment. But it was good to consider the future. And was stretching his arms out over his head, before finally calming down and rotating his shoulder. Just make sure to take it easy while you can and don't end up with a wife like mine. She'll run you ragged every chance she gets. Granted, he really couldn't complain. Chino deserved some younger siblings and apparently he had put in some good enough work. Heh. Keiko had been on cloud 9 ever since the doctor had given them the good news. Naruto seconded that thought. You said it, N. I'd kill for some real sleep sometimes. These women will be the death of me one day. N sighed, I both envy you, and really don't. Story of my life. Pausing as the chakra signature is close in front of them, Naruto sighs as he stares up into the bright red and white sign above them. Just his luck. Ichiraku Ramen, Iam's cute spot. Shaking his head, Naruto opened the glass front door and grinned wide. Yo Iam. Hope you're all stocked up cause I'm super hungry. Smiling just as wide as other patrons cheered for their leader, Iam was already waving a ladle towards him. I'm always prepared for you, Naruto. Have a seat, you want the special? You know it. Naruto quickly took in the space. Finding Yujito at the bar was a nice surprise, but his target was the one he was interested in at the moment. Sliding between a few tables, Naruto and his shadow settle in at a table next to Kuratsuchi and a man he didn't recognize. Had an interesting blue mask though. Man, I was ignoring it, but now that I'm here I really am pretty hungry. Neji nods, dropping into a seat across from Naruto while N comes to sit next to him, leaving the seat next to Naruto empty. When is the last time you ate, Lord Naruto? Naruto had to think about that. He skipped breakfast, lunch was interrupted thanks to Itachi. Did he have dinner last night? No, he decided he wanted to have bath activities instead. Shaking his head and sighing, Neji sure hoped Naruto learned to take better care of himself one day. Maybe this is the best course of action for the afternoon then. You need to eat. Yeah, what are you, my babysitter? Do you really want me to answer that? Do so at your own peril. Naruto's eyes glinted with obvious mirth, at least until a very feminine hand trailed along his shoulders and a shiver crawled up his spine. I didn't do it. I'm awake. Down boy. Yujito was all grins as she settled into the seat next to Naruto, her cup of tea the only addition she placed down in her new place. You most certainly did, my lord. Yujito leaned forward, one elbow on the table and a cheek resting in the supported hand. Still all smiles. I have a favor to ask, if you don't mind. Naruto flatly ignored the grin and was shooting his way and the more disapproving look Neji had on his face. They had no clue, none at all. Sure thing, Yujito, what do you need? He had promised to make sure she was settling into the city as well as she could. Best to give his best efforts towards that. Well, Ino, Tayuya and everyone else have been trying to help me find my own way, and I thought finally that I had something I wanted to do. So. Here she again trailed a finger down from his shoulder to his hand. Think you could get me a job? Blinking as that was not the direction he thought this conversation was going to go, Naruto nodded easily. Sure. What are you looking to do? I want to be your secretary. Secretary, yes. Yujito held his gaze firmly. Iam was right, this was fun. I'm sure I can work something out. Naruto mentally sighed. He was placing this as Ino's fault. Yeah, I can make something happen. Wonderful. Leaning back and finishing her tea, Yujito stood to leave. I'll be waiting for the good news then. Waving goodbye to Iam, who was focused on a growing pile of bowls, Yujito then leaned down into Naruto's ear as she passed him to give one last whisper. And please, Lord Uzumaki, come visit me again. My kitty certainly won't mind another showing from you. Feeling the man freeze in place, she giggled as she stood straight and left the eatery, hips swinging for the fun of it. Taking a deep breath and smiling up into the sun, she decided today was most certainly a beach day. Maybe she'd stop and pick up a book from home first, or maybe some art supplies. Sighing and dropping down to the table, Naruto grunts as N begins to laugh long and loud. You just can't help yourself, can you, Uzumaki-sama? It's not my fault. You're the Uzukage, it's all your fault. Neji's deadpan response cut right into Naruto's heart. He didn't mean for any of this to happen. Honest. And leaned back as Iam floated their way, placing down bowls in front of them all with a bright smile and a wave of thanks. The ramen certainly looked extra good today. Snapping his chopsticks, he gave his thanks and began to dig in. Iam herself tapped the young leader on the forehead. The Uzumaki clan is bound to grow pretty quick at this rate, huh? Come on, big sis. No teasing. I have so little of my sanity left. Of course, Naruto wouldn't argue that it was a hell of a lot of fun. Nor would he trade it away for anything in the world. Well, maybe some sleep. Shaking himself and grabbing his own eating utensils, he turns his head to see Kuratsuchi doing her best to edge away from him and prepare to sneak out. So, Kuratsuchi. Seeing the woman flinch and keeping a smile on his face, he continued on as she turned back towards him with a weak smile of her own. What brings you to Uzushio? Nothing crazy, I hope. He'd be pleasant so long as she could be. Iam's was sacred ground after all, and no one disrespected the ramen. Not in his presence. Oh, just sightseeing. Nothing serious or anything. Laughing and trying her best to appear non-threatening, she cursed her luck. Here was her target. The Maelstrom himself, the Uzukage. What a fake. But he was also surrounded by enough ninja that even she would have some trouble. No, she had to get him alone. I could use a tour guide, think you'd mind showing me around? Grunting and eyes hardening a tad, Naruto shook his head. Sightseeing, huh? Well, the tower's entrance level has tour guides and information I'm sure you'd love to dive into. If that's your thing. Naruto took a slurp of hot noodles, savoring the complex mix of flavors and spices before swallowing and pointing his chopsticks at her. But, need I remind you what happened in hot water? You try anything here and that will seem like a morning breeze compared to what I'll do to you here, got it? I really was going all out on this special ramen. Was that tuna? What was that spice she added in? It was divine. Sighing and deciding to step in as Kuratsuchi began to sweat, Obito shook his hands in a placating manner. Toby thinks Kuro isn't a bad girl. She'll behave, Toby thinks. Toby has been trying to fix her attitude, but you know how it is. Takes time. Be the doofus, inconsequential, a non-threat. That was the best move for now. Naruto was all smiles again, nodding sagely. Yeah, I can agree with that. Changing someone as hard-headed as Kuratsuchi must be a full-time job. You have my condolences. Thank you, I need it. Kuratsuchi was flushed as she nearly vibrated in place while unable to speak up to defend herself fully. I'm not that bad. She'd make sure to give Naruto a earth spike enema when they fought. Shrugging and decided to write them off as no big deal, Naruto begins to dig into his meal, no sweat in the end. I don't hold grudges against those who recognize they did wrong and are working to change themselves. So here, I can give you a chance. Naruto held a hand out towards her, one that she tentatively took and shook carefully. See, no harm no foul. He wouldn't mention the subtle Hiraishin tag he just placed on her. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, I appreciate it. Kuratsuchi felt like she had to literally force the words out of her mouth, but if it prevented a fight from breaking out, she'd take the offer for peace. Ayam was already swinging back, taking Naruto's suddenly empty bowl and replacing it with a new one. Still, she felt like teasing material was right in front of her and couldn't help herself. You seem awfully familiar with this one Narukuin. Another girlfriend of yours? She doesn't look like your normal type. Girl was a little of the small side, but hey, maybe Naruto's interests were changing. Shaking his head quickly, Naruto held up his arms in AX formation. Nope. All wrong. Just someone I ran into during one of my missions. He'd have to tell Ayam the full story later to clear up the confusion. Him and Kuratsuchi? Nearly made him hurl. Kuratsuchi nodded. There's no way I'd be interested in this guy. I need someone much more manly. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Me? Not manly? Somewhere in the city he got the distinct feeling several women all sneezed at once. Mentally, however, he can feel Kurama beginning to get nervous about something. Hey partner, sense something? So, can I get you to promise not to get upset? Naruto nodded almost instantly, beginning to attack his newest bowl while En and Niji watched on with something akin to disgust and horror. Sure buddy, what's up? Idly he noted that Kuratsuchi and this Toby character relaxed once they knew he wasn't going to start a fight. Good omen that. I feel a familiar chakra signature. Mentally shrugging again, Naruto didn't see the worry there. And? How old are you again? I'm sure you've run into countless chakra signatures by now and they've got to start feeling similar from time to time. Maybe it's Kuratsuchi, you remember I fought her right? He wouldn't put it past Kurama to forget fighting the IWA princess. She really wasn't that memorable. Both in fighting ability or looks as far as he was concerned. Kurama shook his head. No. Not this one. This one is seared into my brain pretty deep. Naruto paused at that as Ayam was working on teasing Niji while En egged the young man on as well. Okay, now I'm nervous. Who is it? Mentally he chuckled as Ayam needled the other teen about his not-quite girlfriend. Was Niji blushing? Okay, so again, don't get upset. You're really starting to worry me, buddy. Sighing and decided to get on with it, Kurama steels himself. This is a chakra I haven't felt in 16 years, Naruto. Oh, so someone you and my mom fought then? Wait, hold on. 16 years ago? His mom would have been pregnant with him by then. Very pregnant. Not so much fought, as Kurama didn't get to finish as Naruto's eyes tracked to Toby, senses latching onto the older man as if to dissect him from every possible angle. Who is he? See, this is why I tried to get you to promise not to get upset. Kurama. Who is this Toby guy? Naruto's focus was now solely on Toby, food forgotten. Sighing and praying that this didn't go south right away, Kurama nodded his head. Meet Obito Uchiha. The man that ripped me from your mother as she was giving birth to you, and then threatened to kill you as you were only a few-minute-old babe. Freezing fully in place, eyes cold and latched onto Toby, Naruto gained the curiosity of Niji and En, both of which were turning to look at the curious Toby as well. Naruto's chakra was deceptively still, mind whirling in an attempt to focus on one emotion. He was failing, but he was working through them steadily enough. Rage? Check. Curiosity? Dwindling. Rage? Double check. Niji leans forward to try and snap Naruto out of it. Lord Naruto, is something wrong? Maybe this pair was a danger after all. He subtly had his hidden hand on his radio, ready to give an alarm signal to the ninja office at a moment's notice. Obito catches on that Naruto is watching him. The look in the teenager's eyes was one he didn't like, at all. I think it'd be best if Toby and Kuro got to moving. We have a lot of places to see, people to visit. That sort of thing. Kuratsuchi shrugs, what's the rush, things are good, we're good. Why leave? Oblivious to it, she turns to check out Naruto and the sudden silence that seemed to be falling on the restaurant. Oh, those eyes of his were like ice. What did Toby do to this guy? Thanking Kurama mentally, Naruto leans forward just a tad. Say, what did you say your name was again? His eyes stayed locked onto Toby, there was no question about who he was addressing here. Toby is Toby. Just a drifter, no one important. Just a drifter, huh? Naruto takes a breath, counts to 10, and releases it. It doesn't help. His blood is still on fire. Odd choice for the killer of my parents. Must be nice. That admission silenced the rest of the conversations in the room, all eyes turning towards their direction. Carefully, slowly, Obito raises his hands in a warding motion. I think you have the wrong person, friend. Truly, we are not here for a fight. Oh, I understand wholeheartedly. I certainly wouldn't want to fight me either these days. But you know how it goes. Some things just can't be forgiven. Standing slowly, Naruto looms over the pair as Kuratsuchi looks from him to Obito and back in confusion. How had things changed so quickly? Naruto had only a slight frown on his face, but his eyes. They promised death, pretty hard to fool an ancient Biju when it comes to chakra. And yours is oh so familiar. Looking around and seeing that the room was now completely focused on them, Obito sighs and realizes that one way or another, Naruto had figured out who he really was. Shame. I don't think this is a fight you want, boy. Faster than thought, Naruto has a fistful of Obito's tunic, you know. I just don't think you have a choice in the matter. Chuckling and shifting his eye into the Sharingan and then the Mangekyo, he felt himself begin to phase out of sync with this dimension. You'll find I have plenty of choice, you little dash. Just as suddenly as he started to slip away, Naruto's hand began to glow a yellow color and latched onto him more firmly. What? Naruto has a mad grin as he hoists Obito to his feet. Oh, you have no idea how long I've been waiting for someone like you to show up. Time for you and me to party. And then they were gone, a flash the last thing denoting their presence. Idly all of the ninja present could hear the radios chime in their ears. An alert had been issued. Seeing all eyes turn to her, Kuratsuchi held up her hands quickly. She knew better now. I surrender. Niji was frowning as he stood, lamenting his noodles that would be left and wasted, probably the smartest choice you could make. Ayam is already walking over, transferring Niji and En's food into to-go containers. Will Naruto be alright? Idly she noted several of the ninja patrons finishing their meals and leaving quickly. Must be an emergency then. Niji nodded as En slapped a suppression seal on Kuratsuchi and threw her limp body over his shoulder. This is Lord Naruto, if anyone will be okay, it is him. He better be at least. Niji was not dealing with Lady Tayuya's anger alone. Not again. B. From the forests of the Land of Fire to the great plains of grass country, Hinata, Ino, and Anoka easily made their way into the border town affectionately called Last Stop. Nestled at the junction of the borders between Grass, Waterfall and IWA, it was a good place to rest, stop and resupply before entering the more rocky terrain of IWA. All three young women were feeling a different sort of way as Hinata led them on and Ino took in the people around them. It wasn't a feeling of fear or unease that had her somewhat jumpy, but all the same there was an energy in the air. Something she didn't like, not one bit. Thinking on it she considered that she had felt this way ever since they had crossed over into Grass. Maybe they were being watched? We should make this quick. I feel like I'm being watched. Ino's voice was quiet as they walked along the sparsely populated road, Anoka bringing up the rear while Hinata led them closer and closer to the town center. Anoka hums and scans the crowd. I don't see anything out of the ordinary, the people seem happy enough as well. Hinata sighs, it's mostly civilians here. The largest chakra signature here is our mark. Here she sighs and releases her Byakugan. He wouldn't be moving anytime soon by the looks of it. Man matches our target's description is just ahead in a restaurant, place is pretty empty. Ino sighed, well that's not suspicious at all. Anoka leaned forward to tap her on the shoulder. Remember when I said this was reckless? Yup, and I remember when you agreed to push ahead as well. Can't let you two have all the fun now, can I? Ino and Anoka share a laugh as they continue on, the dusty road and gloomy overcast sky adding to the general mood of the place. Hinata shrugged. We aren't being followed, if that's your worry. She had made sure to keep an eye on the surrounding area often. Ino pulled alongside Hinata and nudged her in the side. How's your seal? Hinata shrugged. Same as yours. Naruto only made sure to check and triple check them before we left. He had been insistent that they all learn the Hiraishin before they could leave, and learn they did. Now each of them capable of it in an emergency. This far from home it'll probably suck us dry to get back all at once, but if anything looks sketchy it's the better option. Ino agrees, we aren't that hot-head. We bail if it looks like it'll be a bigger fight than we planned. Ino shook herself as Hinata led them around a corner to an emptier street and internally sighed at how quiet this place was. Let's put him down quick and get out of here. I want to get as far away from IWA as we can. Naruto's worry and concern was beginning to bleed over into her. Anoka was already circulating chakra within her, chains at the ready inside her. I can have him wrapped up and subdued in seconds. Thrilling as this was, no point in needlessly bringing on more risk than they already had. Within a minute Hinata leads them to an out-of-the-way restaurant that none of them can read the name of, the sign next to the door rather worn and having seen better days. Ino led the way, squinting in the dim interior and walking past the surprised and sleepy waitress. Anoka easily paid her a few ryo to keep her quiet before catching up to the others, where Hinata was pointing to a lone man in the middle of the seating area, most of the tables empty even though it was near lunch. Their target was of slight build, black hair and dark clothing that would normally make him easy to lose in a crowd if not for the band of armor around his middle and the slashed-out headband on his upper left arm. Daisuke of Kumo, just who they were looking for. Walking confidently and calmly up to the man, Ino was all grins as Hinata flanked him on one side and Anoka came around to his opposite. You were rather easy to track down, Daisuke. You that confident no one was going to come after you? Sliding into the chair opposite to him, she wasn't worried that he didn't even flinch and continued with his meal. Looking at the blonde in the black skirt and tank top sporting orange leg and arm warmers, Daisuke scoffed and finished off his soup. Must be a cold day in hell, they're sending kids to track bounties down now. Placing his bowl down and lazily leaning back, ignoring the Hyuga and the redhead on either side of him, he kept his eyes on Ino. To what do I owe the honor of 3 young Uzushio ladies bothering me today? Smiling and pointing a deceptively delicate finger at his chest, Ino was still feeling confident. You made quite a mess back home. We're just here to take you in and make sure you pay up. One way or another. Humming and nodding as if understanding a great problem at long last, Daisuke leaned forward to smirk at Ino. I think it might be a real bad idea for you to be here. See. Maybe you should run along, before something bad happens to you. Ino snaps her fingers, Anoka's chains appearing from her hands and winding around Daisuke's body quickly and efficiently. Yeah, we're not too worried about anything bad happening to us. You should worry about yourself. Daisuke began to chuckle, prompting a raised eyebrow out of Ino. You're certainly unbothered by all this. Wanna clue a girl in on the joke? Ino did her best to ignore the goosebumps rising all along her skin. Unable to move or mold chakra by this point, Daisuke flicked his head towards the door. You'd be better off running home and sending back that super strong husband of yours. Might save you in the long run. Seeing some surprise enter the younger girl's face, Daisuke couldn't help but chuckle some more. You might be able to get away if you leave me, but you certainly won't be making it out of the area alive so long as you have me. What have you done? Hinata had a chakra-laden finger pointed at his temple, Byakugan activated and scanning the area. Little ol' me? Oh, nothing. I was just told to wait here and enjoy a happy little lunch. Daisuke's smirk grew even more as Ino turned to look at a worried-looking Hinata. Put him down. Ino barely finished her sentence before Hinata knocked Daisuke out, Anoka easily lifting him up and sealing him away in one of Naruto's special transporting scrolls. What's the damage, Hinata? Ninja, a lot of ninja. Town surrounded. Ino nodded and stood. Then we need to go. Now. That would be a bad idea. A gravely voice answered them, prompting all 3 women to turn towards the door. Anoki was walking his way towards them, alone but with a cat caught the canary grin on his face. I wanted the brat but got some bait instead. It'll have to do. Ino and Anoka closed ranks with Hinata, the smaller pale-eyed girl still scanning the surroundings. I can't see him. Oh girl, I've been fighting Konoha for a long time. You Hyuga are an easy group to trick once you start thinking about it. Opening his jacket a bit he showed off several seals lining his clothes. But enough about that, just come with me quietly, you hear? I want your man, not you. Ino put on a grin, fingers twitching and wondering if they could all Hiration fast enough. You'll have to get in line, we all have dates with him first. Oh feisty, I'd expect as much. Anoki stopped half a dozen paces from them, hopping up and sitting on one of the empty tables. Also, he won't be flashing in here and saving the day anytime soon. I made sure to have a barrier put up to prevent such pesky thing, really, and pretty chakra intensive, but worth the effort. Anoki was going to continue, but a large man ducked his way into the restaurant. Decked in heavy samurai-inspired armor in red and brown, a wide-brim red hat on his head, Anoki was all smiles as Han joined him at his side. Ah Han, sorry but your opponent isn't here. The steam user shrugged, adjusting the portable furnace on his back with a sigh. No matter. I've waited this long, I can wait a bit more. As the two men talked to each other, Ino edged a bit to look at Hinata. Have you tried to jump? Hinata nodded as she connected subtle chakra strings to Anoka and Ino. He wasn't lying, that barrier is up and doing its job. We'll have to run. Unless the idea forming in her mind could work out. Coming forward just behind Ino, she coated a finger in chakra and began to draw on the other girl's back. Stall for a bit. I have an idea. Anoki turned back to face them. Look, girls, don't make this harder than it needs to be. Sit, relax, we'll send a messenger and clear all this up quickly. You don't have to die. Anoki's eyes trailed to the taller redhead. You though, sorry, but we'll be taking you into custody. Uzumaki blood is so valuable. Anoka sighed, stepping forward primly. Why do this? Didn't you all agree to a tentative peace at the Kage's summit? Why break that so quickly? She wanted to keep his attention on her, not sure what Hinata was up to but hopeful it was a plan out of here. Because that boy is upsetting the balance of things. Order must be maintained. Anoki sniffed and raised a hand to pat it against Han's side. The Jinchuriki are tools to help maintain that order. That the Yellow Flash's brat thinks he is above such a duty is his own fault. Such a hellspawn that I can't wait to see snuffed out. Ino's body was tense but she did her best not to make any sudden movements. So you're going to start a war over your feelings about him? Now? Do you really think it'll end well once Naruto finds out about this? Oh, don't you worry, we have something special in mind for him. Seems to have worked on you easily enough. Anoki's plan had been simple enough. Lure the Yuzukage or someone close to him far away from Yuzu, trap them in a wide area barrier and sick the gobi on him. Simple and effective. If he had to commit hundreds of ninja to the plan? Well, so be it. Hinata finally finished, leaning around and giving Anoki the finger. Well, this has been entertaining, but we should be leaving now. Chakra added to the seal on Ino's back, Han makes to jump towards them, a superheated kunai already leaving his hand before the world around them warps and shifts. With a heavy pull that was not normal for the Hiration, all three women were gone, an irregular bubble of space carved out of the floor and ceiling where they used to be. Han sighed, coming to a stop and turning back to his Kage. What now, my lord? Anoki sighed but shrugged, taking the setback for what it was. We have the contingency in place, so your job is the same, make for the next point with the barrier team and do not stop for anything. Han bowed deeply to Anoki. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. And then he was gone, dust kicked up from his high-speed shunshin. Left behind, Anoki frowned and stared down into the empty space where the girls used to be. If nothing else, I've confirmed it works. That's enough for me. Standing and groaning at the stiffness in his back, he chuckled as he walked back outside. All this excitement, I almost feel young again. Far away back in Uzushio, Hinata, Ino, and Anoka were unceremoniously dropped in the ninja reception office. Around them there was organized chaos, a hurried energy that Ino picked up on immediately as she picked herself up off of the floor and waved off a passing ninja who tried to help her up. What's going on? What did we miss? At the desk and issuing minor orders, it's the green-haired Kion who leans forward to answer her. Lord Uzumaki issued an alert. No danger as of yet, but all of the Yuzu ninja forces are at stage 3 readiness at the moment. Here she paused and took in the three women. Are you okay, Lady Uzumaki? Just fine, it was just a long jump from grass. Rubbing her sore backside and considering her low chakra, Ino turned and helped Anoka to her feet. But we caught our bounty. Happen to know where Naruto is? We have some news for him. She wasn't ready to hear the litany of "I told you so" from him, but better that than being stuck captured by IWA. Kion shook her head. No, my lady, no one can find him at the moment. Ino nodded as she and Anoka turned back to the struggling Hinata. Hey sis, you okay there? Burned through too much chakra? Sorry, breaking through that time/space barrier was a bit of a hack job, so my chakra isn't the best right now. Standing and holding a hand to her midsection, Hinata stands enough for the others to see the blood pooling in her hand and down her front. Looks like that IWA Jinchuriki got a lucky hit in. Try as she might, she couldn't focus enough to heal herself. Something was going haywire with her chakra right now. That barrier breaker hadn't been the most stable work she had ever done. Sorry. And then she was down, the pain overwhelming her. Ino was at her side in an instant. Hinata. 2 hands pressed down on the wound, careful not to rip the kunai free for fear of increasing the bleeding. There was already so much blood. Anoka was already turning back to the reception crew. Get me Karen on the radio now. We need to get to the medical level. Chains out, she was already gathering up Hinata and making for the bank of elevator doors. Just their luck, chaos and problems and no Naruto around. What else could go wrong? The blonde-haired Mihoshi called out to them as Ino trailed after Anoka and Hinata. Lady Ino. I received word that a hostile ninja is being brought in that was captured just before Lord Naruto left. What should I have done with them? Mind frazzled but knowing she couldn't do anything to help Hinata right now, she tapped Anoka on the shoulder once. Take care of her, Kay? Got it, take charge here. And then she was gone with Hinata, elevator door closing behind them. Ino nods once before turning back, focusing on what was in front of her for now. Who is it? Kuratsuchi from IWA. Apparently she was here with a man calling himself Toby. She surrendered peacefully. Ino's grin is feral as she nods and walks forward. Send her straight here, I'll be having some words with the woman myself. This was just perfect. Anything else? Mihoshi nodded. Now that the alert has been issued, we've spotted a large chakra source heading our way from the land of fire. Not close enough yet to confirm who or what it is, but the size suggests someone of at least major Kage levels. Ino is frowning as she strides forward, doing her best to ignore Hinata's blood on her hands, or a Jinchuriki maybe. It's possible, Lady Ino, you'd have to get down to the barrier team to confirm for sure. Ino nods. Then that's where I'll be. I'll reset my radio and you can reach me on it from here on. When it rained it poured, huh? It couldn't be the IWA Jinchuriki, he was much too far away to have made it this far already. Huh, Kumo then? Or someone else? Naruto better hurry it up and get back, they had an emergency on their hands. Switching her radio back onto home channels, she keyed in, this is Flower Garden to Silken Fist, can you meet me in the barrier room? Gentle Death is injured and we have a guest to entertain. Ino waited for a few breaths as the chaos unfolded around her, ninja coming and going from the balcony to continue rapid patrols while keeping the general populace out of the loop. Tayuya's voice was firm when she finally replied, I'll be there. What's Gentle's condition? Unknown. There was more silence before Ino heard a tired sigh. I'll meet you in the basement and fill you in. Roger that, I'll bring our friend. Ino turned as there was commotion at the balcony entrance. Ann and Niji were there, carrying a bound and knocked out Kuratsuchi. Her day just got really busy. Again she keyed her radio, Flower Garden to Barrier Maid, you up to date yet? Karen's voice answered her near instantly, I'm already on my way to medical, I'll have her secure and stabilized, don't you worry. I'm not worried, she's too stubborn to die from something like that. Ino released a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Hearing Karen was already on her way helped ease her nerves as Ann and Niji walked up to her. Let's go, I have some words for her. B. Naruko quietly watched the farmland float by as they continued their journey in their carriage. Nestled safely on their comfortable seat, she didn't mind full relaxed into her side while she chatted away with Koyuki and Cheyenne. Even with the peaceful atmosphere and not a single bandit in sight, Naruko couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Something from Naruto was bugging her. She could tell he was angry. More enraged than he had ever been in his life. Why? Koyuki could tell that the resident blonde ninja was bothered by something and tried to gain her attention. Naruko? You seem off. Is everything alright? No. Naruko's quick and terse answer silenced everyone, and she sighed and shook her head. Not something here. It's Naruto. Something's wrong and he's very pissed off. Cheyenne raised an eyebrow at that information. How can you tell? We're so far away, you're not getting updates from your radios, are you? Shrugging, Naruko turned to face them all. No, just a feeling I have. Something in my chest. Fu nudges her with a comforting smile on her face. Maybe it's one of those twin links? You know, one twin stubs their toe and the other one feels it from across the house. Thinking it over and considering her more than extraordinary origins, Naruko shrugs. Anything is possible, I guess. If what she was feeling was from Naruto, she didn't want to even consider what could be going on back home to have him this angry. Best to focus on the here and now. More importantly to us right now, that shifty guy I'm keeping a watch on isn't far from us. Their caravan is a few minutes behind us. Koyuki feels a seed of nervousness grow in her chest. Are we being followed? Naruko shakes her head. No, they're not following us. Just happen to be going in the same direction. My clone is feeding me information about them. Naruko turns lazy eyes to Cheyenne. You're from around here. Know anyone by the name Kakunajo? Or Uranojo? There are two guys with the caravan with those names that following this Shun dude. Humming and looking up as she thinks about it, Cheyenne snaps her fingers abruptly. If they're who I think they are, they're the former bodyguards of the vegetable daimyo. But to be among commoners this far from the capital? Maybe they're on the run? Koyuki is already nodding her head along with the idea. Wouldn't be too much of a shock if they were on the run. Daimyo killed while under their watch, they've most likely been shamed and cast out. Or maybe. Koyuki turned to Cheyenne. What are the odds they're protecting someone else? Pretty high. Kikunajo especially was the type not to give up on his mandate. His loyalty was to the daimyo to a fault. For him to be out here, it has to be for a reason. He's the type that would have rather died than live on after the daimyo fell. Cheyenne turns to Naruto. Can you instruct your clone to gather any more information on who they are with? Perhaps it is someone close to the daimyo. Someone we can meet with. That was why they were here, to build ties and relations with the rest of the smaller nations around the land of demons. Fu sits up straight as Naruto does the same. Maybe we'll get lucky and they know where the daimyo's daughter has run off to. Fu wanted to have the best outlook possible for this trip. Koyuki frowns at the thought. That would be dangerous. It'd mean she'd have been exposed all this time and in danger. We'd need to make contact with her, quickly. Naruto sighs and motions out the window. I can make another clone, send it back to ask some questions. Well, it wouldn't hurt. Koyuki watches as Naruto nods and does as she said, making a clone that saluted them and ran off back the way they came. Could they get lucky this time? Behind the coach carrying Koyuki and the others, Haruna disguised as Shun sat huddled among the cart and their wares while Urinojo drove the horse pulling them and Kikunajo walked alongside them calmly. Do you think our message has reached Konoha yet? It's been so long and we've gotten nothing back yet. Kikunajo patted the side of the cart with an understanding look. My lady, I'm sure they've received it by now and have a team on the way. We'll just have to make do with what they send us. With our lack of funds, they might not have seen us as a priority. Haruna sighed. Ninja, nothing but trouble. Her mind still focused on the Jainin that had been pursuing her all this time. The three brothers continuing to edge ever closer to finding her. We have to do something. Perhaps we can plead our case to someone else? Maybe even Uzushio? I hear they take missions like ours. Kikunajo hummed and thought that over. Uzushio was a newer nation but had plenty of political power behind it. The daimyo of Spring apparently running things for them along with a few other high-profile names. But with what little funds we have, how could we even get a mission to them? Haruna leaned back and looked up into the cloud-filled sky. It's all beginning to feel hopeless. Like we have no options left. She looked down to the cheap clothes and useless trinkets around her. Maybe this pauper's life is what I'm meant for. Urinojo looked back to his lady and shook his head. Nonsense. You'll see. The team from Konoha will show up, and we'll carry out our plan for dealing with the Jainin and their followers. You'll regain control and we can save our country. Kikunajo chuckled. You're in high spirits today, Yuri. Ah well, those women from earlier have me inspired. So beautiful, and the tall one, she was a dead ringer for Yuki Fujike's. Haruna giggled, as if that famous actress would be all the way out here. Smiling and turning her gaze to the countryside around them, Haruna's good mood dims. I don't want to meet my end so soon. Urinojo thumps a fist against his chest. Don't you worry, my lady, our duty is to protect you, with our very lives if necessary. You shall make it through this. I'd rather it not come to that. You both deserve to make it through this with me for all your hard work and dedication. Haruna turned her eyes to the road, missing the happy blush on Urinojo's face as he too turned back to watch the path. Ahead of them she spotted a shorter blonde woman, dressed in black shorts and an orange tank top with a short black jacket over such. It was one of the women from the town. Was she not part of the other group then? Letting the cart pass her, the Naruto clone easily stood and paced along beside them with a carefree grin on her face. Wonderful weather out today, isn't it? Slightly on edge, Kikunajo makes sure he is between this woman and Haruna. It is a pleasant day out today, isn't it? Seeing the girl nod and continue to smile, Kikunajo held out a hand towards the cart. Was there something in our stock that caught your attention? It's odd to see someone wait like this for us. Was she a scout working for the Jainin? Had they been spotted finally? Keeping her hands in sight and lacing them behind her head as she walked, the clone kept her smile firmly in place. No. I was just asked to deliver a message, nothing too crazy. Seeing all three flinch, the clone mentally made a note of it. On behalf of the Spring Daimyo, Koyuki Uzumaki, and the Land of Demons Priestess Cheyenne, and further as a representative of Uzushio, I'm wondering if you know the whereabouts of the daimyo's daughter, Haru. A finger was held out in front of her, silencing her as Kikunajo's face darkened as his eyes darted up and down the road. Please, do not say her name aloud. While this was fortuitous, they were still on the run and needed to be careful. You say you're from Uzushio? The spring daimyo is with you. Watching the girl nod easily, Kikunajo could feel a bit of hope enter his chest. Thank the thousand. Are you out here because Konoha's passed the mission along to you instead? Maybe that was why a Konoha team hadn't made it to them yet. The clone shakes its head, no. It's actually Cheyenne who thought she recognized you and she wanted to be sure. The clone looks up and down the road and takes in their threadbare appearance. Do you require assistance? Sighing heavily as that should be obvious, Haruna sits up and eyes the violet-eyed girl. Is that not obvious? Yorinojo sighs and holds up his hand to display a zero sign. We're sorry, but we don't have much money right now after the coup. We can pay you back after we regain control and dash. The Naruto clone held up an hand while shaking her head. Don't worry about the money. It was Koyuki's plan for this trip to meet with the daimyo and hash out potential trade and alliances. So helping you will help us in the long run. The clone pointed a finger further ahead, over a hill that they were beginning to climb. I'll let the others know and stop the coach we're in. We can link up and negotiate things properly. That all right? Kikunajo nodded and bowed his head. That is more than all right. We shall meet up with you momentarily. Kikunajo's eyebrows raise nearly into his hairline as the girl salutes him before poofing away in a cloud of smoke. A shadow clone? It was so well made that he hadn't even noticed. Intriguing. Yorinojo looks back towards him. Think it might be a trap? If it is, it's a poorly thought out one. To name drop Koyuki and Cheyenne in the same sentence? Wouldn't make sense. Kikunajo sighs and looks to Haruna with a small smile. It is in the end your decision, my lady. We can turn around and head back the way we came. Make a run for it. Shaking her head, Haruna was done running at this point. Either she was telling the truth or we speed things along. I want to save my people. Now. Haruna did wonder about why the spring daimyo would be all the way out here to begin with. What could vegetable have that spring couldn't produce itself? Why involve demon country? So many questions. At the least, I'm sure we can find a way to use this. Kikunajo nodded and motioned for Yorinojo to continue. As you say, my lady. It was a waiting game now, but that small part of him still had hope. Things were on the upswing finally. B. Dumped harshly on the ground and rolling to his feet, Obito rips his mask away as he faces Naruto. He quickly takes in the cavernous space, the single skylight high above them, and the rows upon rows of seals that were lighting up on the walls. Before he had a chance to phase out and leave, the entire space was bathed in that same eerie yellowish light that Naruto had exuded earlier. Of course, Uzumaki shenanigans. Your mother would be proud of you, if she had lived. What sort of cave was this? The ground was jagged and yet brittle. Was this cooled lava? Naruto grunted, cracking his knuckles and leveling a glare at the older man. You're just digging yourself a deeper hole, you know that, right? Rolling his eyes, Obito takes a deep breath to steady himself. He could still salvage this. It didn't have to end in a fight. He could make the boy see reason. None of this is necessary. I want what you want after all. A world at peace. Real peace. Obito pointed at the black-clad Naruto with a smirk. Besides, fighting me is just going to exhaust yourself. When you do, I'm just going to walk out of here. Naruto shrugs, eyes never leaving the one-eyed man. You say that, but I bet that dimensional phasing trick of yours isn't working too well, is it? Naruto began to pace to the right, Obito doing the same to keep distance from the teen. I'm going to be upfront about this. This isn't going to be quick. Nor painless. You are directly responsible for taking away my parents. For how shitty my own life had ended up. So I'm going to turn you inside out. Possibly literally. Chuckling and producing a kunai, Obito shook his head. I've been around a long time, boy. Seen things, done things you couldn't even hope to imagine. I was your father's student. A true master of the Sharingan. I've been pulling strings and urging the world along a path that I saw fit. You think you can stop me? Armies can't even touch me, boy. Obito spit on the ground at Naruto's feet. You certainly are your father's son at the least. That same confidence that borders on arrogance, especially to think you can take me on alone. Stopping in his tracks, Naruto turned Rinnegan eyes towards Obito and savoring the surprise in the older man's eyes. You just keep on talking. His body burst into golden light, chakra coating his form easily. Usually this would be the part where I would try to talk you down. That I'd give a damn as to why you've done all of this. But today? Right now? 5 clones burst into existence around him. Like I said, I'm going to turn you inside out. And you should know. I'm never alone. Kurama. Yeah, Naruto. Let's rip him apart. Finally. Naruto frowned as his clones encircled Obito, who had yet to make a move against them. Naruto had been cautious at first, remembering his thoughts after learning that Kakashi could bend literal space and time to his whim. The thought of anyone being able to hop into a separate dimension at will was a terrifying one. You could do anything if you thought about it hard enough. Avoid crazy damage and techniques. Slip away to get a good night's rest and avoid amorous wives. Build a whole new world just for yourself if you wanted to and had the manpower for it. Obito seemed to be the type to use his abilities just to avoid damage and travel when he needed to, which seemed like such a waste to Naruto. The man had no imagination. Naruto had his arms crossed as the clones closed in around the Uchiha, you know. You really could have done some incredible stuff with your abilities. Obito frowned, eyes tracking as many of the clones as he could. I have done incredible things, you just weren't around to see them. Shrugging and planning out how this was going to go, Naruto mentally downgraded the Uchiha in his mind. Sasuke had a better mentality than this douche, you say that, but considering the world is still such shit, I don't really believe you. Wasn't Obito just spouting that he wanted a world at peace? Why not use all this time to actually work towards that, instead of letting conflict after conflict rage on all this time? All those lost ninja lives in useless wars, all the dead and displaced civilians caught in between. For what? Fingers twitching as he tried and failed again to dimension shift away, Obito sighed, are you sure you want to go down this route? I have an end goal that I will see to its completion. If I have to kill you now versus later, I will. Rolling his eyes, Naruto gave a mental command to his clones, the clone using the Azura realm taking the lead. Arms opening up to show metallic augmentations, kunai with exploding notes were launched at speed towards Obito. He was quick to dodge and jump out of the way, narrowly avoiding the destruction while gloating. I'm responsible for that little Nagato brat and his paths. You think using the same tactics against me will do you any good? Ducking under something that looked suspiciously like a missile, Obito had to bend nearly 90 degrees backwards to avoid a hand that sailed over his nose that was grasping for his forehead. The human path had made an appearance then. You'd have better luck trying to kill me with a simple kunai. Naruto was grinning as he watched the battle unfold. You know, that sounds like fun. I'm sure Tachan or Hinataheim would question about what it would be like to fillet a live human. Naruto's smirk grew as Obito attempted a grand fireball and the Preta clone absorbed the technique. But I really do want to see what happens to a human body when you turn it inside out. So you're going to be my guinea pig. Tapping into the chakra of his donated and distorted right arm, Obito surprised one of the clones with a wooden spike to the chest, as if I'll give you the chance. His victory was short-lived as another clone was suddenly at his side with a wide grin and glowing seals around its wrists. Taste the rainbow bitch. An explosion rocked the area and a cloud of smoke filled the cave chamber. Obito was rocketed away to smash into the cave wall, coughing and hacking up blood all the while. Below him and unseen in the smoke, Naruto easily made a new clone to replace the one lost. When the dust cleared and Obito caught his breath, he grunted and spit blood on the ground when he was met again with 6 identical Narutos. It doesn't have to be this way, you know. Obito ducked under another kunai and shuriken assault from the Azura clone, dodging for all that he was worth. With my power and strength, we could force this wretched world to see things our way. Yes, my peace will not be clean, but it would be a just one. No one else will have to die in the future. We can all have what we want. What we need. No more shadow games between villages. Taking everything in and nodding along as Obito talks, Naruto's eyes held their hard edge. You aren't wrong, I suppose. I am strong. Strong enough to make everyone else bow down to my wishes. Peace would be secured and conflict would grind to a halt. Naruto watched as Obito attempted a massive fire technique that would normally have obliterated the space they were battling inside of. Instead it was once more the Preta clone that stepped in the way to absorb the chakra and dispel the technique. Except it would only be temporary. Fleeting. The second I show weakness, the moment I am gone from this world it will all come crashing down. Obito was panting as his mind raced to both figure out the best way to end this quickly and re-establish his Kemui techniques. There had to be a way. You are weak and a fool. Just a little boy who doesn't have the strength to do what is needed. Slipping under a sloppy right hook, Obito lodged a kunai into the chest of the attacking clone above him. Frowning as he had a second of warning as his kunai sizzled, the explosion that sent him tumbling away was expected in the end. Did this brat use explosions in everything he did? Your weakness is okay in the end. I'll use you. Your strength and the QB inside of you will be the catalyst to help build a more just world. I'll just have to kill you first. Naruto laughs as with a thought his sword is unsealed and bouncing on his right shoulder, just like that? You'll have to kill me? Another thought and he's flashing into close range, sword already swinging in a tight arc that Obito can't avoid. There is a scream of pain and rage, blood trails his sword's edge, and the Uchiha's left arm goes flying before Naruto is flashing away again to watch from a distance. You have a lot of nerve thinking you can fight so evenly against me. You can barely fight off my clones as it is. It didn't matter that Naruto was intentionally dragging this out and taking it easy. His only concern and hard line was making sure Obito never touched him. He certainly didn't want his girls to worry. Not after Orochimaru. Clutching the stump of his arm and willing his body to begin the healing process, Obito turns hate-filled eyes towards the Uzumaki clan head. Laugh now, boy. Even if you get lucky and kill me, someone even more terrifying is coming for you. When that day comes, you'll have no one capable of helping you. Pulling on the Deva path, Naruto opens a single palm and waves it down towards the ground. In response, Obito is crushed down by an unseen force, laid out flat on his back. Seems pretty vague. One day I'll need saving? As if none of my wives will be there? Or my best friend who is admittedly a much stronger Uchiha than you? Or any of the other villages that I've worked hard at building friendships and alliances with? Another mental command and the Azura clone is at Obito's side latching onto his remaining arm. Arms bulging with artificial muscle, there's a wet tearing sound and Obito's remaining arm goes flying into the distance with a pain-filled scream. Yeah, I still dream of a world at peace. Where people can live and love and dream without the threat of war on their shoulders. A world where bloodshed isn't needed. But I know better now. Some people just won't learn unless they are forced to. Forced to see the bigger picture. Naruto easily tuned out the dead man's screams. This was someone who deserved all of the pain he was going to receive, and Naruto was just the agent that made sure he got his punishment. So I'm going to make that my job. I'm going to show men and women like you that you're the ones in the wrong. That the rest of the world can move on and learn to love and accept each other. That they can be at peace without constant fighting and war. And you? Here the Naraka clone finally comes forward, summoning the King of Hell to eat Obito's body in order to heal him completely. Naruto waited, patient as Obito's body was spit back out and limp onto the ground. You'll just be one of the first to miss out of what could have been. Panting and realizing that his chakra was going haywire, Obito struggled to roll over onto his knees. What have you done? Naruto shrugged, the rest of his clones coming around to surround Obito once more but making no more moves beyond that. Be thankful, I've given you a gift, much better than that hodgepodge body with the grafted remains of Hashirama. A renewed body all your own. The price is simple. Submit to me. Body and soul, and I just may spare you. A lie, but Naruto was curious to see what Obito would do with this chance. Did he have any honor left in him? Or was he fully the twisted and corrupted monster Naruto assumed he was? Obito's mind world, where had it all gone so horribly wrong? He should have no problems with this boy, he was the pinnacle of what it meant to be an Uchiha, a shinobi. He was the next coming of Madara himself. Yet here he was, tossed around by some wet behind-the-ears brat whose clan was nearly wiped out. Perhaps, when I stole you from Kushina's dying arms I should have smashed you against the dirt then. Certainly would have saved me the trouble now. Circulating chakra throughout his body now that it was beginning to settle, he did have to admit that he felt stronger, more in tune with his body than he ever had before. Surely the boy had given him something even stronger than he even realized. You don't understand real pain. What loss is like. What heartbreak is. What betrayal does to your soul. Obito's mind casts back to that fateful day. Kakashi and Rin surrounded by Kiri ninja. Kakashi's arm buried in Rin's chest to the elbow. The small, sweet smile on Rin's face. His heart ached terribly. I'm going to kill you, and make my new world a reality. He would see her again. He would have her by his side, their team whole again. As it should have been. Sighing and shaking his head, Naruto snaps his fingers and immediately 3 of the clones begin to battle Obito in taijutsu. The Azura path takes the lead, delivering heavy hits and combos to which Obito trades almost equally but tanks or diverts what he can. Whenever the Uchiha looks to get the upper hand and has a chance to strike back, the animal path forces the Azura clone to switch places with the Preta path through its summoning ability. The Preta would then absorb the chakra within Obito's strike, leaving him open to the Azura to strike him again with any manner of augmenting limbs. Through it all Obito is nearly foaming at the mouth, mind racing and failing to come up with a solution to this battle. I promise. Uzushio will fall again just like we achieved before. Everything and everyone you love will be buried for your arrogance. Watching and planning on what he was going to experiment with next, Naruto's thoughts are derailed as Kurama's voice comes screaming into his mind. Stop playing around. Something doesn't feel right, we need to get back. Though the barrier was meant to keep Obito from jumping away with his ability, it also was keeping Naruto from sensing anything from Uzushio. Kurama didn't like it, and wanted to get back quickly. Naruto felt detached as he watched Obito literally get tossed around the darkened space. From heavy strikes from the Azura to explosions and traps set by the animal and Preta path. It had quickly turned into a game Naruto knew he could lose if he lost focus. Yes. This was the man who was responsible for his parents' demise. Something that he would not reverse. Even so, torturing or killing Obito wouldn't make them happy or bring them back. Sorry Kurama. You're right. Got a little lost there. You've centered me so much, the least I can do is make sure you don't go off the deep end from time to time. Kurama had started to worry there. Something in Naruto had seriously began to shift into a dark place there. Kurama loved a good fight, but this wasn't it. This was a slaughter, one that was overdue. Sighing and bringing up a fist, he coated his knuckles with chakra and began to mold a seal there with a thought, guess this is over then. Dashing in as his clones all jumped away at once, Naruto buried a fist into Obito's gut. Augmented with both Sage Chakra and Kurama's own as he was, his fist nearly blew out Obito's spine from his back. As it was Obito was sent crashing into the cave wall before bouncing back to fall in a heap onto the rocky floor. Walking forward over the porous and jagged rock, Naruto watched as Obito heaved and coughed up blood. Hands on his hips as he kept a safe distance, Naruto wanted to see what came next. Hey, tell me how it feels in a second will you? What? Obito again struggled to rise to his knees, getting upright to stare Naruto in the eyes before something began to pull at his navel. Looking down and seeing nothing there, the pull began to increase exponentially. What have you done? Naruto shrugged as Obito's body began to warp. Take a guess. He watched as Obito's screams filled the cavernous space, body twisting and turning before with a wet tearing sound, flesh and bone ripped and tore before a mass of organic material was left in a pile on the ground before him. Humming and making a note not to show this to any of the girls, Naruto motioned to the Naraka path again. Watching the mass twitch and gurgle, something that looked oddly like a heart pumping furiously and copious amounts of blood soaking into the ground, Naruto wondered if Obito was conscious during all of that. The pulsing lungs and sucking sound had him believing that it was a good possibility. Perfect. The Naraka clone did its job, summoning the King of Hell again to heal Obito before spitting his yet again drained body back on the floor. So, how was it? Shall we go with filleting next? Trembling and deciding that he had made a tremendous error, Obito considered that he never should have come to Uzushio. He should have left Kuratsuchi to her fate. I'll. Everything hurt, every nerve ending was on fire. All of his being was pain. Your entire clan is nothing but monsters, the world would be best rid of you. Shaking his head as the human path clone walked forward, Naruto sighed as he watched Obito's mind break in real time. You say you're responsible for pain and his paths, right? So do you know what the human path is really capable of? What of the Naraka path? How about together? No? Well, you're about to learn. Hell is too good a place for someone like you. So I have something else in mind. Here Naruto finally does something different, pulling the Shinigami mask from the seal within his jacket and placing it on his face. You won't win, they'll hate you. The world will despise you. Obito's voice was quiet as he was lifted up by his hair, body spent and chakra nearly depleted. Was this how Madara felt? Fighting against Hashirama and failing all those times. It was like fighting against a literal kami. Naruto nodded once, actually agreeing with that. In a just world, one day they will hate me and that will be fine. Every generation is supposed to look back on their predecessor and weep at what they went through. So they can look forward and build something better. Not that you'll get to see the better world that we'll build. With a thought, Naruto watched as the human path ripped Obito's soul from his body. Said body dropped lifeless to the ground, while Naruto was greeted to a soundlessly screaming ethereal form that seemed to be ranting and raving in place. Knowing he was on a time limit now, Naruto cycled chakra through his mask in order to summon the Shinigami itself, the large kami forming before him to stare down on him and his clones silently. Cautiously and with more care than he felt at the moment, Naruto bowed his head. I have a soul for you, long overdue and yours to do with as you please. A token, yet to be redeemed at a later time. There is more silence as the Shinigami considers Naruto and his clones. Naruto wonders that he might be making a mistake here, but brushes it off. He wanted to be safe, make sure he had a backup just in case. And Obito and his ilk are terrible enough that he was willing to make this deal. The Shinigami seems pleased enough, nodding slowly in silence before taking the soul of the mad Uchiha from the human clone before eating him and taking him into his gullet. Satisfied with its meal, the kami fades away, leaving Naruto alone with his clones. With his job done and most of his rage settled, Naruto drops the barrier around the cave so he can return home. Suddenly tired and more emotionally worn than he ever expected, Naruto and the clones flash away to return to Uzushio. Appearing on the rooftop of the Uzumaki Tower, Naruto takes a moment to breathe deeply and take in the emotions and feelings of his people. While the ninja were still in a flurry of activity, centered around worry and anxiety, more so there was determination, confidence, hope laced in there. More on the general population as always felt so happy, at peace. They were still so centered on their lives, happy and ready for a new and better day. Still he had to chuckle as he realized he did leave behind a bit of a panic. Oh, just now remembering that? Yeah, sorry buddy. Guess I got carried away. Inside his mindscape, Kurama shook his head. I can't blame you. Faced with your parents' killer? If anything, you showed some major restraint even if it was necessary. I'm just glad I got you to snap out of it. Dispelling his clones and sitting down to kick his feet out over the edge of the roof, Naruto couldn't help but feel a deep pit in his heart. If it was necessary, then why do I feel so empty? Vengeance does not always bring absolution, Naruto. Most times you need to live, grow, and come to terms with your loss in your own way. That is how you can come to terms with your feelings. Plus, I'm sure the women in your life will be more than willing to help you. Here Kurama paused to really consider how to say what he wanted properly. They'll listen to you, you know, if you sit down and talk with them. They trust you completely and you should do the same. Naruto chuckles as he nods and leans back on his hands to look up into the bright blue sky. You aren't wrong. I should sit down with them, talk about this. Maybe I could use a good back rub tonight. Idly something tickled on his senses, but he didn't really have the energy to fully dive into it yet. You'll be fine, brat, just open up to them and be honest. You showed some decent self-control, so they won't be lecturing you on being reckless. Heh, thanks buddy. I'll do that. Naruto nods and keys his radio. At the least he should cancel his alert. This is Mr. 9 to control, I'm canceling my previous alert. There is a moment of silence before a professional-sounding woman's voice pipes up, Roger that Mr. 9. Silken Fist requests your presence in your office as soon as you're able. Understood, I'm on my way. Naruto took a few moments to look out over the city, recentering himself and vowing not to let his rage get the better of him in the future like it just had. He could have killed Obito near instantly if he had wanted, but had dragged it out. Obito could have gotten lucky. Something he couldn't afford. Standing with a groan and dusting himself off, with another look out over the city streets, he flashes away to his office. There was more work to be done it seemed. We can take a break here, we're more than halfway to Yuzu by now. Killer Bee held up a fist as Team Samui dropped down to the forest floor around him. He had stopped them in a small clearing where there was just enough sunlight filtering through the canopy to remind them that it was just afternoon, but it certainly wasn't blinding. Pulling free a ration bar, he motioned to the space. Take a breather, relax, eat and drink, and then we'll continue on in half an hour. While he had the stamina to keep going for days if need be, he had to remember that these were normal humans. They did not have such inexhaustible energy reserves. Plopping down onto a log and sighing, Samui frowned as she pulled a flask of water free from her pack. Do you think IWA is going to hold up their end of the deal? Personally, she barely trusted the Stone Village at all, such was the fate of villages who regularly crossed former allies. They better if they know what's good for them. This will end badly for both villages if we don't work together. B has no illusions on how this will go without Iwa's help. Sure, he could still put down Naruto, but the rest of his village might be a bit of a stretch. That was why they needed the distraction from IWA Ninja. They stand a lot to benefit from this operation as well as it is. No point in losing out on the spoils. Omoi munches away on his own ration bar as Karui gives her team leader a thoughtful look. Should we split up or stick together once we make it to Wave? Samui shrugged as she wiped her mouth after taking her drink. We don't have any information on targets or locations yet. Prudent planning would suggest we stick together. We're entering enemy territory containing a man capable of fighting on the same level as Kage. Best to get in quickly, capture at least one target of opportunity and make our way out. Karui huffed and crossed her arms. I still think that Uzumaki is blown out of proportion. There's no way he's as strong as he says. Omoi sighed and scrubbed at his head, his own thoughts running in circles on the matter. We have physical proof that he's leveled several sound bases and fought against a rampaging Biju. Can any of us say the same? He was beginning to suspect that Karui's hatred of the Uzumaki might be impacting her judgment. He'd have to keep an eye on her. Killer Bee sighed, turning back to look at the assembled team. Less speculation for now. We'll have plenty of planning to do once we link up with the scout teams and have more information to go off of. B himself needed to start thinking about his own mission. Fighting against the container of the Nine Tails. Surely this was not going to be an easy thing. Oh, now you're beginning to worry about it? I was worried about it before. I'll win, but afterwards. So quickly you dismiss the young man's efforts, you may find that a mistake. He hasn't trained like we have. He can't possibly have bonded with the Kyuubi like you and I have. That'll be our advantage. If you say so, Gaki. Grumbling about know-it-all Biju, B turned to look out into the forest and overlooking Samui airing herself out with a happy sigh. Now wasn't the time to ogle, the mission came first. Why were the leaves giggling? With a start, B tossed a kunai up and into the canopy, which produced a yelp of surprise before a white-clad body fell to the ground before them. Everyone suddenly alert, they are greeted to the sight of the Toad Sage himself. Jiraiya of the Densetsu no Sannin had decided to pay them a visit. Well, this is a problem. Samui's comment filled the silence for all of a moment while Jiraiya grumbled and rolled to his feet. Now why'd you go and do that? I had a great view from where I was. Grumbling and standing to his full height, the elder sage scrubbed at his head with a sigh. I swear, kids these days. Karui and Omoi took up defensive stances just behind Samui, who was already up and had a kunai in hand. Why are you here, Konoha Nin? Me? Jiraiya looked at them with genuine surprise. That was rich coming from a group of Kumo Nin in a country not their own. I'm just chasing rumors, nothing more. Why don't we all calm down a bit, have a chat? Jiraiya grinned and summoned one of his favorite toads, sitting on his head and producing a long pipe to smoke from. Need I remind you, you're in Hai no Kuni. It's only right that you stop by and say hello to the associated village if you're going to be passing through. Karui grunts and points an accusing finger towards the elder man. What would we want to talk to some aging pervert for anyway? Go die in a fire, you trash. Omoi turned to try and calm the redhead with a weak smile. Ma Karui, let's let them handle it, come on, let's finish up our break. But he's a pervert. Jiraiya started to laugh. I'm a super pervert young lady, and don't you forget it. Samui watches it all while her own thoughts circle around to what this could mean. Konoha usually kept out of situations like this, or failing that, tried to take the high road when they could. That the sage was here meant either they already knew what was up, or they didn't like their toes being stepped on like this. They were allies with Yuzu in the end, or at least said they were. She could play along at least. Sir Jiraiya, a question then, if you're willing to talk. Exhaling a long plume of tobacco smoke, Jiraiya turned mirthful eyes towards the busty blonde. Anything for you, young lady. Ask away. Getting a subtle nod from B as everyone began to relax a bit, Samui took a few steps forward and placed a hand on her hip. We're hunting for our missing Jinchuriki. Rumor has it that the Yuzukage has killed her. We want to know if that's true, and if he did. Why? Samui didn't want to admit that she felt something for Yujito's loss, but it had been bothering her ever since the Raikage had decided she was a lost cause. She wanted answers. Blinking at her as Jiraiya couldn't believe anyone would start a rumor that Naruto of all people would kill a fellow Jinchuriki, let alone a hottie like Yujito. It took a lot of self-control not to laugh at these kids. Well, that's a load of shit, I'll tell ya. Pausing to knock out his ashes onto the ground while his toad grumbled but kept an eye on the opposing group, Jiraiya said about repacking his pipe with ease, just to make sure. You're talking about that totally stacked blonde who seems pretty moody most of the time? Jinchuriki of the two tails? She ain't dead, alive and well, in fact in Yuzu. Making a life for herself last I heard. Seeing Samui ponder that and not liking the look on her face, B steps forward with a frown. Yujito was too loyal for something like that. I find it hard to believe, even if it's coming from you. Jiraiya shrugged, idly flicking his thumb and producing a small fire there. Relighting his pipe with a smile, he shook his hand to extinguish the flame. Doesn't matter to me if you believe me or not. You asked a question and I answered honestly. He casts another bored look over the group of four before sighing and nodding his head slowly. Fun time was over, it seemed. Listen. Konoha is doing its best to both keep the peace and stay out of this conflict, so let me say this once. Mirthful eyes turned hard and cold in an instant and all of the Kumo ninja felt shivers crawl up and down their backs. Turn around. Now. Go back home. Because there is nothing past this point that is worth your lives. So he did know why they were out here. Shame. They couldn't let him leave then. Killer Bee stepped in front of Team Samui, eyes never leaving the sage. We have our mission to perform. Legendary ninja or not, we cannot disobey our orders for you. Shrugging and hopping down from his friend, Jiraiya let him return home and stowed away his pipe. I had to try at least. Just a warning to you, once you reach Yuzu, you won't have any choices for yourselves. Never mind Naruto. All of the Foxden girls would eat these kids alive. Toss in Yugo and his girls or Sasuke and Sakura? They'd never even touch Naruto. B knows without a doubt by this point that he can't let the Toad Sage leave here. He'd warned the Uzumaki before they could enact their plan, and that would spell disaster for their operation. He'd have to stay behind and put the sage down quickly. Samui, take your team and go. I'll entertain the sage. That's not the plan B. Samui's response was instant as she felt Omoi and Karui perk up behind her. This was one of the Sannin, legendary ninja who had fought against the likes of Hanzo. Jinchuriki he may be, but B would be hard-pressed to fight against such a threat alone. No choice. Get going. I won't let him stop you. Jiraiya shrugged, already hooking a thumb over his shoulder. Oh no. I wasn't going to stop them anyway. I told you, didn't I? I was just here to talk and they aren't a threat to anyone at this point. Besides, who was he to get in the way of Naruto's fun? B nods his head, flashing Samui and her team a smile and a thumbs up. I'll be fine, I'll meet you at the next point soon enough. B and Jiraiya watched the team race off, dust kicked up from where they jumped and took to the trees in their haste to leave the area. No one wanted to be around when a Jinchuriki decided to go all out. Thanks for letting them go, Lord Jiraiya. Don't thank me yet. It might have been a mercy to put them down now. Yuzu has a particular hatred for Kumo after everything they've done. Jiraiya sighed as he and B began to well up their chakra, both easily dwarfing anything most normal ninja would have encountered in their lives. Still no chance I can convince you to turn around? This could still end peacefully. Loyalty and honor. B's reply is quiet, and Jiraiya gains a solemn face. Doesn't seem like much honor in attacking a nation that wants nothing but peace. But what do I know? Watching the fully realized Jinchuriki begin to draw his swords, Jiraiya summoned Ma and Pa to his sides. I hope this is worth it. Pa was already on one shoulder, focused on the dark-skinned man across from them. This is going to get ugly, isn't it, boyo? Jiraiya nodded as Ma joined his other shoulder, like you wouldn't believe. B was grinning as he artfully drew and held all of his swords. You're one to talk about peace, aren't you? How many have you slain in your years? Hundreds? Thousands? Your hands are no cleaner than ours. Feeling Ma and Pa meld with him and Sage Chakra begin to circulate through his body, Jiraiya sighed and focused completely on his enemy. I can admit that my past is a bloody one, that's exactly why I want the next generation's future to be free of it. They shouldn't have to go through what I did. But I won't let warmongers like A have their way. Not anymore. Of course, it was a bit of a gamble if he could hold off fighting a Biju was one thing, but a fully realized Jinchuriki? Didn't sound like fun at all. Naruto owed him something special when this was over. Either that or maybe he could guilt Tsunade into healing him back up. In a nurse outfit at that. Things had certainly taken a turn for the better, Haruna had decided. Sure, she had considered that the girl Naruto had been leading her and her protectors into a trap, and had been ready to die if it was so. But here now, as she sat across from the Spring Daimyo and the priestess from Demon Country, she decided it was a gamble worth making. She may yet be able to save her people from her father's murderers. So, just so we're clear. Koyuki was smiling as she handed over a small folder with assorted paperwork that Haruna could look over as they talked. Uzushio is trying to find peaceful ways to unite the countries, or at least come to mutual understandings so we can avoid future conflicts. We aren't looking to make your country a vassal state or take control of you. We're looking for friends and allies. To that point, we're offering to help you in any capacity that we can to ensure that you, the rightful daimyo of Vegetable, reclaims the throne. Cheyenne nodded along as Koyuki paused. We originally hadn't known that you still lived, so we had been on the way to your capital in order to negotiate with whoever was still in power. I'm glad to see that we can make sure the rightful leader will be in charge and on the other side of the negotiation table. Cheyenne and Koyuki had listened to Haruna's story calmly, and had both felt anger at the Jainin brothers and their quest for power. They would make sure Naruto and Fu got to them all before they left for their next destination. Haruna gave them a concerned look as she considered their words. Please be careful, the Jainin, the men following me and looking to kill me. They are no laughing matter. They are dangerous. Koyuki is already waving away her concern. As far as she was concerned, no one on this planet was a match for Naruto in the end. The Uzuki's sister, Naruko, will be more than enough for them. Have no fear. Looking to impress the severity of the situation on them more, Haruna opens her mouth to continue, but the coach rocks as an explosion is set off not far away. She looks to the window as Koyuki and Cheyenne give knowing nods and they all can hear a woman's mad cackling in the air. What was that? Koyuki sighs and shakes her head. That would be Naruko. Probably taking care of either some bandits who thought they'd find an easy mark, or maybe those Jainin you were worried about. Outside, they could hear Fu's voice. Don't go overboard, we need to be able to identify them. You can't turn them into pink mist. In response, Naruko's voice rose to meet her girlfriends. They're the ones who called you a child. They deserve death. Another explosion rocked the area, and Cheyenne offered a shy smile as she tries to steer the conversation back to the future alliance negotiations. So all that said, you'll see that we are more than capable of fielding very talented ninja as well when needed. But we hope to work towards a world that doesn't require such in the long run. Wide-eyed and slowly turning back to the daimyo and priestess across from her, Haruna slumped in her seat. Here she was, running for her life and terrified out of her mind that she was going to die any day now. But here in an instant are these people from Uzushio casually batting aside her pursuers like toys. Well, she certainly wouldn't be underestimating this group. Well, I guess, let's get to talking then. I'm certainly open to joining your cause if it means a more peaceful region in the future. Koyuki smiled and pumped a fist into the air. That's the spirit. She'd have to remind Naruko to show some restraint later. Riding atop the daimyo's carriage, Teruho and Suzuki chat and share stories with Kikunajo and Urinojo. Kikunajo has a weak smile on his face as all four men do their best to ignore the carnage on display some distance behind them. Sure seems like traveling with your group means less to worry about. Those Uzushio ninja are very talented. Teruho sighs but nods along. You have no idea. Things have certainly been interesting since we have joined up with the nation. But they did help us out in our time of need and didn't ask for anything in return. They follow their word like it's law. And their Uzuki is an honorable man. Kikunajo frowns at that, leaning in to make sure none of the women below him hear what he is about to mention. I've heard rumors about the Uzuki. Seeing he had the other men's attention, he pressed on, that the Uzuki is a womanizer of the highest order and has an insatiable appetite. Shaking his head immediately, Teruho wanted to set them straight quickly. No, that's not the case at all. Well, not exactly. Another explosion rocks an area and they all turn back to see Naruko tossing two of the Jainin brothers around with ease, explosions and clones batting the two younger brothers back and forth across an empty and rocky field. Suzuki had to hold in a snicker as the more rotund Jiga was tossed through the air, limbs flailing limply. She really is a handful. Teruho gave thanks it wasn't his job to watch after the spirited blonde. I'm the queen of destruction. Challenge me at your peril. Oh ho 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 ho. Teruho again gave thanks that she was not his responsibility. They are a boisterous lot. Kikunajo was nodding and ignoring the starry-eyed Uranojo. I can tell. Well, at least they didn't have to worry about their assassins anymore. Now he just had to worry about Uranojo developing a crush on the headstrong woman. It'd be the Tsunade situation all over again. Behind the main carriage and further behind Fu driving along the peddler cart the three runaways had been using, Naruto stood tall over the broken and beaten bodies of Ruiga and Jiga. Ruiga, the smaller more runner type of the two, still had enough energy to try and drag himself away, leaving behind a torn bit of one of his blue arm warmers. Naruto considered what she could do to him while the other more heavy-set Jiga was face down in the mud and barely breathing, but he was in one piece, which was all that mattered. You know, for all the shit you've stirred up here, I figured you would be a bigger challenge. Your big brother better be more of a workout than you two were. Ruiga felt like both of his legs might be broken, and had long ago lost his tonfa to who knows where. The demon woman most likely burned them to a crisp by now. If only Renga was here. We'd show you, Harridan. Woohoo, big talk from such a lightweight. Naruto walked up to him, roughly kicking him in the ribs and getting a weak groan of pain for her efforts. The purple-haired man wasn't a looker as far as she was concerned, and he wasn't much of a challenge. Hopefully his bounty would be worth something in the end. You know what, maybe I'll be nice. Seeing his eyes struggle to meet hers while the fat one just gurgled in response, she continued, pledge yourselves to me and I'll let you live. Finding some energy from somewhere inside of himself, Jiga rolled onto his side to face the monster girl. I'll serve you. I'll do anything. Ruiga nodded quickly, body failing to move as he commanded it. Yes. We'll serve you in whatever capacity that you wish, oh great queen. Preening at being called a queen, Naruto had to admit that it just didn't have the same ring to it as when Fu called her such. Shame. Yeah, never mind. Guys don't really do it for me anyway. Snapping her fingers, two clones pop into existence to slap suppression seals on their chests. They both slump bonelessly to the dirt and Naruto sets about sealing them away for transport. That Haruna woman better offer up a good bounty for y'all when this is all over. You weren't really worth the fight. Now she just needed to convince Fu to have some fun later, and this would be the perfect day. Standing before a humming and glowing green tube, Naruto stared at the naked but healing Hinata as she floated before him. Breathing mask over her mouth and nose while electrical leads hooked to spots on her chest and arms, the steady beeping letting him know that her heart was still beating was a soothing sound. Certainly better than the static that had filled his mind when the others explained that she had gotten hurt. By the IWA Jinchuriki no less. Anoka sighed as she stood next to Naruto, keeping silent now that she had finished explaining the mission and what had gone wrong. She was worried about what Naruto would do, knowing that they had done something foolish and reckless. Would he cast them out? Punish them for endangering themselves? Off to the side she noted Tayuya and Karen also maintaining their silence, no one wanting to break Naruto's mood at the moment. Inside Naruto's mind, a different conversation was taking place. She nearly died because of me. It wasn't your fault, Gaki. Anoki set that trap for me. If he wasn't after me, then she never would have gotten hurt. None of them would have been in danger. Nor would they have been if they had turned around when they realized it was most likely a trap. Sometimes you run into bad luck, Naruto, you can't protect them from everything. I know, I love her. I love them all, so much. Seeing her like this, it hurts Kurama. I know, but remember, you have to talk to them, don't shut them out. Kurama sighed and lazily waved his tails back and forth. You can make this right, just remain calm and centered. Right. Taking a deep and steadying breath, Naruto considered that he had to thank Naruko when she returned for helping make sure the girls learned the Hiraishin. Without that and Hinata's knowledge on seals, they wouldn't be here right now. Taking Naruto's sigh as a sign of rising anger, Anoka bowed before him to apologize. I'm sorry. I should have been more insistent that we return and not take the risk. We wanted Anoka was interrupted as Naruto pulled her to her feet and embraced her in a tight but warm hug that she melted into almost immediately. Naruto SHHHH. Naruto's voice was calm as he rubbed the back of her head while one arm encircled her waist. Right now what is important is that you're all home and you're safe. Yeah, I'm upset and we'll get to having a talk about it later, but for now let's focus on the good. Hinata will heal, nothing permanent happened, so let's leave it at that. Stepping back and letting Anoka go for the moment, Naruto offered her a smile. You're alive. That gives you a chance to make tomorrow a better day. Tears nearly spilling from her eyes, Anoka smiled brightly and nodding quickly. Of course. Yes. You're right. She steps in for one more hug, head laying against his chest and savoring the strong sound of his heartbeat in her ear. We will be having a sit down about this though, don't forget that. Naruto had remembered that they had been very cross with him when he had done much the same with Orochimaru. He couldn't let them slide with doing the same. Looking up at the tired-looking Tayuya, Naruto nodded to her. I'm guessing some things came up while I was gone? Tayuya put a hand to her hip as she herself was worried but happy to see Hinata alive and healing. There's a large chakra signature that is headed our way, but it has paused for now. We think it is a Jinchuriki, but unsure of who it could be. Her money was on the Kumo one. Nodding and letting Anoka go, Naruto extended his senses to get a feel for it himself. Yup, it was B, and O. Jiraiya was there. Guess he shouldn't have to worry too much for now. The old pervert could hold his own for a while. Looks like Jiraiya intercepted B for us, but I'll go and make sure the old bastard doesn't get in over his head later. But that gives us time to prepare here. Naruto knew that if they were sending B, and IWA was making moves as well, that meant at least some amount of forces were on their way here. That would be a mistake. Up patrols, I want heavy weapons and multiple teams running overlapping routes all along our border. No one from IWA or Kumo sets foot in Wave or Uzushio. Naruto considered how he felt and decided to just roll with it. We've built a home here where people shouldn't have to worry about danger or conflict, so let's keep it that way. The citizens shouldn't even hear a raid siren through all of this. I want it taken care of quickly and quietly. Teiwei nodded. I'll see it done. Good. Naruto then turned to Karen with a grin that bordered on sadistic. You said you have Kuratsuchi locked up, right? Karen shivered in multiple ways as those eyes landed on her. Yes. She's in a holding cell still knocked out. Good. She and I have a meeting with the Tsuchikage. Oh yes. Naruto needed to have some words with Inoki. Hurt one of his girls, would he? Time to make his response rather proportional. B. Kisame considered how his life had gotten to this point. Leader had promised that this life would lead to a better, more just world, and he had followed that ideal all this time. It didn't hurt that he had gotten some primo fights in the meantime and been able to have plenty of fun along the way. But now, as a larger conflict looked to be on the horizon, he was starting to get antsy. Looks like Uzushio is going to be tested soon. Pain nods from behind his desk, eyes looking out over the land of rain. The villages can't help but fight among themselves. I knew that while Uzushio wanted peace, at least a few of the others wouldn't be able to accept it. Destruction is baked into their very being. Turning back to watch Kisame and Konan, the leader of Akatsuki let a small grin grace his face. Now is the test. Will Uzushio still be standing after this or not? Konan steps forward a pace, concern on her visage. Should we offer them assistance? While they weren't officially allies, they had a common goal. To see them snuffed out so early would be disheartening. Shaking his head, Pain waves off her worry. If they cannot weather this, then there is no hope for them to actually build their so-called peace. More, it is a test for Naruto himself. He will now be faced with just how ugly the world can be. Considering it all and deciding it was all above his pay grade, Kisame reached back to finger the hilt of his sword. Say, you mind if I head out and have some fun myself? Pain did not care either way, things were already far outside of their control. You are free to do as you please. Laughing and nodding, Kisame turned to leave with a hand waving goodbye over his shoulder. So you say then, leader. It's been nice knowing ya. Maybe we'll see each other again one day. His footsteps echoing down the hallway, his shark-like grin grew with every step he took away from them. Finally he had the chance to truly cut loose. That Uzumaki brat better have been working on his sword work. Kisame wanted a real challenge. Konan sighed and came to stand next to Pain. Was that wise? Akatsuki is effectively down to just you and I now. We are more than enough to protect Rain. Once this new conflict is done, the next step is to confront Naruto again. He and I have a promise to keep after all. It was time to see if what Pain predicted was going to come true. Would Naruto see the world as Pain did? Or would he hold on to his idealism? They would find out soon enough. Teiwei nodded. I'll see it done. Good. Naruto then turned to Karen with a grin that bordered on sadistic. You said you have Kuratsuchi locked up, right? Karen shivered in multiple ways as those eyes landed on her. Yes. She's in a holding cell still knocked out. Good. She and I have a meeting with the Tsuchikage. Oh yes. Naruto needed to have some words with Inoki. Hurt one of his girls, would he? Time to make his response rather proportional. B. Kisame considered how his life had gotten to this point. Leader had promised that this life would lead to a better, more just world, and he had followed that ideal all this time. It didn't hurt that he had gotten some primo fights in the meantime and been able to have plenty of fun along the way. But now, as a larger conflict looked to be on the horizon, he was starting to get antsy. Looks like Uzushio is going to be tested soon. Pain nods from behind his desk, eyes looking out over the land of rain. The villages can't help but fight among themselves. I knew that while Uzushio wanted peace, at least a few of the others wouldn't be able to accept it. Destruction is baked into their very being. Turning back to watch Kisame and Konan, the leader of Akatsuki let a small grin grace his face. Now is the test. Will Uzushio still be standing after this or not? Konan steps forward a pace, concern on her visage. Should we offer them assistance? While they weren't officially allies, they had a common goal. To see them snuffed out so early would be disheartening. Shaking his head, Pain waves off her worry. If they cannot weather this, then there is no hope for them to actually build their so-called peace. More, it is a test for Naruto himself. He will now be faced with just how ugly the world can be. Considering it all and deciding it was all above his pay grade, Kisame reached back to finger the hilt of his sword. Say, you mind if I head out and have some fun myself? Pain did not care either way, things were already far outside of their control. You are free to do as you please. Laughing and nodding, Kisame turned to leave with a hand waving goodbye over his shoulder. So you say then, leader. It's been nice knowing ya. Maybe we'll see each other again one day. His footsteps echoing down the hallway, his shark-like grin grew with every step he took away from them. Finally he had the chance to truly cut loose. That Uzumaki brat better have been working on his sword work. Kisame wanted a real challenge. Konan sighed and came to stand next to Pain. Was that wise? Akatsuki is effectively down to just you and I now. We are more than enough to protect Rain. Once this new conflict is done, the next step is to confront Naruto again. He and I have a promise to keep after all. It was time to see if what Pain predicted was going to come true. Would Naruto see the world as Pain did? Or would he hold on to his idealism? They would find out soon enough.